lot of good work.
I don't know that there are any really unfair criticisms. People need to think about how long it's going to take to get everyone back on their feet. This isn't going to happen overnight. We'll be here for years to come. Let me tell you, Dan, the Northridge earthquake happened in the early 90s. We still have a presence in Southern California. We will be here in New York regardless of how much it costs, how long it takes. And I think everyone needs to understand that what FEMA does is essentially represent all that's good and great about America, coming to our neighbors in time of need. And that's what we do. Whatever it is, we do it. And that's what the president told me on September 11th, a year ago. Whatever it takes, do it.
Now, as we proceed in the war on terrorism, we go through times such as this raising up to an orange alert. What's FEMA's role as the war lengthens out now?
Well, our regional offices are very active. We're active at headquarters. Americans need to take solace in the fact that we're doing all that we need to do. I don't want to talk about particulars, but we're doing what we need to do. We're better prepared than we were a year ago. We're taking necessary steps to educate the entire population to be better prepared tomorrow. Am I satisfied with where we are today? Not yet, but we're on the right track.
Now, FEMA steps in with times of emergency such as hurricanes and floods. Is it or is it not a case that you're going to have less money to do that because we understandably have to give so many resources to the war on terrorism?
We'll always have the money that we need to respond to any type of disaster, whether Mother Nature created it or by man-made creation. This president understands firsthand how important FEMA is. I've yet to meet a member of Congress that doesn't realize how important FEMA is. I'm anxious to go into the new Department of Homeland Security. That's where we need to be. We need to be the nexus, the focal point of leading the other federal agencies in this new age. We have to do a better job, and we will do a better job.
Well, I want to return to Shanksville, Pennsylvania, and some of these photographs, these pictures, live pictures from Shanksville. And as we look at them, this is the field, the so-called impact area. You're a fellow Texan. You've known this president for some time. You must talk to him, and I'm not asking you to reveal anything private, not at this occasion anyway.
Thank you.
But give us some sense. What does he talk to you about when he talks about this war?
He's sharing with those individuals the empathy of this nation to reassure them that they are not going through this grieving time alone. Yes, it's tough. And he's reassuring those individuals that he will take the actions necessary to catch the culprits, to eradicate as much as possible terrorism, and we'll do it together as a nation. And he understands exactly why he's the president. I'm fortunate to call him my friend, but I'm so grateful he's the president during these tough times.
Have you ever heard him express any frustration that at just the time we need to have the economy surging forward, that it's had a decline?
No, I've never heard him connect those two. No, I've never heard him say that. He is focused on moving the entire nation forward together. He has a huge task, and with Congress's help, he'll get it done.
I want to return to FEMA and its work. I haven't run across anybody who said this lately, but for somebody who may be out there saying, you know, let me tell you, I have a beef with FEMA, or I've got a problem with FEMA, what do you tell them to do? See the regional office call you?
No. When I come across them personally, I take their name, phone number down, address, and try to find out exactly what took place. I run across a lot of people who have a beef with FEMA, and we try to improve whatever it is. Keep in mind, when Congress designed FEMA originally, they had no idea something like this would take place. And I'm just thankful as an American that something like FEMA exists to come in and help coordinate state and local responses. And the thing that irritates me the most, firefighters, police officers, are always the first in line for budget cuts, and they're the last in line for appreciation. That has to change in our country. We know what to do in the emergency management community. We need the resources to get it done.
We're short on time here, but you raise an interesting point. Police departments, sometimes, they may be among the last, they sometimes get what they ask for. Firefighters and fire departments are always at the very end of the line. First thing cut at City Hall.
Well, let me tell you why, Dan. Because when that bell rings, they'll always show up, regardless of what kind of manpower they're staffed at currently, or what kind of equipment they have and how old it is, they'll always show up. So elected officials think they can take the fire departments and put them on the back burner. No more. Enough is enough.
Well, Director of FEMA, thanks for being with us today.
Thank you,
I
Dan.
remember when you came down here early just after this happened.
Thanks for what you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're watching continuing CBS News coverage of 9/11, the day that changed America. Joe, thank you very much. I'm sorry about this. And welcome back to CBS News, continuing coverage of the first anniversary of 9/11, the day that changed America. I'm here at Ground Zero now with Ed Bradley. President Bush is currently in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, greeting families of those who died in the crash of hijacked United Flight 93, which was headed back to Washington to be crashed into. The most popular guess now is the United States Capitol. Didn't do it because some heroic people on the plane stopped the assassins. The plane crashed in Pennsylvania. That's why the president's there this afternoon to give condolences to the families of the victims. This half hour, we expect to wrap up the ceremonies there in Pennsylvania, and we'll have a remarkable story of courage and survival. The story of a band of New York firefighters and what they experienced on 9/11. I know you may be saying to yourself, oh, I've heard the firefighter stories. You haven't heard this story, and you haven't heard a story like this story. So we hope you'll stick in here with us for that now. Ed, you had the thought about some other ceremonies underway today. We've concentrated in New York, Washington, and Pennsylvania, but there are other memorials going on.
You know, Dan, the country is honoring the men and women who died on that tragic day. We see large ceremonies here in New York. We've been watching what's happening over there in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, and Washington. But there are small memorials that are appearing throughout America. Steve Croft had a piece on 60 Minutes the other night about the company Cantor Fitzgerald. And there were some people who they made a baseball field, and one of the men who died at the World Trade Center in his hometown. In Ithaca, New York, an unnamed graduate, rather, a graduate student used his $500 that he had in Christmas money to buy books for a children's library in a depressed part of town. And that library has a plaque now naming it for Jim Patorti. He was from Ithaca, New York, and he lost his life in the World Trade Center. Christian Regenhard was 28 years old. He was a fireman who died on September 11th. His mother tells us that a young woman she's never met quit her job as a publicist and became a teacher here in New York City in the memory of her son. And she's arranged to have a tree planted in a public park, and a plaque with Christian's name will be placed in the park. J. Brendan Corrigan wrote us about his dad, a retired fire captain, James J. Corrigan. He was the director of fire and life services at the tower where he died. A park has been dedicated to him in his hometown out in Little Neck, Queens, and as well as to some of the other firemen, Harry Ford and Thomas Holohan, who lost their lives. It will be called Firefighters Field. There's also a nonprofit organization called American Tribute Center that hopes to raise money to give the family of each victim of 9/11 a book about the lives of each one of them. This is a book. Well, this is a book about a firefighter by the name of Kenny Marino. It's called This is Kenny, July 9th, 1961. And it's filled with stories from his childhood, how he became a firefighter, stories about he and his wife and his family, how they moved to Monroe, New York.
And the idea is to turn out a book such as this about each of the firefighters?
For each of those who lost their lives. And it's filled with pictures of Kenny and his friends and families. And they want to be able to do this for everybody, each victim of 9/11. And then there's also something that they're calling the Brook Pack. It's sort of the backpack that you see a lot of kids carrying around. And this is from Chances for Children, which was established by Sarah Ferguson, the Duchess of York. And she plans to give a backpack filled with educational material to homeless children. It's a tribute to Brooke Jackman, who died on September 11th that day. So Dan, we see all of these things that are taking place here in New York and Washington and in Shanksville, but in so many small ways, in so many places around the country, we're seeing these little gestures by ordinary, everyday Americans, and in the case of Sarah Ferguson, foreigners, who want to do something to help, be it put up a plaque, buy a book, give some time. I mean, some of the memorials that we've seen have just been people saying, I want to donate my time to help other people.
Ed Bradley. We'll be back, so stick in here with us for CBS News coverage.
This CBS News special report is part of our continuing coverage of 9/11, the day that changed America. From Ground Zero in New York, here is Dan Rather.
And for those of you just joining us, or perhaps rejoining us from earlier, welcome. For those of you who've been with us right straight through, welcome back after that short break to CBS News continuing coverage of the first anniversary of 9/11, the day that changed America. I'm here at the edge of the pit at Ground Zero with Ed Bradley. President Bush is still in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, greeting families of those who died in the crash of the plane that went down there. The president is expected to be leaving there fairly shortly. He'll be coming to New York. Now, in this half hour, we expect to have the ceremonies ended in Shanksville. We'll have a remarkable story of survival and courage, a very special story of a band of New York firefighters and what they experienced on 9/11. It is not just another firefighter story. It is something special. But first, we want to consider the nation's capital, Washington, D.C. It's now believed that the hijacked United Airlines flight that crashed in Pennsylvania last September 11th had as its intended target the Congress of the United States. Specifically, the assassins wanted to crash the plane into the Capitol. Joining us now with more on that is CBS News Chief Washington correspondent and veteran Capitol Hill observer Bob Schieffer. Bob?
Thank you very much, Dan. And I must say that is not very far out of the minds of anyone here on Capitol Hill as we go through this day. There really was a certain skittishness here, people thinking about that. Last night, when the Secretary of Defense announced that there would be anti-aircraft missiles placed around Washington and they would be armed, I think it sort of added to the skittishness of the moment. But be that as it may, it's been a kind of a quiet and reserved day. On the floor of the Senate today at high noon, there was a moment of silence in remembrance of the people who died on 9/11. There will be another little ceremony about 5:30 this afternoon on the steps of the Capitol. But I think if there's anything that illustrates what has been going on here in Washington and at the Capitol and how it's changed since 9/11, it is what is going on outside the Capitol on what we call the east front of the Capitol. It is a huge construction site there now, Dan, because what is taking place is they are constructing a $368 million underground tunnel, which will be the way that most people will now come into the Capitol. It's a project's going to take 4 or 5 years to complete, but it is a way that people can be brought in, the tourists can be brought in, screened underground, a secure way that Americans will still be able to see the main symbol of their freedom, and that is the Capitol of the United States. But right now, behind the Capitol, it's like a giant construction project. You may be able to hear some of the noise going on behind me right now. So that kind of illustrates in a very graphic way what has been going on here and how much this place has changed since 9/11. Because up until 9/11, of course, the Capitol was a place where people could come in. It was the last place in Washington where you could come in and see the government in action without any kind of special appointment. They stopped most of the tours, did not begin them again until this summer. There was a time, Dan, when as many as, 18,000 people a day would come into the Capitol. Only now are they beginning to come back. And when the tourists stopped coming, it was a tremendous blow to the economy of Washington, which depends so heavily on tourism for its economy. So it's a changed place here, Dan, but this is a day that everyone here, there's a special meaning for all of us.
Bob, we said at the beginning of this day, we wanted our coverage to be about remembrance, honor the dead, honor those heroes who gave so much in September 11th, and looking ahead. Looking ahead, briefly, has the anthrax threat been completely removed around the Capitol, receded, or is it still very much a topic of conversation on the minds of our members of Congress?
Oh, it's very much a topic of conversation, Dan, for the simple reason that most people here think that they're no closer to knowing who caused it or where it came from than they were in those days when the anthrax was first discovered. This hit the Capitol with a terrible impact because Senator Bill Frist, who is also a medical doctor, told me one day he said to understand the enormity of what happened here, he said there was enough anthrax in the one letter that was sent here to Senator Daschle that had it gotten into the ventilation system, it could well have killed everybody in the Hart Office building. And there are about 3,000 people, more than half the members of the Senate, more than 50 senators and their staffs were headquartered in that building. Enough anthrax in that one envelope to kill everyone had it gotten into the ventilation system. And again, I stress, they still don't know where it came from, and people here say they're no closer to knowing than they were in those first days after that.
Bob Schieffer, live, reporting from the Capitol. Ed Bradley has something to go into now. Ed?
Well, Dan, in Shanksville, President Bush is still greeting family members who gathered there to remember the 40 passengers and crew who died on United Flight 93. And joining us from near the crash site is Jury Longman, the author of Among the Heroes, an account of the flight's harrowing final moments. Mr. Longman, thank you very much for joining us. You say in your book that the hijackers of the flight picked the wrong plane to hijack, that the passengers were a group of people who were not docile. We had talked about it earlier. What made these people so special?
Well, Ed, this flight left 40 minutes late from Newark and went all the way to Cleveland before turning around, so the passengers and crew members had time to make phone calls and opportunity to find out what was happening on the other flights and time to do something about it. They were people with a varied group of skills that could have come to the fore that day. We know about the 4 or 5 athletes who made phone calls. There was a man named Donald Green who had a pilot's license, a man named Andrew Garcia who had trained as an air traffic controller. There was a federal agent aboard, Richard Guadagno. 3 women, Lauren Grancolas, Linda Gronlund, and Jean Peterson, were emergency medical technicians. C.C. Lyles, one of the flight attendants, had been a former policewoman. So you had a group of people who were professionally trained to be calm and decisive in times of stress.
And these were people who knew what was going on. And my understanding is that there was an announcement mistakenly in the cabin of the plane that the plane was being hijacked. And at that point they made phone calls out?
They began making, well, as soon as they saw what was happening, several minutes later, they began making phone calls. And I mean, I presume the people on the other 3 hijacked planes that day would have made the same valiant attempt if they had had the opportunity. But this is the one flight where they, because it went so far west and took off so late, where they had time to learn quickly that this was not a normal hijacking, that it was likely a suicide mission. And so quickly, they had 30 minutes from the time it was hijacked until it crashed. So within that quick period, they made a plan and attempted to regain control of the plane.
In your book, you seem to indicate some confusion over the number of hijackers. Most of the passengers appear to have only seen 3, but you're saying that there were 4?
4 have been identified. The other 3 flights that day had 5 hijackers. And 4 were identified, but it's an intriguing and unanswered question about why all the phone calls refer to only 3 hijackers. There are a number of possibilities. Some investigators have explained to me the most likely answer is that eyewitness testimony is unreliable in times of stress, and in the confusion of the moment, they may not have seen all 4 at one time.
From the interviews that you conducted, from listening to the tapes, as best you can you tell us the facts of the takeover?
Yeah, I should say I did not hear the tapes myself, but I talked to government officials who had and to family members who were allowed to hear the tape and take notes. The final 5 minutes of the flight, there was a fierce struggle, screaming in English and Arabic. family members said you could hear words like cockpit and words to the effect, if we don't get in the cockpit, we'll die. Crashing sounds appear to be dishes and perhaps glass. When they gathered to hear the tape in April, a federal prosecutor told the family members it's his theory that passengers actually broke into the cockpit using a food cart as a battering ram. That's a theory, it's not definitive, and it's unclear as to whether, if they broke in, whether the hijackers crashed the plane on purpose or whether it crashed in the chaos of the moment as they were fighting for control. That's just one thing we don't know at this point.
Do you have a sense if there was a leader among the hijackers?
We don't know. Oh, among the hijackers. Well, the man named Ziad Jarrah has been identified on that flight as the hijacker pilot. And recent revelations by the German government have said that Jarrah trained in Afghanistan with Mohammed Atta, the ringleader of the 19 hijackers in Afghanistan in late 1999, and he came to Jarrah came to South Florida at about the same time that Atta did in the summer of 2000. So he appeared to be the leader on that flight.
Mr. Longman, thank you very much for joining us. Dan, it looks like President Bush is starting to make his way out of Shanksville. Difficult to leave, it looks like.
Definitely about to leave, and he'll be flying here to New York, where he will spend time. Of course, he'll address the nation tonight at 9 Eastern, 8 Central from Ellis Island here in New York. Well, as we watch the president say goodbye in Shanksville, we welcome to our CBS News broadcast position here on the edge of the pit in Ground Zero, Bill Langovicia, who is a writer for Atlantic Monthly magazine. He started a series of articles in the magazine in July, it's my understanding, ended in October. These are articles in a Pulitzer nomination category, Bill, and we congratulate you for them. When did you start writing this material?
I started writing them in the sense, writing is, you have to go there first. So I arrived about 3 days after the building came down.
Well, this is what you call the unbuilding, just after the unbuilding of the World Trade Center.
It's not the story of 9/11, it's a story of what happened afterward, which is a much more positive thing. It's a story of a physical, practical, all-American response here at the site.
Well, I certainly am not going to ask you to paraphrase long and a series of articles, but in essence, what is that untold story?
The untold story, the real act of genius here, and it was an act of genius, was to allow the people who responded to run with the ball. These are unexpected people who came forth, and he rose to power here inside the perimeter who did this job out behind us. They were not people who were expected before, and most other systems, I believe, would have shoved them aside, would have put experts in charge, or would have brought the army in, that sort of thing. These were ordinary people who were very energetic, very talented, and the American system had the intelligence to let them run.
Well, certainly we have our weaknesses as a people, but among our strengths historically have been Americans are builders and rebuilders. And yes, we play team pretty well. Is that what happened here?
It was, in that sense, yes, because it was practical, it was physical, it was moving debris, it was lifting things to find survivors and then to find the dead. It was a very, in that sense, a very practical. It was not just one giant team effort, and I think that the United States is not that either. I mean, this was an area with a lot of disagreement, and it was healthy disagreement. I mean, that's how it's supposed to work, and that's how it worked here. It was creative disagreement.
But it was led, as my understanding from reading your articles, led by a core group of men who understood how to get it done. Who were they, and how did they wind up being in control?
Well, they were primarily two men from the New York City government, from an obscure agency called the Department of Design and Construction, Kenneth Holden and Mike Burton.
I didn't even know we had a Department of Design.
Many people didn't know that. Many within the government, within the city government, people is so obscure. These are people who normally were in charge of building municipal or overseeing the building of municipal buildings and sidewalks, etc. They happened to be here. They were at a meeting at City Hall a few blocks away when the buildings came down. And they responded. These two men, Mike Burton and Ken Holden, responded as best they could, not thinking of the future. And they were so effective at what they did. And the American system was so flexible in its response to them that they finally assumed power, and they were the ones who really ran the show down here.
How it seems almost impossible to pull together these people who flooded down here to volunteer, to pull them together in any kind of coherent effort seemed impossible at the time.
Well, the volunteer effort very quickly was eased away from the core work. Most of the work here from the very, very early days was professionalized. The people who were working here, whether they were firemen, whether they were construction workers or engineers, they were often the best in their business. So these were not just volunteers. Now, they may have been volunteers, but after a while, there was a weeding that went on, and the people here were not in any sense amateurs. They were the opposite of amateurs. They were top in their field.
We all remember, or we should remember, in the early going, people were working with bucket lines, buckets,
Right.
to pull away the debris and carefully look for, well, first survivors and then bodies. How did they manage to segue from that literal handwork to the huge machines? When I came down here, I was struck by enormous machinery with the best of the best running it.
The bucket brigades were more of a reflection on the emotion and on the intent than they were a practical tool. And I think everyone down here realized that. Those on the bucket brigades realized it. They knew that they couldn't move this debris with buckets, not effectively. They simply didn't have the equipment in here. And we're not talking about little bobcats. As you say, this was the heaviest construction equipment that was needed, and it took a few days for the equipment to get in here. In the meantime, the bucket brigades people were doing the best they could. There were successes at that time, but it was a simple problem of bringing in the heavy equipment. It did happen. There were some bottlenecks. They were solved. Everyone knew what the solution had to be. The solution had to be mechanical power, and the mechanical power came in a big way.
Bill, thank you very much. We look forward to the forthcoming articles, the last of which will be in Atlantic Monthly in October.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for being with us. We'll be back with more after this.
I pray you'll be our eyes and watch us where we go,
and help us to be wise in times when we don't know. Let this be our prayer.
let this be our prayer.
When we lose our way,
Guide us through each day.
lead us to a place.
Guide us with your grace. Give us faith so
we'll be
When the assassins rammed the hijacked aircraft into the World Trade Center towers, no one had to tell the New York City firefighters of Ladder Company 6 that this call could be the last they ever answered. What actually took place in the hours that followed inside the towers is an astounding tale of bravery and survival.
The rush of air was incredible.
Matt Komorowski hollered to his Ladder 6 colleagues to get moving.
An incredible push at my back.
They were still trying to get out of the North Tower when it started coming down.
It was like boom, 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 very quickly.
The captain, Jay Jonas, had been worrying they were moving too slowly. Now it was too late.
These massive steel beams just flying all around our heads.
It was bang, 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 and it just sped up. In a matter of 10 seconds, it sounded like a jackhammer. It sounded like I was on top of a jackhammer.
And this was one floor coming down on top of the other.
On top of another, yes.
At that point, did you think you were finished?
Yeah. I sat there and I thought of my wife and the kids and my family and that.
Like so many other firehouses around New York City, Ladder 6 in Chinatown, not far from the World Trade Center, was in the midst of a shift change. Matt was standing outside, about to head home when the first plane flew overhead.
I saw that it was an airline. It was a large commercial airline.
Jonas and his men were already at the North Tower when the second plane hit. The captain was standing with an old friend.
And he looked at me and he says, Jay, we're going to be lucky if we survive this. I said, you're right. And then we all looked at each other, we winked and nodded our heads. We all said good luck, and we went to work.
firemen react differently to danger than most people. They knew it was bad, but they went toward it.
And the last thing I told them before we left is, they're trying to kill us, boys. Let's go. And without hesitation, every one of these guys looked at me and says, okay, Cap, we're with you.
Inside the concrete and steel walls, Ladder 6 was moving up the stairs, crowded with people heading down. It was slow going. They got a quarter of the way up the tower when...
We heard an earthquake-like rumble. We heard it and felt it. Our building swayed back and forth. And the lights went out in our building for about 30 seconds.
The other tower had collapsed.
This is, all right, this is no longer a workable mission. We can't do this. It's time for us to turn around and start our evacuation. I knew we'd be fortunate to get out in time. So I kept urging everybody to move a little faster.
And they did, making good time, quickly moving 10 flights, where they met Josephine Harris. And here, this becomes one of the most remarkable stories to come out of the World Trade Center. When did you come across Josephine?
I think it was around the 18th or 19th floor. Just looked like she was beat up, you know. I mean, she had come down about 50 some floors at that point, and she was walking very slowly. I think it was at that point that we promised her that we would get her out of the building, but we needed a little bit of help from her.
And I'm getting tighter and tighter and weaker and weaker.
Do you think you could have made it down below without the help of these men?
No, I wouldn't have made it.
The captain kept constantly prodding me, Billy, keep going with her. Can you move a little faster with her?
Here we are, moving very slowly, you know, and the captain just kept saying, let's go, keep moving, let's go. Somewhere around the 10th floor, I got a real strange feeling. This is not good, you know, I want to get out of here now. On the 4th floor, Josephine actually stops. I remember hearing her say, stop, I got to catch my breath.
My leg just felt like it had just had it. And I think I yelled out something, I can't go anymore.
And if not for her stopping at that point and slowing us down, we wouldn't be on that 4th floor.
Well, Josephine, you were moving as fast as you could.
As fast as I could.
But you just couldn't move any faster. And at that very moment, the tower collapsed. The 106 floors came crashing down toward them.
The next thing I remember, I was sitting on the landing. I don't remember how I got down the stairs. Sal told me later on that I was just picked up and thrown down the stairs like a rag doll. And I wasn't sure if I was alive or dead.
And when the smoke started clearing, at the side of the staircase, the wall was missing. And that's when you could start seeing light from outside. And my first thought is, I said, I'm in an enclosed staircase. How can I be seeing light? And that's, I guess, when it really hit me that, you know, this building's down. The whole building really came down.
Jay had started calling out. He called out to us.
What did he call out?
He says, 6 truck. He says, Mike. He called Tommy. He called us in succession, you know, and we all answered him.
I was very happy to hear their voices when I finally did get the roll call. At the time, I didn't know Josephine's name. I said, what about the woman? So yeah, she's still here. Once we grabbed Josephine, we were committed to her. She had become part of us.
And later, they made her an honorary member of Ladder 6, complete with jacket. Well, it says, Josephine, our guardian angel.
We're here to tell our story, but it's everybody's story. It's every fireman, every police officer that was working that day. It's the same story. They were all doing the same thing we were doing, except we were in that spot and we were saved.
There's no way to explain how we, you know, really we walked out of there.
If we were a little faster, we would have suffered the same fate of those who were in the lobby or immediately outside the building. If we were a little slower, we would have suffered the same fate of those who were above us.
So, true or untrue, that Josephine's pace happened to be, for whatever reason, just right.
Just right. Just right.
How can you explain it? Luck? Fate? Josephine believes in her heart it was a higher power that allowed them to walk out of the belly of the beast. Captain Jonas has his own thought on that.
God gave us the strength and the courage to intentionally put ourselves into harm's way to stop and save Josephine Harris. And little did we know, by us having the strength and courage to do that, we were saving ourselves.
They were heroes, the men, mostly men, who ran into the burning towers 1 year ago, whose courage and dedication cost them their lives in so many cases. Yet this title, hero, is somehow insufficient. They were men with homes and families, with lawns to mow and bills to pay. But they did what they felt they had to do. Our coverage will continue. We pick up now with more of our continuing coverage. We're going to go down to one of the world's most experienced foreign correspondents, Tom Fenton, who has some reaction from overseas to this 1 year anniversary.
Dan, the rest of the world has not forgotten America's loss and the deaths of the citizens of some 90 countries which were killed in the attacks. The ceremonies around the world today were simple, moving, and heartfelt.
Sunrise at Bagram Air Base in the dust and heat of Afghanistan. American troops engaged in the war against terrorism saluted flags at half-mast. And throughout the day, from Tel Aviv and more than 20 other countries, were heard the haunting strains of Mozart's Requiem. To New Zealand, Japan, and Portugal, 180 choirs in 20 time zones performed a rolling requiem that marked in local time the moment when the first hijacked plane flew into the World Trade Center. In Tokyo, a commemorative tree was planted at the American Embassy with ashes from last year's memorial flowers. Usually buzzing stock exchanges stopped for a moment of silence. Australian firefighters and police led thousands to a popular beach on the Gold Coast to form a human flag, a tapestry of remembrance. Throughout Europe, they paid their respects in churches.
We come to commemorate innocent lives cut short by the devastation of that day, and to light a candle of hope to honor their memory.
Rose petals slowly fell from the ceiling of St. Paul's Cathedral in London, each one commemorating the life of one of the victims. In Rome, Pope John Paul said no religion can ever justify such terrorism. And people everywhere paid their individual tributes. One young woman in Moscow cried, "The people who died there were dear to me." This has been a day of international solidarity, a worldwide show of support for America by a world that shares its pain.
Shadowing today's commemorations is the fact that the threat has not gone away. American armed forces in the Middle East have been placed on the highest state of alert. A number of American embassies have been closed, and 8 embassies and consulates in Europe have received envelopes containing a suspicious white powder. In one case, it turned out to be sugar, and we don't know about the rest. Dan?
Tom, in my travels around Europe, in some cases Asia, but Europe and even Canada over the last few months, there certainly was in the early stages tremendous support and condolences for the United States. But in recent months, I'm beginning to hear a lot of criticism, particularly among self-described intellectuals and the more educated people as they see themselves in Britain, France, Germany, throughout Europe. Am I wrong about that, or do you pick up some of that?
No, you're right, Dan. There are 2 threads here. The sympathy still continues. People do feel America's pain. But that doesn't translate into unquestioned acceptance of an American agenda. Where there is particular worry is the plans or the alleged plans for the United States to attack Iraq. And that really disturbs a lot of people. People are more critical now. They still understand America's loss, but they're not ready to line up and salute necessarily and march into Baghdad.
Well, Tom, we have only a few seconds left, but you've traveled Saudi Arabia and the Middle East. Well, what about this theory that if the United States attacks Iraq, as now seems inevitable, that Saudi Arabia wouldn't be far behind, not in terms of an American attack, but the monarchy falling? Anything to that?
I don't know. This is all speculation, Dan. Public opinion does not weigh very heavily in Saudi Arabia, nor in Egypt and a number of other Arab countries friendly to the United States. These are not real democracies. So I'm not so sure there would be a domino effect.
Tom Fenton reporting live from our London Bureau. Thanks. Now, for some of you, local news is next. For many of the rest of you, our special CBS News coverage of 9/11, the day that changed America, continues.
This CBS News special report is part of our continuing coverage of 9/11, the day that changed America. From Ground Zero in New York, here is Dan Rather.
And welcome back to CBS News continuing coverage of this first anniversary of the attacks on America. I'm here with Ed Bradley at Ground Zero in New York City. Along with following the day-long events and ceremonies marking 9/11, we're trying also to look at the larger picture of our beloved United States of America 1 year later. This half hour, Ed Bradley and I, along with our team of CBS News correspondents around the world, will examine the ongoing terrorist threats facing the United States and the steps being taken to bolster the nation's security. Nowhere in this country is security of greater concern than here in New York, understandably so. And coming up, United States Senator Hillary Rodham Clinton will join us to talk about that. We'll also discuss air travel and what is and is not being done to counter the possibility of biological, chemical, and of greatest concern, nuclear attack. Now, here are some of the events coming up later this afternoon and this evening. At about 4:55 Eastern Time, that would be 3:55 Central Time Zone, just over 2 hours from now, President Bush will be arriving here at Ground Zero. The president will take part in a wreath-laying ceremony. It's expected he may meet with family members. He is not expected at this point to make any remarks or give a speech during that time. That's late this afternoon. Then at sunset, about 7:11 Eastern Time, there'll be a ceremony in Battery Park at the southern tip of Manhattan. That's where the city has relocated the heavily damaged Sphere sculpture that once stood in the World Trade Center Plaza. New York City's new mayor, Michael Bloomberg, will speak on that occasion, and an eternal flame will be lit. Attending many of these ceremonies today and joining us now is a person with a unique vantage point on the events of 9/11 and the anniversary, the junior senator from New York and former First Lady of the United States, Hillary Rodham Clinton. Good afternoon, Senator. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you, Dan.
In your opinion, what is the most important change that has taken place in America in the past year?
I think that we have understood our vulnerabilities in this global economy and world that we now inhabit, and that we've had to become more vigilant. We've had to take some steps for increasing our security that a year and a day ago would have seemed unlikely, if not impossible.
In the immediate hours and days after these terrible events happened, the overwhelming voice from Washington was, we will give New York, we will provide what you need, everything you need. Has that been provided?
Yes, and I am very grateful for the support from the Congress, from the President, and from the American people. As you can see behind us, we didn't think we'd get that terrible site of destruction cleared and the debris removed in less than a year, and we did it. I didn't, but the construction workers and the guys who were down there working 24 hours a day did, and they did it ahead of schedule and below budget. So we have been very grateful for the help we've received, but there's a lot of work ahead of us, and we're going to be probably needing more help.
Senator, the President of the United States is asking you and every other senator, every member of Congress to support him for a new war against Iraq. Will you vote yay?
Dan, I want to see what the President actually asks for. You know, we've had a lot of speeches and news appearances made, discussions about the threat that Iraq poses. There's no doubt that all of us who have studied this issue now for a decade understand Saddam Hussein and weapons of mass destruction are not a combination we can afford to permit to exist in our world. So there isn't any doubt about the goal, which is to change the regime in Iraq for the Iraqi people as well as the rest of us. But the president will be starting tomorrow to lay out a plan as to how best to do that and to answer some of the questions that must be addressed. You know, this is not just an isolated action. It has repercussions with respect to our ongoing war against terrorism, what we're doing in Afghanistan, in the Middle East, our economy. There's a lot of issues that have to be addressed.
Senator, I've heard, and I know you must have heard, and I read from time to time, people who are on the opposite, direct opposite side of the political spectrum say, you know, the Bill Clinton presidency has a lot to answer for. And in some cases, they just say directly, this wouldn't have happened if he'd have been doing his job. Now, he was the president, you weren't. How do you respond to that kind of criticism?
Well, that usually comes from people who, you know, are very critical on every front, and the facts just don't support that. Based on everything I know, the administration under my husband's presidency took a lot of action to try to deal with terrorism as we understood it. You know, terrorists were rounded up. They were brought to justice. The people who bombed the World Trade Center were imprisoned. Many terrorist attacks were foiled and prevented. But clearly, what happened here a year ago changed everything. It certainly changed the attitude of the American people and the Congress about what we would or would not be willing to do. You know, it's hard to imagine that we're now very patiently standing in long lines being, you know, willing to be examined before we get on airplanes, that there are many issues that were really off the table about privacy, surveillance, and the like that are now, you know, considered part of the war on terror. So could we have done more if we had lived in a world of perfect information? I have no doubt about that, all the way up until the moment those planes hit on September the 11th. But I think that it's more fruitful, which is what most of us on both sides of the aisle are doing, to look ahead and say, how do we make sure this never happens again? Because there are no more excuses. We have no illusions about the adversaries that face us.
Senator Hillary Rodham Clinton, thank you for being with us this afternoon.
Thank you, Dan.
Today's events are unfolding against an ominous backdrop. An officially heightened state of alert, or Code Orange, declared just yesterday on instructions of the President by the Attorney General. Cited were what were called credible evidence and testimony that some sort of terror attack on U.S. interests may be in the works, overseas or possibly here. CBS's Jim Stewart in Washington has been working his sources and has the latest on this. Jim?
Well, Dan, this intelligence breakthrough apparently comes through what in jailhouse parlance might be called an inmate who has started to sing. U.S. officials have gotten their hands on another senior terrorist leader. This one apparently captured some months ago, perhaps in Java. It's not clear. One report has identified him as a man named Omar al-Farouk. U.S. officials have not confirmed that name. He is apparently being held overseas at an undisclosed location, although yesterday Philippine authorities seemed to indicate that he was being held there. In any event, he joins two other men, one named al-Libi and the other Abu Zubaydah, as the three highest ranking al-Qaeda or al-Qaeda related suspects in custody, and they are talking. Their information is being put together with what interrogators are getting from the people in Guantanamo, who are the lower level soldiers, and that is being added to an absolute warehouse full of material that continues to pour almost daily out of Afghanistan. Let me give you some idea of what we're talking about. There are hundreds of boxes being looked at now in the basement of the FBI that contain materials ranging from videotapes to the contents of wallets to what authorities are calling, frankly, pocket trash. This is literally the materials being taken from the corpses on the battlefield and from the suspects being taken into custody. And they're looking at all this and coming up with a picture of what they think al-Qaeda might be up to in the future. The question, as always, Dan, though, is one of timing and timeliness. 2 days ago, they came across some timely information, and as a result, we're at Code Orange right now. Dan?
It's me that's falling apart, huh?
Jim Stewart, live in Washington. Last September 11th, the first fact of life that changed for all Americans everywhere was the nature of air travel. Commercial jets, historically among the safest ways to travel, had become, in the hands of terrorists, weapons of destructive power. CBS News transportation correspondent Bob Orr has more now on what this meant for the aviation industry and for you. Bob?
Well, Dan, the attacks last September 11th were devastating. One of the things that they did, they caused the first ever shutdown of the complete U.S. aviation system. The airplanes resumed flying in 3 days, as you remember, but a year later, the industry has not fully recovered. And the airlines are struggling now to balance security, service, and solvency. A year after 9/11, there are fewer passengers and flights, but more hassles as the U.S. aviation industry struggles to tighten security and restore confidence. Hundreds of new air marshals have been hired, and thousands of cockpit doors have been reinforced to thwart hijackers. Federally trained screeners are replacing private security forces, and by mid-November will be in all U.S. airports. But the hard part is still ahead.
There's simply not enough room in this space to put the trace detection.
Jeff Fagan, who runs the DFW airport in Dallas, says major U.S. airports will face huge delays if a year-end deadline stands, requiring that all checked bags be scanned for bombs.
So what we're going to find is that the passengers will not only line up through this circulation, but also find themselves circulating out the door.
But Transportation Secretary Norm Mineta is not backing off the mandate. So at those airports, you will still screen every bag.
We will, that's right, but it may take an hour and a half, 2 hours to do it.
Congress now is considering a deadline extension and at the same time is pushing a reluctant Bush administration to permit guns in the cockpit. Under pressure from the NRA and pilots' unions, the House and Senate have passed bills calling for the pilots to be armed.
If you're going to stop another September 11th, and you're going to stop pilots from being murdered if the cockpit is breached, how are you going to do it? It all comes down to that for us, and there's really only one way.
Now, today has been a quiet day across America. Hundreds of flights have been canceled. Thousands of passengers have stayed home. There is one potential security incident that's still being investigated in Fort Smith, Arkansas. Here's what happened. A Northwest airliner took off this morning from Memphis bound for Las Vegas. It was flight 979. Shortly after takeoff, passengers noticed 3 other passengers acting very strangely. They told the flight crew. Eventually, we're told these 3 passengers locked themselves in one of the bathrooms aboard the plane. The pilot then made a decision to divert the plane and landed safely at Fort Smith, Arkansas. The FBI is still investigating and questioning those 3 men and also questioning a 4th person. We're not sure how the 4th person might be related, but in any case, federal officials tell us preliminarily, Dan, that this does not appear to be a terrorism incident or a terrorism-related incident, but they are on a hair trigger for any potential security problems.
Bob Orr reporting live from Reagan National Airport outside Washington. When it comes to airport security, some of the most intense scrutiny has focused on the place air travelers know as LAX, or sometimes LAX, the Los Angeles International Airport, and for good reason. Joining us from Los Angeles now with more on that is correspondent Sandra Hughes. Sandra?
Dan, Los Angeles International Airport is unique. Not only were 3 of the hijacked airplanes headed here, but it's also been a target of Al-Qaeda before.
It's not the biggest airport in the country, but Salt Lake City International is the most progressive. It was the first to screen every piece of checked baggage.
Please go to the shortest lines for security check.
Now, the city that saw the Winter Olympics through safely is designing what will likely be the first major airport to include all post-September 11th security requirements built from the ground up.
What we've had to do is go in since 9/11 and widen out this security checkpoint to accommodate the additional lanes.
Following the attacks, airport manager Tim Campbell was forced to redesign plans for a new airport.
It became obvious that we needed to go back in and make some changes in our concept that we had put together.
Double the number of security lanes. Plans to put those minivan-sized explosive detection machines behind the ticket counter.
Those changes don't come cheaply or easily. The cost of the new airport is likely to now be more than $1 billion and take an additional 2 years to build.
But it may be worth the price. This is Chicago's Midway Airport, a $500 million state-of-the-art facility opened just before 9/11. But new security requirements keep moving walkways still, and people are often backed up everywhere.
It's been a challenge.
Airport spokesperson Monique Bond says the industry is struggling to get up to speed.
429 airports across the country are having to look at some of the challenges that we're faced with as far as having to make the airport work.
Tell them to get with the program or what? Be fined?
be shut down.
Salt Lake City Mayor Rocky Anderson contends the Transportation Security Administration is still too disorganized.
If you do everything you can and somebody gets through the system, people understand that. What the people of this country won't understand and won't forgive is that if there is a major terrorist attack, and once again, it's because of the failure of our federal agencies.
Requests for an interview with the TSA by CBS News went unanswered.
Do you have any knives, sharp objects?
No one underestimates the monumental job of overhauling airport security. But nearly everyone agrees, whether building new airports or retrofitting the old ones. 1 year later, there is still a lot more to be done. Maureen Maher, CBS News, Salt Lake City.
Now, after that report by Maureen Maher, we're going to go back to Los Angeles International Airport and pick up Sandra Hughes live. Sandra?
Well, Dan, as we were saying, LAX has some unique problems, and we're going to tell you about those in this story.
If you want to make a point, penetrating LAX is definitely making a statement.
Security consultant Joe Knoller knows it too well. His friend and former employee Victoria Henn died here at LAX on July 4th, shot at the El Al ticket counter by an Egyptian man in an incident that was a startling reminder of how insecure airports can still be.
It was devastating both because I knew it was going to happen. I didn't know when.
The FBI will not completely characterize that shooting, which claimed one other life before El Al security agents killed the gunman, as terrorism, saying Hasham Mohammed Hedayat acted alone. That doesn't satisfy Knoller.
Well, times have changed, and unfortunately, you have people out there which are individuals and do not work under groups.
And LAX has been a target of terrorist groups as well. Just before the year 2000 celebration, law enforcement agents broke up another alleged plot by an al-Qaeda operative to blow up the airport.
There's a sense of urgency about what we're doing at Los Angeles International Airport.
LAX is leading the nation's airports in some respects, installing some 1,200 video cameras in the terminals and on the tarmac. But the sense of urgency has tried the patience of the traveling public at times. LAX has had among the highest number of terminal evacuations in the past year. None of those ever amounted to anything, except the one after the July 4th shooting, when the damage was already done.
It lets us know that there are vulnerabilities.
Duh. We need security at the ticket counters.
California Senator Barbara Boxer called a hearing at LAX this summer to tell California airport officials that they need to make some security issues a priority. For her part, Boxer is pushing for new equipment on planes too, like this bomb-proof baggage container, which might help prevent a catastrophe like this.
Now, even though travel has dropped here at LAX since September 11th by 15%, there are more baggage and cargo loaded on and off planes here than any other airport in the world, and that causes a major security concern. Dan?
Sandra Hughes reporting live from Los Angeles International Airport. What's happening now is that President Bush is on his way from Shanksville, Pennsylvania to here in New York. He'll make an appearance later in the afternoon here at Ground Zero. No plans for the president to make a public address during that period. His address to the nation comes at 8 Central tonight. Of course, CBS News will cover it. That'll be just after Scott Pelley's exclusive interview with the president and others about what happened hour by hour on 9/11 last year. Now here's Ed Bradley.
Well, I'm just thinking it's good that most of the people are gone from behind us now, because you couldn't see them. The wind is blowing that dust up so much. I hope it just comes down by the time President Bush gets here. You know, Dan, shortly after 9/11, America found itself facing another crisis and another fear. It was called bioterrorism. Letters containing deadly anthrax were being sent through the mail. Joey Chen has more on the bioterror threat and how America is facing it. Joey?
And it has now been almost a year since the first anthrax victim was diagnosed, and there is still no indication that there's any connection between those contaminated letters and September 11th. Still, coming as they did in the wake of that assault, it just underscores the terrorists' ability to strike on many fronts.
Whoever launched the anthrax attacks proved a basic truth of bioterrorism.
It doesn't take much to cause a panic. 6 letters, no more than a few ounces of dried powder bearing the lethal spores. But 5 deaths and still no suspect has forced the nation to face up to a shocking vulnerability. Is this sort of an acknowledgement that that was one of the things that was missing for you guys?
Sure it was. It was a weakness.
At the command center, an unlikely general, Health and Human Services Secretary Tommy Thompson, who admits officials failed to get the right information out quickly.
Nobody really ever expected, you know, that the Department of Health and Human Services was going to have to fight this war of bioterrorism.
Thompson says neither he nor the doctors on the front line knew all they needed to know. And so the nation began a steep learning and spending curve.
I'm exposed. I'm exposed.
Dozens of disaster drills now train first responders to look for signs of chemical and biological attack. Communities have developed elaborate decontamination plans. Congress spent more than $1 billion to help local governments and federal health officials to better coordinate and track medical emergencies. The government stockpile of antibiotics and other medical supplies for a bioterror crisis has grown 50%. The supply of smallpox vaccine has multiplied even faster. Just 15 million doses a year ago. The country will have 300 million doses available by the end of this year. But is the nation ready?
So we have enough vaccine to protect every man, woman, and child in the United States. The only problem we have is we don't have a plan how to distribute it quickly.
An even greater concern may be indifference, that the nation will let down its guard. Do you think this country will face another bioterrorist attack?
I think you got a plan on it. I think it's you know, with the kind of terrorists that we have all over the world and even in America. You got to anticipate that there's going to be another attack.
So what will it be? Another anthrax attack, possibly smallpox, the plague, Ebola? Any of those things are possible. But Thompson says what he is most concerned about right now is the possibility that someone might try to contaminate the nation's food supply. Ed?
Joey Chin in our Washington Bureau. What all this really comes down to, the bottom line questions for most Americans, are these. Are we truly safer now than we were a year ago, and what more needs to be done? For some answers, we're joined by Randy Larson, the director of the Answer Institute for Homeland Security. Good afternoon, Colonel.
Good afternoon, Ed.
You've said that the greatest threat to U.S. security does not come in the form of a nuclear missile, but in a test tube. Can you explain that?
That's correct, and we saw that. CBS saw it firsthand back in October last year, the same problem we had in the United States Senate, House of Representatives. Most people do not see this as something that looks like a weapon of mass destruction, but it is. It's part of the 21st century. It's like a cell phone becomes a global command and control system. This is a weapon of mass destruction. This is harmless, but genetically it's nearly identical to Bacillus anthracis, the bacteria that causes anthrax. When Vice President Cheney asked me the question last October, what does a biological weapon look like? I said, sir, it looks like this, and I just carried it into your office past the Secret Service. This is an entirely new weapon system that we have to be prepared to deal with. In some respects, we are much better prepared for a biological attack today than we were a year ago. In many other areas, though, we have a long way to go in proper preparation.
What are the other threats we face in addition to anthrax?
Nuclear weapons, of course, but that's probably the most remote one. It's catastrophic consequences, but very remote. The radiological dispersal device, not an actual fissionable or fusion event, but the radiological dispersal device, the dirty bomb, that would be economic damage to a city. Might not be able to go back into a building for years, or you may have to tear the building down to clean it up. Chemical weapons are very small and are like a truck bomb. It would be a tactical weapon that could cause a lot of problem in a subway system, but not to a city or a state.
So we hear all of this talk about a dirty bomb. What is it, and how real is the threat?
Well, we know that the British troops found cobalt-60 in an Al-Qaeda camp. That's something that's used in hospitals and nuclear treatment facilities. Probably dozens of hospitals in this town have it. All you do is take some regular explosive, like Timothy McVeigh did, or even Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber. You take some of that cobalt-60, wrap it in that, blow it up. The explosion would do most of the killing. No one would die from the radiation. The common phrase is the more people would die of heart attacks when they heard it on the radio and TV, there had been a radiological dispersal device. It could cause cancer 10, 15 years from now. The real problem is the economic cleanup.
David Martin reported earlier that they were concerned about a ship that had come to the New York port. They had taken it 6 miles off the New Jersey coast because of some readings they were getting. There's 650 containers on that ship. So the point of that is that it's not hard to get something into this country.
And 16 million of those containers come into this country every year. We inspect less than 2% of it. The good news of that story is we detected it and we put it out off the coast so we can be safe. Today there are 4,000 federal officers carrying little radiological detectors on their belts in our ports, seaports and airports. They look like a beeper. They're there to detect that. By the end of this fall, we'll have 8,500 of those detectors in ports and entry places around this country. So that's a good news story that we caught that ship this morning.
We've seen in the Middle East car bombings, suicide bombers. Is that a threat to our country?
I think it is, but it's not the sort of threat that we worry about of the catastrophic sorts of weapons of mass destruction. That will not destroy our economy. It will not change our civil liberties. That's why the Bush administration has said we have to focus our priorities on those weapons that threaten us the most. Biological is the highest priority.
Colonel Lawson, thank you very much for joining us. You're watching continuing CBS News coverage of 9/11, the day that changed America. Throughout our continuing coverage of this anniversary, we are hearing the personal recollections of certain of our colleagues here at CBS News who, in one way or another, in one place or another, became a part of this day that changed America.
So I'm standing there about a block away with these two New York City detectives, and we're looking up at the building, two cops and a reporter, both in sort of all three in sort of our game faces on. And I'll never forget, one of the cops said, "Oh my God, those are people." We were noticing what we thought were pieces of paper falling from the World Trade Center. We thought a la Columbine. There were people inside trying to write notes on sheets saying, "We're on this floor, come help us." At that moment, the three of us realized those weren't sheets, those were people. And then the other cop said, "We can't help them." And he started crying. At that moment, for me, 9/11 was real. People were dying. I mean, people discovered at that moment that perhaps their best option in life was to jump out of a 100-story building. The three of us follow with our eyes. Two people fall to the ground. All of us turned away. And I walked away because at that moment, I couldn't be a reporter. There wasn't enough of me to be a reporter. I was a human being, and my heart was aching.
The thing that struck me standing there was the powder from these buildings. It was thick, it was like snow. And the paper, there was not a single thing that you could recognize. There was not a desk, a chair, a door, a computer, a telephone, all the things you would expect to come out of these buildings. Nothing, not one thing. It was all powder and great snow drifts of paper. Paper blowing everywhere. The paper survived. I saw Christmas cards. I saw employment applications. I saw credit cards. Every kind of paper that you would imagine in an office building like that was blowing and drifting in the streets of Manhattan, and there was not one other thing that you could recognize.
As we remember the first anniversary of the terrible tragedy of September 11th, I hope that what America will remember, if there is anything good to come out of this, how we felt in the weeks afterwards. And it wasn't the sense of vulnerability to attack that we felt, it was a sense of community as Americans that we all felt. I became an American citizen about a week and a half after September the 11th. And the sense of community and the desire to be an American and the desire to be a part of this community was so strong in that citizenship ceremony that it really reflected, I think, a feeling across the country that people were proud to be citizens of this country, that people cared not just about themselves, but they cared about each other
and they cared about America. And I hope that that's not lost in the years following September 11th.
He was in Tower 2, 92nd floor.
The mood throughout the entire day was shock, and then it
couldn't believe how anything like that could happen.
No one felt such horror like that before.
His voice was trembling.
We just sat in silence, just wondering
he was upset.
what was going to happen next.
I was just shocked.
I said, "How bad is it?" And he says, "I'm watching them jump."
And I went home after school, and my mom was just sitting watching CNN, and she was just crying.
He said, "Ciao." We never said goodbye. We will always say ciao. Goodbye was too final. This time it was final.
Everybody in this picture paid $1 to go on the field. The seniors were the I, the juniors were the heart, the sophomores were the N, and the freshmen were the Y.
When people ask me, how do you do it, Murda? My answer to them would be that the people, the generosity, and America is what gives me my strength. I want to make my husband proud. I love him, and in his death, he's still taking care of me.
This CBS News special report is part of our continuing coverage of 9/11, the day that changed America. From Ground Zero in New York, here is Dan Rather.
To his fellow Americans, the night of 9/11, President George W. Bush said, and I quote, "America was targeted for attack because we are the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining." Indeed, it is shining brightly this day, and in that spirit, in this half hour, we'll have a remarkable tale from the underground, a story of heroism and survival in the New York subway beneath Ground Zero 1 year ago. Ed Bradley, who's with me here downtown New York at Ground Zero, and I will also have reports on the compensation funds for families of the 9/11 victims, and we'll show you how some of the youngest family members are struggling to cope with their loss. He was doing a job few New York City commuters gave a thought to, driving a subway train. But 1 year later, he's a hero many subway riders will think of often and never forget, because he saved their lives on September 11th by disobeying orders. CBS News correspondent Byron Pitts has his story. Byron?
Well, Dan, his name is Hector Ramirez. He's a subway driver for New York City. This morning, he was one of the 197 people who read the names of the victims here at Ground Zero. Hector Ramirez is a good man with a good story. There were so many heroes on September 11th, and many of their stories have been told. But not this one. This one was underground, literally.
I just saw a lot of people waving. Their faces were covered with a cloth and material.
On September 11th, Hector Ramirez was driving a subway train towards Ground Zero when the attacks occurred.
These people are scared.
Over the radio, Ramirez was given a direct order: do not stop at the World Trade Center. Smelling smoke and sensing danger, Ramirez ignored the order.
But the order was to keep going. Yes. So why'd you stop? There was no way I was going to leave those people there.
These were people who were running for their lives, now trapped in the subway line with nowhere left to run.
I remember coming to the station, there was one woman in particular. She had a cloth over her face. I've never seen that kind of fear in anybody's eyes. She was scared that I was going to leave her.
Ramirez put the woman and everyone else on the platform aboard his train and drove to safety. Weeks later, as these pictures show, investigators discovered steel beams had cut deep into the subway line. It's presumed had anyone still been inside the tunnel when the towers collapsed, they too would have died, if not for Hector Ramirez.
It still hurts. I mean, the idea of thousands of people going to work one morning and not coming home.
You and your colleagues saved lives. Do you feel like a hero?
No, not by any measure.
On September 11th, New York Transit did not lose a single passenger or employee. As Hector Ramirez put it, we did our job as best we could. Ramirez did his job with a heavy heart. Hours would pass before he would find out if his wife was safe. Maria Ramirez also worked near Ground Zero. and Hector couldn't reach her by phone. But eventually, they met at home.
What was that reunion like when you finally did see your wife again?
Very quiet. We just held each other in the doorway when I finally got to her. We just held each other in the doorway, and it was just quiet for a while.
Hector Ramirez says that September 11th taught him many lessons. Always hug his wife before he leaves for work. Remember the small things in life. Dan, it is a lesson many of us learned from September 11th.
Byron Pitts, in the bright sunshine, but with the wind increasing in strength here at Ground Zero in Manhattan. For some of the families touched by 9/11, this tragedy has carried an especially high cost, emotional to be sure, but also financial. A fund was set up to help compensate the families, but as CBS's Richard Schlesinger reports now, the fund has generated both interest and controversy.
When he was killed, Jenna Jacobs' husband Ari was on the fast track to a high-profile, high-paying job in the tech industry.
Each time the jump was from salesman to regional VP to senior vice president to CEO, and next he was supposed to have an official seat on the board.
Ari Jacobs was just 29.
He was making a comfortable living, but he had the potential to make an extraordinary living.
How do you put a dollar value on a loved one's life? It's never been easy, but the federal government got into that business after the terror attacks. It set up a multi-billion-dollar compensation fund for victims' families. It's a source of income for families that lost their breadwinners. It is also a source of contention over who gets how much and under what conditions.
Come and get the doggies.
Jenna Jacobs is thinking of applying for money from the fund.
Good boy.
The big picture for me is to be able to keep my home, which my husband and I bought together.
The fund was set up by Congress in the weeks following the attacks as part of a deal to finance loan guarantees for the airline industry. Special Master Kenneth Feinberg will decide how much each family will get.
The program, in a sense, is a social safety net. This is a unique expression, I think, of taxpayer public generosity.
So who gets what? Congress set up a complex formula that considers a victim's potential lifetime earnings, plus pain and suffering, minus the amount of money families receive from life insurance and other benefits.
It sounds somewhat crass. That's what's the problem here so soon after September 11th. But we've got a formula, and we're sticking to that formula.
Feinberg will give out anywhere from $300,000 to several $1 million per family. The money is tax-free, but not catch-free. One of the biggest catches, in exchange for a quick settlement with the fund, families must give up the right to sue the airlines or anyone else except the terrorists themselves.
For me, it's a shut-up fund.
It's a what?
Shut-up fund.
Monica Gabriel became an activist soon after she became a widow last year. She believes the fund is designed to pay off the families to protect the airlines.
You take the money, you don't have any recourse in the courts to get answers, and hopefully you just go away.
The criticism is that your fund is designed to get people to take this money in exchange for shutting up.
I haven't really heard that. I have heard some say that by going into a lawsuit, they increase the likelihood of getting information about what happened on September 11th. I don't believe that.
A lot of families, for a lot of reasons, have joined Monica Gabriel and have so far stayed away from the fund. Fewer than 700 claims have been filed, and only a handful of checks have been mailed out. Feinberg says a lot of families are still too grief-stricken to apply.
I got it.
Jenna Jacobs is still eyeing the compensation fund, looking at the amounts other families have received, and putting her faith in a man she does not know.
He has complete control over our financial destinies, and I hope that he considers that when making the awards.
Considering her loss, money won't be much comfort, but it could be some help. Richard Schlesinger, CBS News, New York.
Some of the deepest scars of 9/11 are on the minds and hearts of the youngest survivors, the children. Dr. Emily Sine joins us with a look at some youngsters whose own growing pains include grief. Doctor?
Good afternoon, Dan. Well, a recent survey finds that 93% of children under 14
in New York City were either actual eyewitnesses to the attack or saw the images of the towers collapsing on television. Nearly half those kids are still having emotional problems related to 911. We spoke with several families around New York, including 7 children in one family who lost their father.
It's Ryan's turn.
The Fisher children lost their father when the Twin Towers collapsed. John Fisher was a Port Authority security consultant who tried to help people escape.
I was in denial. I thought he was still alive. Sometimes I thought that I saw him in church or something around town.
I couldn't call up my dad and tell him that I loved him and that I was sorry for fighting and that I had no chance to say any last words.
The children were able to find peace of mind at a bereavement camp called the Comfort Zone.
The kids had the opportunity to share, and even if they're not comfortable sharing, they're still going to identify with somebody else who's going to say something that they can relate to, the type of loss or where they were when they heard, or maybe they're having bad dreams at night.
Yeah, it helped a lot. I don't know. All of my feelings I let it all out.
I've been able to kind of evolve and just grow and learn that my father knows that I love him. And he knows that I care about him, and he knows that I wish that we didn't fight.
It's almost as if day really did turn into that black night.
Yeah.
Sharing their feelings through art has helped many other New York City children cope. Child psychologist Robin Goodman helped put together an art exhibit illustrating children's feelings about the events of September 11th.
What the kids do in their art is they personalize this experience. There are kids that before were fine and now are not because of the events of 9/11.
Which kids were at biggest risk for problems related to 911?
We know that some kids are more at risk regardless of the type of trauma based on their exposure in terms of seeing it and witnessing it, or whether they were physically and emotionally affected if somebody died.
12-year-old Patrick Duhaney of Brooklyn was an eyewitness to the attack.
I saw as the plane came and hit the tower, I saw the tower collapsing.
Patrick, he couldn't sleep. Because first thing he said to me, he said, you know, I remember my mom because she died when I was age 6. He said, and all those kids that lost their parents.
I felt devastated. At that time, I felt crushed and destroyed.
Patrick got help at the Bedford-Stuyvesant Family Health Center. They provided counseling sessions for more than 100 children.
Coming to the center helped. Being in the classes, that really helped. And then I had a whole bunch of people that were there to talk to me. That helped.
Bless us, O Lord, for these thy gifts which we are about.
The challenge is to help kids find optimism in the face of tragedy.
We take care of each other more, a lot more than before.
I think it was a struggle, sort of, but a good struggle. One that you learn from.
A survey conducted in March revealed that 10% of New York City kids suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder, and 25% experienced depression, anxiety, or other symptoms of emotional distress. Dan, 1/3 of New York City children have received some sort of therapy or emotional assistance to get them through this.
Councilor Ney, thanks. We have much more ahead as our coverage of 9/11, the day that changed America, rolls on, so stay here with us.
I pray you'll be our eyes and watch us where we go,
and help us to be wise in times when we don't know. Let this be our prayer.
Let this be our prayer.
When we lose our way,
Guide us through each day.
lead us to a place
Guide
confess faith, so will be
This is an eventful and emotional day for Americans, led by President Bush, and a day in which the president is traveling under some of the strictest security since the last September 11th. CBS News Chief White House correspondent John Roberts has more about the president's travels today. John?
Well, Dan, we hear that the president may have to change some of his travel plans because of the winds that have been besetting us here in New York City, gusts of up to 45 miles per hour today. But it's certainly not the first challenge that the president has faced. In fact, not since Franklin Roosevelt proclaimed his historic day of infamy 61 years ago has a president had to face what this one did a year ago, what by any measure was a pivot point in the life of George W. Bush.
It was one of those moments that can reshape and redefine a presidency like no other.
Terrorism against our nation will not stand.
In the hours after the attacks, President Bush sought to soothe the grieving public and searched for the right tone of leadership to galvanize the nation. 3 days later, standing atop a crushed fire truck in New York City, he appeared to find it.
I can hear you, the rest of the world hears you, and the people who knocked these buildings down will hear all of us soon.
Americans knew that there was no way you could script that moment. That was who he was, and he captured it so vividly, people's emotions at that moment, that I think it caused people to think about him in a different way.
In a single moment, the president silenced critics who thought him out of his depth and unprepared to govern. Party lines across the nation evaporated.
I think the event forced people to think beyond partisanship. And George Bush was the president. He's the leader, and he certainly captured it and brought it together. But the event brought people together, in my opinion.
With a plain-spoken style that left no room for misinterpretation.
There's an old poster out west, as I recall, that said, "Wanted, dead or alive."
A president for whom many people said foreign policy was an afterthought rallied the world and built a powerful coalition to fight terrorism.
We will stand by you in these very difficult times.
The swift overthrow of the Taliban and the broader war on terror earned President Bush an enormous amount of goodwill, which he deftly used to advance his global agenda, building new trade ties with China, silencing Russian opposition to his withdrawal from the ABM Treaty, signing a new missile reduction pact with Vladimir Putin.
Adopted.
In the wake of 9/11, the president's approval rating soared to record highs. But as the months wore on, growing talk of war with Iraq.
States like these and their terrorist allies constitute an axis of evil.
Coupled with unremitting violence in the Middle East, began to shake even the staunchest of coalition allies.
He understands the bigger picture. And at the end of the day, peace and stability for the Middle East has been at the forefront of his mind.
And at home, with stock markets falling, the president defending his past business dealings and control of Congress riding on the November elections, the post-September 11th bipartisanship disintegrated into a summer of political discontent.
It is hard to lead when you haven't done the things that you're asking others to do.
By late August, with Iraq a central issue, the old image of President Bush as a go-it-alone gunslinger began to creep back onto the international stage. Even some Republicans protested his saber-rattling. And for the first time since 9/11, aggressive anti-war demonstrators dogged the president's domestic trips. Even the president's profound sense of moral clarity, in which good and evil are cast as clearly as the difference between black and white, has become a hindrance, say observers, in a world that is filled with so much gray. But his closest advisors maintain it is still far too early to judge this president.
He's had great responsibilities thrust on him, and history will make a judgment, not today, not 1 year after, not 2 years after, but 10 and 20 years after the moment, it will make a judgment about him.
The president has traveled far and learned much in the past year, yet in many ways he finds himself in the same place he was a year ago, beset by a deeply divided Congress, facing skeptical European allies, and on Iraq, contemplating what may be the biggest decision of his life. Dan?
John Roberts, and you could see from John's is in an exposed position out there, the north wind that we've had It began this morning, has been growing all day, has reached the point where, as John said, it may be that President Bush will not be able to helicopter in here to Ground Zero. We'll have to see how that works out and plays out as the afternoon goes on. CBS News coverage of 9/11 events here in New York and around the world will continue after this.
I pray you'll be our eyes and watch us where we go
and help us to be wise in times when we don't know. Let this be our prayer.
Let this be our prayer.
When we lose our way,
Guide us through each day.
lead us to a place.
Guide us with your grace. Give us faith so we'll be
Okay. A continent away, officials have been keeping a wary eye on another American landmark, and one that they fear could be a possible target of terror. That's the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco. John Blackstone has more on that fabled landmark and what's being done to protect it. John?
Well, Ed, it's a classic view of the Golden Gate Bridge today with the fog rolling in. But this old bridge has added a lot of new security in the past year, and today that security has been stepped up once again. Police checkpoints have been set up on roads approaching the bridge, and all trucks are being stopped and inspected before being allowed to cross. Now, the Golden Gate Bridge has been identified as perhaps the main target for a terrorist attack in California. The water beneath the Golden Gate Bridge is deep and treacherous. Fog blows in with no warning.
Coast Guard Group San Francisco, Coast Guard Group San Francisco.
Down here, the crew of a 47-foot Coast Guard patrol boat used to worry mainly about boaters in trouble. But on the morning of September 11th, Commanding Officer Rich Glasgow saw the horror unfolding in New York and looked out at the Golden Gate.
We looked at that and said, this is next. It had to be. This is the icon on the West Coast for the United States. We felt really vulnerable here, and if a plane could fly into the World Trade Center, they could certainly fly to one of the towers on the bridge here.
Now, like the rest of the Coast Guard, Glasgow's crew has taken on an added mission and an added sense of purpose.
We're still the friendly neighborhood Coast Guard, but now we're doing more of a military job.
That means looking at San Francisco Bay in the same way a terrorist might.
All the tourists that come down here to Fisherman's Wharf definitely would be a target.
You're a lot higher sense of alert. You're just looking for anything that doesn't fit.
Part of the job, says bosun's mate Bobby Merritt, is showing the flag.
Before we were just another boat. Now all of a sudden we've got a sense of national pride, and just you see that kicked up a lot.
They remain on call for boaters in trouble, but their new mission is part of the nation's new reality. Is this your bridge in a way?
Definitely. These boats are my boats. These waters out here are, part of my responsibility. That bridge that you see over there is part of my responsibility. Take it very seriously.
But no matter what they do, authorities acknowledge it's hard to protect a structure that's out in the open and open to all. Ed?
Thank you, John. Ground Zero wasn't the only part of New York that was devastated on 9/11. So in a very different way was the engine of American capitalism, Wall Street, which is located literally just around the corner from this site. Like so much of America, the stock market, which was already having its troubles, and the larger economy, has spent the last year struggling to recover. Economics correspondent Anthony Mason joins us from the New York Stock Exchange. Anthony?
Ed, the New York Stock Exchange delayed opening this morning until the memorial services were finished at Ground Zero. And then the usually bustling trading floor came to a complete standstill as the session began, first with 2 minutes of silence and later with the unveiling of a memorial plaque on the building's facade. Now, the stock market, you may recall, never opened on the 11th a year ago and would remain closed for 4 consecutive trading days, the longest shutdown since the Great Depression. And while you can't really see it yet down on the trading floor behind me, September 11th is going to have profound effects on the way the markets work here on Wall Street.
While clouds of dust covered Wall Street on September 11th, the New York Stock Exchange building somehow survived untouched. But to Stock Exchange Chairman Dick Grasso, it was clear.
The real target of the attack is what we do here each day, the free market process, which really is the proxy for America's political and economic freedom.
And so as the markets reopened 6 days later, Grasso realized even for the exchange, business could never be the same.
The important thing here, Ed, is that what the stock exchange has decided to do is effectively build and open a second trading floor, move it perhaps even outside of New York City to guard against any further attack. If this facility were damaged, that one could operate. Ed?
You're watching CBS News continuing coverage of 9/11, the day that changed America. One of the many casualties of that day, 9/11, is this very building from which we've been broadcasting all day. It is the Verizon building. Once it was in the shadows of the Twin Towers. But on 9/11, it was in their path as the towers fell. Joining us now is George Famulare, the building's operation manager for Verizon. George, what was that day like?
The day, it just went by so fast. The chaos, I don't hear sound, I don't remember any sound, but the people and just running.
Where were you when the planes hit?
When the first plane hit, I was in my office, and I thought we had a scaffold fall. And then I went outside and looked up, and I seen that there was a hole in the Trade Center. Somebody said it was a bomb, and I said, that's a funny place to be a bomb. You know, there's nothing coming out of the hole. At which time, a lot of people had vacated West Street and went onto West and went south towards Vesey. I never thought the buildings would come down, but we coached and coaxed them to come back into the building and then go north. While we were making everybody comfortable and keeping everybody comfortable as best we could, the second plane hit, and then they made a full-scale evacuation call.
Get everybody out of this building?
Get everybody out and head north. Once we were sure that we had everybody out, or we were pretty sure, we sent searches up throughout the whole building. When they came down and gave us the all clear, I told the vice president that I just needed to lock the place down.
That's the vice president of Verizon.
Vice president of Verizon Network Services. And I had to lock the place down.
Did you lose any people that day?
We didn't lose any in West Street. We evacuated probably 2,000 people, but we did lose 3 in the Trade Center.
One of the things that Verizon does is provide telephone service to Wall Street. How was that disrupted?
Well, the E911 system, fortunately we have redundant systems everywhere. We were able to reprocess and reroute the calls. And this building did process calls for a number of hours afterwards.
But there was some concern. Wall Street was closed for 3, I think maybe 4 days. There was some concern that when Wall Street opened up, if they would be able to handle all of those electronic transactions that go over phone lines.
Yeah, there was serious concern, but we put everything into place. The redundancy and the rerouting of the lines enabled us to get Wall Street back up and running.
And where would you say that you are today in this building, this company?
We're probably 12 to 15 months left worth of restoration work. We need new Con Ed service. We need to seal up the building. We got a long way to go.
I was on the other side over here, on the other side of that building, on the other side of the atrium, with some men who work in this area. And we were talking for a piece that we were doing on 60 Minutes. and a plane flew overhead. And every one of them, including me, looked up at that plane. And they said, you know, sometimes I'm sitting in my backyard and I hear a plane go over, and I'm taken right back to that day. You go through that at all down here?
No, you know, I have no recollection of sound that day other than the initial loud explosion that I heard when the first plane entered. But other than conversation, I don't hear fire engines, screaming. I don't hear any of that.
All of that noise that was here, all of the sirens, you didn't hear any of that?
It's either in my subconscious or not. It's gone. I have no recollection of it.
And what's your sense, George, when you come back and you look out here? That's where it was.
Yeah.
And it's all gone. I mean, you come down here to work every day. Most of us aren't in this neighborhood every day. What's it like for you coming here?
Well, for me, it's personal. For whatever reason, when the building started to fall and this building got hit and the ceiling collapsed on me in my office,
John?
I didn't get killed by the grace of God.
Different position of the light.
So coming back here, it's not just restoration. For me, it's almost like resurrection. It's personal. This is personal to me.
This will never leave you, I would think.
Never. Yeah.
George, thank you very much. We'll be back for continuing CBS News coverage of 9/11, the day that changed America.
This CBS News special report is part of our continuing coverage of 9/11, the day that changed America. From Ground Zero in New York, here is Dan Rather.
The devastating attacks of 1 year ago were the end of the Twin Towers, but they were also the beginning of a war unlike any other this nation has fought. The war on terrorism. In this half hour of our continuing CBS News coverage of the day that changed America, we have a live report on the U.S. military campaign in Afghanistan. We'll give you the latest on the Middle East and the possibility of a new war with Iraq. And we'll examine for you the most vexing question of this war: what became of Osama bin Laden? Despite its determined efforts, the U.S. military has so far been unable to corner or capture the man we are now certain was behind 9/11 attacks, Osama bin Laden. Yes, there are various reports, including a new one that surfaced today, that he may be dead, but no one can confirm that. Bin Laden remains the most hunted man in the world until and unless somebody can absolutely confirm that he is dead. CBS News national security correspondent David Martin has the latest on the hunt and the hunted. David?
Well, Dan, behind me and around the corner is the spot where American Airlines Flight 77 plowed into the Pentagon. And just off to my left, there is an anti-aircraft missile battery ready to shoot down any other airliner that tries to do the same thing. So you don't have to look very far to see that this is a country at war.
The war came to the Pentagon at 9:38 a.m., and Frank Probst saw it coming, straight at him.
I felt I was dead. I thought he was going to splat right on me. I dove on the ground, and I laid there. He went right over the top of me, and I looked up and saw the windows on the right side all go by. And the last thing I remember is that little tail going into the fireball.
This animation done by Purdue University shows how the 60-year-old structure of reinforced concrete sheared off the wings, which is why the Pentagon looked like it had been hit by a giant cleaver, not a plane. It was the explosion of the jet fuel which did the worst damage. Within minutes, Defense Secretary Rumsfeld was on the scene. Within hours, he was ordering his generals to draw up plans for striking Osama bin Laden. Notes taken by one of his aides show he said, "Want it better than in the past."
Want it better than in the past. What does that mean?
In the past, we tried to go after the Al-Qaeda and bin Laden with cruise missiles at times inside Afghanistan, and that this had to be something more than that.
Because obviously it hadn't worked.
Not the kind of effect you need to have on a group like this, that's correct.
This time, the U.S. military went after Al-Qaeda and the Taliban with everything from precision-guided bombs to paratroop raids to aircraft pumping out thousands of rounds a minute.
Ready.
Good shot.
Bin Laden was believed trapped in the mountains of Tora Bora under intense bombing, but he disappeared. The bombing has long since ended, and U.S. troops now go cave to cave and village to village, searching for the remnants of Al-Qaeda.
Right now, I believe there is some Al-Qaeda left in the area. There are small cells that operate in conjunction with others outside the country.
The latest sweep involves 1,000 paratroopers from the 82nd Airborne Division, but it is certainly not the last, since Pentagon officials say the war against Al-Qaeda is still closer to the beginning than the end.
And Dan, still no sign of Osama bin Laden. The last time the U.S. had a good fix on him was in December during the bombing of Tora Bora. The working assumption is that he is still alive because the prisoners that the U.S. has captured have said that the last time they saw him, he was alive. Some of them were with him in Tora Bora. And the highest-ranking prisoner, Abu Zubaydah, who was captured in March, says that he was working under the assumption at the time of his capture that bin Laden was still alive. But that's the kind of evidence the U.S. has to go on right now. Dan?
Martin, live at the Pentagon. Thanks again. Now we take you inside Afghanistan. Within weeks of the 9/11 attack, the United States launched its air campaign, followed by ground attacks on the Taliban fanatics who gave safe haven to Osama bin Laden and his Al-Qaeda followers. We all know what happened to the Taliban. It was removed from power. But that doesn't mean Afghanistan is now a land of peace. CBS's Lara Logan joins us live now with the latest from Kabul. Lara?
Well, Dan, as you know, the American forces here live with a constant threat of terror, and they're permanently on a high state of alert. So for them, the anniversary of September 11th had a particular resonance. It's the very reason they're here.
Last year, the U.S. Embassy in Kabul was merely an abandoned building. Today, U.S. troops stood proudly in the grounds and saluted their flag, showing how much has changed. The Stars and Stripes flew above a memorial stone where 2 pieces of wreckage from the World Trade Center lie buried.
Nowhere else in the world outside of the United States have the events of September 11th had a more profound impact than right here in Afghanistan.
The very presence of the USA is testament to that. Nowhere is that presence more intensely felt than at Bagram Air Base, the heart of the U.S. operations here. Soldiers went about their normal working day, determined to deny the terrorists another victory. But the mood was somber, and there were many heavy hearts so far away from home.
The day that the country is going to remember for the rest of our lives.
The terrorists who struck on 9/11 last year turned this soldier's birthday into a day of national mourning.
You know, I think of the thousands of lives that were lost that day and the people that were injured, and you know, and I think about what I'm doing here now. You know, I'm not going to say in honor of those people that lost their lives, but you know, helping pave the way so that doesn't happen, you know, to other people.
A solemn ceremony at the end of the day brought this bustling airbase to a complete halt. Soldiers stood to attention as the Stars and Stripes was lowered to half-staff, then bowed their heads for a moment of silence.
And for those of you who are here on this battlefield, you are the heroes and heroines today. It is you who relentlessly are taking this fight to the enemy. It is you to whom your nation owes its gratitude.
There were some reminders here today that Afghanistan remains a very dangerous place to be. 4 rockets were fired at an airfield that's used by U.S. Special Forces in the east of the country. And at Bagram, a lone gunman was apprehended after he fired shots at a guard tower on the base. Dan?
Lara, that being the case, or not, U.S. troops still moving, searching around Afghanistan, or are they, for at least this day, locked down?
No, they're not locked down at all. It was very much business as usual, and all the soldiers, all the officers we spoke to were very clear about that. They don't want to be handing any unnecessary victories to the terrorists. They told us, they said they want it to be business as usual. They want to minimize the impact that this has on their operations. So they're very much still active in the east of the country. That's particularly where Al-Qaeda is believed to be operating, and of course at Bagram, because it's the center of the operations here. So it was still very, very busy until until that ceremony, that moment at the end of the day, when there was a deathly hush on this normally bustling base, and that was quite moving. That was quite something.
Clara Logan, our CBS News correspondent, reporting live from Kabul, Afghanistan. Elsewhere around the world, the hunt goes on for other members of bin Laden's terror network. CBS News correspondent Richard Roth reports on the terror trail winding through Europe and how some al-Qaeda operatives, no one knows how many, have managed to elude their pursuers.
Among the students at Hamburg Technical University, Mohammed Atta had hardly been a standout. He called himself Mohammed El Amir, capable and diligent, studying urban planning, and like several of his classmates, a devout Muslim. Still, architecture professor Dietmar Machula has wondered if he somehow missed a clue. When Atta turned in the final draft of his thesis, a heading in Arabic was on the title page.
I asked him, Mohammed, what is it? You didn't before. Why?
It was an inscription to God of praise and thanks, routine, it turned out, on the work of Muslim students.
So the explanation for that was not that it could be a hint for what happened on September 11.
A year later in Germany's port city, where 3 of the 4 suicide hijackers conspired on their plan, authorities now know there were hints, such as money transfers through a German bank to Florida, where the hijackers learned to fly. Even the strange comment to a librarian by one of the men months before, a reference to the Twin Towers and the prediction thousands would die. But Machula, who feels he knew Atta well, is convinced that's only the benefit of hindsight.
Unbelievable that men can do something like that, and that especially a human being like Mohammed, who made this thesis, is able to do that. It's impossible.
And just as Mohammed Atta was unnoticed even by those who knew him, European security experts say al-Qaeda too is still virtually invisible in cities that offer ethnic camouflage for terrorists who are prepared to die. Despite more than 200 arrests in Europe the past year of suspects linked to al-Qaeda, Manfred Klink, director of Germany's national police, is convinced the threat remains high. There are still members of al-Qaeda throughout Europe, he says, fully in position to attack. Here in London, for instance, authorities now believe as many as 600 British-based Muslims spent time at al-Qaeda training camps. And while most have returned to Britain, many can't be traced. Terrorism experts say much of al-Qaeda's support structure in Europe, often linked to fundamentalist mosques, has hardly been touched. Security crackdowns haven't cut off the supply of cash or new recruits.
For every terrorist that's captured, another one is being recruited. So the terrorist well will never dry out.
European counterterrorism is more cooperative across the continent now and much more visible. But the only test of how successful it's become is the measure of what hasn't happened yet. Richard Roth, CBS News, London.
As a footnote to Richard's report, you may want to note that the Muslim heritage populations in many countries in Europe, Germany, Britain, Italy, and most especially France, is much larger than most Americans reckon. Well, in recent weeks, of course, President Bush and his chief advisors have spoken frequently and forcefully of opening another war. This one, the new war with Iraq. CBS's Mark Phillips is in Baghdad today with the view from the other side. Mark?
Yes, Dan. Well, there's much being heard here, of course, belligerent noises from Washington and to some extent from London. But I must say, in terms of the kinds of buildup that attacks on Iraq have had previously, this one, from this point of view at least, is very much perceived to be in its early stages. Interestingly, the talk of launching a next wave of the war on terror in Iraq is very much seen here in the context of the 9/11 attacks. There have been official pronouncements today describing the war on terror in its early stages, Afghanistan, and that kind of thing as very much a war described here, as I say, on Arabs and Muslims. Now the anniversary is being described here as an opportunity for the Bush administration to relaunch old grievances against Iraq. Here they're described as the manufacturer of the old saws of the production of weapons of mass destruction, chemical, biological, nuclear, that kind of thing, which of course the Iraqis are denying that they're doing. The issue centering, they hope, on the question of whether or not UN inspectors will be allowed back in. They are assuming, or insisting rather, that if inspectors are to come back in, it be part of some sort of comprehensive deal that lifts the 12 years of sanctions that haven't actually had too much of an effect on the local economy. But this is very much being described here as a way for the Bush administration, as described to the Iraqi people, a way from the Bush administration to distract the American public from troubles at home, troubles with corporate America and that kind of thing. I will say, though, that they're taking very much a two-pronged approach here, a good cop, bad cop, it's been described, approach to the effect of some members of the cabinet saying that if there is an attack, that Iraq will, of course, be defended, right here on the streets of Baghdad, for that matter, and calling for uprisings across the Arab world. We haven't heard the same kinds of belligerent talk we heard, for example, before the Gulf War. No promises of mothers of all battles or that kind of thing. But at the same time, there is a door being opened here for negotiations, I believe, with comments coming from Foreign Minister, for example, saying that this can be resolved at the UN level, that there's talking to be done before any of the shooting starts. Dan.
Mark Phillips reporting live from the Iraqi capital, Baghdad. The war on terrorism and the events that led up to it, including 9/11, have been receiving increasingly close scrutiny from those on Capitol Hill in Washington. And that includes our own man on Capitol Hill, CBS News chief Washington correspondent Bob Schieffer, who joins us now with a guest this afternoon. Bob?
Well, thank you, Dan. I'm with Senator Richard Shelby of Alabama, who, as you know, is the ranking Republican on the Senate Intelligence Committee that's been looking into all of this since 9/11. Senator Shelby was one of those who said in the very beginning, this is simply a failure of American intelligence. I would like to ask you, Senator, how's the investigation going? Do you know any more about what happened than you did at the beginning of this investigation?
Bob, that's a very good question, and I think a timely one. The joint investigation that the Senate and the House Intelligence Committees conducting has been slow to get off, but we're making some progress. The question that I ask all the time and ask myself, will we have enough time? Will we dig into all the problems and find the answers that we need to protect the people in the future? And I come up with an answer, maybe we don't. Maybe we don't have all the answers, and maybe we're going to need another investigation or others after we finish our job.
Well, now, in the beginning, your committee was talking about holding some open hearings, and those were postponed several times. Are you, in fact, going to be able to have open hearings before this Congress adjourns?
Our plans are next week, Bob, we'll have our first open hearings. We discussed that at a meeting between the four of us today, Congressman Goss, Senator Graham, Congresswoman Pelosi. This should be announced in just hours.
I was going to say, I think that's news here, that in fact you are going to have the hearings.
Absolutely, we're going to have them.
Who are you going to hear from?
Well, we hope to hear from Secretary of Defense, Don Rumsfeld, Secretary of State, Colin Powell, of course, in a public session, Director Tenet, Director Mueller, the FBI, and we're going to leave nothing unturned because I think the security and the functioning of our intelligence agencies is too important.
Do you think, Senator, from what you have learned so far, have you been able to determine whether this could have been prevented?
Well, Bob, this is hindsight. I believe some of it, if it hadn't been, maybe we couldn't prevent it all, but I believe we could have mitigated it. If, you know, you're privy to the Phoenix memo, to the Moussaoui case, and I'm sure there are other things that we don't know about yet that will come out had this information
Senator, I'm very
been
sorry.
used.
I'm told we have to wrap this up. Back to you, Dan.
Well, Bob, thank you very much, and our apologies. I want to underscore them to the Senator for having to break off so abruptly. That the long-running conflict between Israel and the Palestinian remains a kind of wild card in America's relations and conflicts in the Middle East and throughout the Muslim world. And we don't want to go through the afternoon without at least touching that chord. So let's get an update on the situation from CBS's David Hawkins in Tel Aviv. David?
Dan, much of the Arab world is incensed by what's going on here between Israelis and Palestinians and by the U.S.'s overwhelming support for Israel. But did America's role in the Arab-Israeli conflict have anything to do with the September 11th attack on America? In other words, did any of this lead to this? Israelis and Palestinians may not agree about much, but they agree about this.
Let me tell you, as a Palestinian, nothing justifies the horrific attacks of September 11th. Nothing whatsoever.
There is no justification for terror, ever, ever, no matter what you profess your cause to be.
The conflict here may not have been a cause of September 11th, but September 11th has certainly had an effect on the conflict. For the better or for the worse depends on who you talk to.
And my worry was, oh my God, oh my God. Now we will become the focus of everyone wanted to exploit September 11th to their benefits.
After September 11th, America woke up, and people now in Israel feel that we're not alone. We have this tremendous alliance with the greatest power on earth.
No longer held back by U.S. calls for restraint, Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon let loose Israel's military to wipe out the Palestinian terrorist infrastructure. After all, that's just what America was doing in Afghanistan.
9/11 was hijacked by Sharon, and he employed it to his agenda.
Overnight, Palestinian Authority President Yasser Arafat became Israel's Osama bin Laden. Palestinian terrorists clearly didn't get the message that for Americans, terrorism was no longer something that happens to somebody else or somewhere far from America's shores. After September 11th, anyone even tainted with terrorism was on the wrong side of the war. Dan?
David Hawkins reporting live from Israel. Joining us now from Washington to lend his perspective is a man who knows the Middle East as well as anyone in this country, our longtime analyst and CBS News consultant, Fuad Ajami. Professor Ajami, thank you for being with us this afternoon, as always. Here's the question.
Thank you, Dan.
For a long while, the U.S. government told us that enemy number one was Osama bin Laden. Then, for whatever reason, it shifted to enemy number one is Saddam Hussein. Overseas, there are people who say this is a classic case of bait and switch. Why should we not believe that?
I think that's a very wonderful way you put it, Dan, if I may say. I mean, that's a good description of this perspective abroad, that we have used the pain of September 11 as a warrant, if you will, for this new war in the Persian Gulf against our old nemesis, Saddam Hussein. But I think that's a false view of things. I think there's a connection. There may not be a smoking gun between September 11 and Saddam Hussein. Saddam Hussein didn't give us the terrors of September 11, but he is implicated in a very indirect way in these terrors that came our way on September 11. We must not forget that had it not been for these troops in Saudi Arabia that were monitoring Saddam Hussein and monitoring and enforcing the no-fly zone in southern Iraq, the Saudi realm would not have been radicalized, and Osama bin Laden wouldn't have had a brief against us. So these two are related.
Professor Ajami, someone who knows George Bush the elder well, said to me that George Bush I was very concerned that if we attack Iraq, that it will put incredible pressure on the monarchy in Saudi Arabia.
Right.
He wasn't suggesting that George Bush I doesn't want to attack Iraq. But whether that's true or not about George Bush I, what about the stability of the Saudi Arabian monarchy if we move with a new war against Saddam Hussein?
Dan, I think there is an industry that never sort of rests, which is to speculate about the stability of the Saudi realm, and to speculate about the stability of Jordan, and to speculate about the stability of Egypt, and worries that somehow or another that the Arab moderates will be swept aside, that they will be overthrown if we were to prosecute a war against Saddam Hussein. I don't share this view. The Saudi dynasty has been there since the middle years of the 18th century. The Hashemites in Jordan have been there since the early 1920s. The Arab states know how to stay in power. They know how to play the game. And I think they understand that just as they needed protection against Saddam Hussein about a decade or so ago in Desert Storm, that we, this time around, America has its own account in the lands of the Arab world, and that after the war against Al-Qaeda and the war against the Taliban, we have to go back to our old nemesis, the man in Baghdad. So these regimes will stay around. They know how to do it. I mean, they are masters at survival.
What about the theory, Professor Jami, that I've heard overseas, that a new war against Iraq is step one, and after that's successful, it will be a move by the United States, hopefully with its allies against Iran? Do you put any stock in that?
I put no stock in that at all, Dan. I think there is this fear in these regimes in the Arab world and in the Muslim world that, look, America is on a binge, that we are going to go against Saddam, and after we sack Saddam, what will be next? Will it be Iran? Will it be Syria? It will only be Saddam. And I think this administration, the Bush administration, has been very, very good on this. We are not a trigger-happy nation. There is no hunger in this country. There's no hunger in the military for a war against Iraq, let alone a war against Iran. Saddam is a case apart. And the message to the Syrians and to the Iranians and to others that even in a difficult region such as the Middle East, Saddam and Saddam alone is our target. I think that message has been sent to all these regimes quietly. Even though we speak of an axis of evil, it really is Saddam who is a case apart.
We're about out of time, and I'm looking for a one-word answer, as we always are on television. Any doubt in your mind that we are going to have a new war with Iraq?
I think it is not really if. I think, as the cliche has it, it's when. I think this is done.
Thank you. You're watching CBS News, continuing coverage of 9/11, the day that changed America. And for those of you still with us, some stations broke away for local news. Professor Jami, I'm sorry I had to sort of truncate that last sentence. What you were saying was, in your mind, there's no doubt that President Bush is going to launch a new war against Iraq. It's only a question of when.
Well, Dan, our president says he's a patient man and that the decision has not yet been made. And there are divisions even within the Bush administration because, as you appreciate, Secretary of State Powell speaks one way and the Vice President speaks another way. The final voice, of course, the final decision will belong to the president. And I think there is a conviction after September 11, 2001, that the tolerance for Saddam has really evaporated and that we have now really moved into the stage of wars of preemption, that we're not going to wait so that we would be violated on another September morning or October morning. So I think the logic has shifted and the war with Iraq is probably coming.
Professor Jami, a former head of the CIA said what we have now is World War IV.
Right.
That we had World War I in the 19-teens, World War II in the 1940s. We had World War III, the so-called Cold War, and we're now here in the first stage of the 21st century in World War IV. Do you agree with that assessment?
Is that Jim Woolsey by any chance?
Yes, it is.
Well, I like Jim Woolsey and I have tremendous appreciation of him. I share some of his view. I mean, I think we are now celebrating, it is, as we now say, 1 year. But it's also year one, if you will, to inverse these two words. It's year one of a long campaign against this Islamic radicalism. There is, from Indonesia to Morocco, there is this terror international, if you will, that hides behind religion. And Al-Qaeda is represented in something like 50 or 60 countries. It's a new kind of war, I think, to elaborate on what Jim Woolsey said. It's really a twilight war. It has no clear front lines. It's not quite war. It's not peace. It is these boys of September 11 and their likes who come at you by taking money from ATM machines, by going and checking in at Comfort Inns, as they did in Portland, Maine, by eating at the Pizza Hut and yet turning up and assaulting these towers and the Pentagon in Pennsylvania. So it's a new kind of war. It's a different kind of war. I like the term the twilight war. It's not quite war. It's not quite peace, but we are in it. And we are in it for a very long time. I think it really is only year one. And we will be doing it, I think, for many years to come.
What about the theory that Americans are pretty good at all-out war, but they're not very good at twilight wars?
Dan, I think you're right. That is the problem, not only for the United States, but for the democracies. We have to appreciate that the democracies in the world have to understand the nature of this new challenge. Because shortly after September 11, the French declared that they too were Americans. You may remember that. When Le Monde, the leading French daily, said, we're all Americans now. So people were sympathetic to us. And then the sympathies began to fade. So we have to stay the course, and we have to understand the nature of this new war.
Professor Fouad Ajami, always good to have you with us.
Thank you, Dan.
And now, more of our CBS News colleagues' thoughts and memories of that day 1 year ago. We're going to get to that as time goes along, but I do want to say to you that what's coming up this afternoon, once President Bush gets here to New York, the decision has to be made whether he can helicopter here to Ground Zero or whether he's going to have to come by some other mode, because the winds are up, and according to the Weather Bureau, the winds are going to continue to be pretty high and may even increase between now and, well, roughly the sunset period. So, Ed Bradley, there's this pause in the ceremonial and oratorical aspect of this day.
And I think it's a pause that may continue longer than we had expected because of this weather. I think some of this is from this, tell me, is from the hurricane, is that correct?
Yes, Gustav, which never became a full hurricane, tropical storm, sort of glanced off North Carolina, and it's part of what's causing these winds.
Just to give people an example of how strong these winds are, I've been watching people in the street who have leaned forward that much into the wind and have not toppled over. That's how strong the wind is. I don't see how the president comes down here in a helicopter. They're going to have to take him somewhere else and then drive him in, I would imagine.
Well, and that means that the whole schedule will slip a bit. No great loss. They had intended to have the president make his principal appearance here at a certain time, 5 o'clock Eastern time, but whether it's 5, 5:30, won't matter a lot. We'll be back with more of our CBS coverage in a moment.
This CBS News special report is part of our continuing coverage of 9/11, the day that changed America. From Ground Zero in New York, here is Dan Rather.
And this half hour in our CBS News continuing coverage of the first anniversary of the attacks on America, we begin turning our eyes to the future, to tasks such as using the hard lessons we have learned and defending this nation as best we can from future attacks, and to rebuilding what was so tragically lost on that clear blue Tuesday that was September 11th. And it may be worth remarking that if it had not been such a clear blue sky day, if it had been one of those days we often have in New York, cloudy, foggy, it may have been that the assassins in those planes could not have found their targets. Unfortunately, we will never know. We begin this half hour right here in New York City, which at this moment 1 year ago lay wounded and burning. Thousands were dead, including hundreds of police officers and firefighters who were first to respond to the disaster. Their comrades, those who survived, took away some cruel lessons about communication and cooperation. And since then, those in charge have been taking stock and taking some action, as Jim Axelrod reports.
Amid all the raw emotion of the last year, one of the toughest jobs for the New York police and fire departments was taking a stone-cold, sober look at how each responded to the 9/11 attacks.
We all do things today that if we had it to do over, we'd do differently, and that's the nature of human beings. So we wanted to learn lessons that will help us if, God forbid, something like this happens again.
Topping the list were problems with communication and cooperation. When the South Tower collapsed, NYPD officers were watching from a chopper. They radioed police in the North Tower to evacuate. Dozens of firefighters were working in there as well, but they couldn't hear the calls that saved so many police lives.
They had a better communication system. Their communications worked better than ours. They had a helicopter that was broadcasting, and our radios could not talk to that police helicopter.
No shared frequency and few, if any, shared resources. For instance, there were no firefighters in that police chopper assessing the situation. Years of rivalry and turf battles made that kind of cooperation unthinkable. That was then.
We now have fire chiefs in our helicopters whenever they want to.
But even if shared frequencies and resources had let firefighters eavesdrop on police orders to evacuate, it very well might not have been enough. For years, firefighters had complained their radios were unreliable in New York City's skyscrapers.
Third explosion after that? Yes, sir.
And while the department is now testing new radios and new ways to boost signals, a chief lesson of 9/11 might be the limits of technology in the concrete canyons of New York.
There's no magic radio that's going to perform 100% under every circumstance.
That's horrifying to hear. Horrifying to hear that he would put such a negative statement out there.
Monica Gabriel lost her husband Richard when the South Tower collapsed.
My husband was on the 78th floor.
She learned that even after the plane crashed into the tower, her husband was injured, but alive.
Recently found out a firefighter got up to the 78th floor. They were getting the evacuation of that floor ready.
But she says he never had a chance because of the radio problems. And what's worse, she says, the problems were no secret. Bad radios hindered rescue efforts 8 years before in the '93 World Trade Center bombing.
They did nothing to address the communications problems, so there were no lessons learned from '93. Because they didn't learn anything in '93, there was a bigger loss of life in 2001.
This time, both departments say, is different. When a fire broke out in a power substation this past summer, and the city briefly thought it might again be under attack, police and fire officials responded together, a first for New York City.
You can learn a lot from every catastrophe. We're learning a lot from this one.
A philosopher once said, those who forget history are condemned to repeat it. A year later, the New York City police and fire departments are determined to do neither. Jim Axelrod, CBS News, New York.
Since 9/11, we Americans have seen many changes in daily life. Many of those changes in the name of domestic security. So how much real difference have these changes made? 60 Minutes correspondent Steve Croft went looking for answers, beginning at the White House with Homeland Security Director Tom Ridge.
Are we safer now than we were on September 11th a year ago?
I think America is considerably safer. I think we are much better prepared, but I don't think there's any question that there is considerably more work that needs to be done.
Ridge is still waiting for the bill creating a Department of Homeland Security to get through Congress. The Border Patrol can't hire or keep enough people, nor can the Sky Marshal program. The Transportation Security Administration is facing deadlines for checking passengers and baggage that can't be met. And a congressionally mandated computerized entry-exit system to keep tabs on foreign visitors is still 3 years away.
Why does it take so long to do some of these things?
Clearly, the entry-exit system, that's a very high priority for Congress, a very high priority for the President. I think we'll get that done in the next couple of years, but the technology of that will take several years to ramp up.
But it's not just missed deadlines or slow technology. There are serious questions about policy. Airport screeners confiscate tweezers while cargo containers go largely uninspected. The government continues to rely on random searches to find terrorists at airports.
I think there's been a disproportionate reliance on random searches for the past couple of months. You can't treat every passenger the same. You can't treat every piece of luggage the same. You have to scrutinize them all, but depending, the level of scrutiny should depend on what you may know or don't know about that individual.
Do people from certain Middle Eastern countries that are visiting the United States and flying on domestic airlines present, in your mind, a greater risk?
The ethnic background of an individual has to be one of many, many characteristics. We don't like to use the word profiling in this country, and it's a good thing. However, if that factor in combination with a variety of other factors that terrorist experts could take a look at and say, we better subject this person to a little more scrutiny, I think that's the approach that we need to take.
Attorney General John Ashcroft's Justice Department has implemented some of the biggest changes since 9/11. The Immigration Service will finally require colleges to report if foreign students really show up for school. And the INS is being more restrictive about who enters the country. But it still doesn't have the people to enforce deportation orders for 320,000 aliens, or to even locate them. At the FBI, there are some 900 new special agents, and field agents have new powers to monitor suspects at religious and political gatherings. Attorney General Ashcroft has ordered a wartime reorganization to make sure the kind of FBI intelligence failures that contributed to September 11th won't happen again.
I've personally liberated FBI agents to do things that
county sheriffs and highway patrolmen and constables and police officers have been able to do for a long time in terms of discovering evidence in the public. We've developed new channels for the information at the FBI with fail-safe mechanisms, if you will, so that if it hits a wall at one place, it's also considered somewhere else. To those who scare peace-loving people with phantoms of lost liberty, my message is this: your tactics only aid terrorists.
Last December, the Attorney General showed little regard for people who criticize his anti-terror tactics. But since then, a series of federal court cases have ruled security policies such as withholding the names of detainees and holding secret deportation hearings are unconstitutional.
One judge on the Sixth Court of Appeals said, democracies die behind closed doors.
Well, very frankly, democracy is under attack. We're at war. We're not going to provide our enemy with information about which or who of his operatives, individuals we may or may not have in custody.
Ashcroft insists he hasn't gone overboard.
There is no security for security's sake. The object of our security is the freedom of the American people. So I tell the people in the department, think outside the box, think of new ways to do things, but never think outside the Constitution.
At the White House, Homeland Security Director Tom Ridge says there is no tactic or policy that will guarantee total security.
Can you seal up every hole? Can you eliminate every vulnerability?
It's very unlikely that we'll ever be able, no, I won't say it's unlikely. We'll never be able to say the system is perfect, it's impregnable, nobody can get through. We have to work toward that goal on a theory of managing the risk, but we'll never develop a perfect, fail-safe, guaranteed system.
CBS News coverage of 9/11, the day that changed America, continues in 1 minute, so stay here with us.
I pray you'll be our eyes and watch us where we go
and help us to be wise in times when we don't know. Let this be our when we lose our way.
Guide us through each day.
Lead us to a place.
Guide us with your grace. Give us faith so we'll be saved.
Most Americans know how the Twin Towers collapsed. We've all seen the pictures which even now bring a catch to the throat. The man we're about to speak with knows why they fell. Gene Corley is a structural engineer who headed the government investigation into the collapse, and he's here with some insight into what might prevent this kind of destruction in the future. Mr. Corley, the buildings came down in under 2 hours. It took almost 7 years to build them. What caused them to collapse that way? Was it the impact of the planes or was it the fire?
Well, the planes impacted them and did a lot of damage, but neither of the impacts was enough to bring the building down immediately. It was the fire that followed that weakened the remaining steel and reduced the strength enough that they finally collapsed.
Now, I'm told that there's some kind of retardant that's put around steel and the beams in a building to protect it against fire, and that some of that was blown off in the impact of the two planes. Is that correct?
That's correct. When we reviewed the photographs of the buildings as the fire was burning, we could see clear evidence that a lot of the fireproofing had been knocked off. And once it's knocked off, it no longer provides the protection, and that hastens the time at which a building weakens so it falls down.
Would any amount of fire retardant have saved those buildings?
Well, I think it's possible that if there had been enough on it, and if it had not been knocked off by the impact, that they might have even stood up under the fire that followed.
And what about the clustering of the stairwells? 5 of the 6 stairwells in the 2 buildings were taken out by the impact and then the subsequent fire. Is that a problem, a safety problem? Have we learned anything from that by clustering stairwells that way?
Yes, I think we've learned a lot from that. Under normal circumstances, the locations of the stairwells were certainly logical. But under the circumstance of the attack by aircraft, all but one of the stairs was completely knocked out, we believe. Therefore, people could not get down from up above where the aircraft hit.
These buildings were completed in 1973.
Yes.
Is there anything that could have been done at that time that was not done?
I think from what people knew at that time, everything was done that should have been done. In retrospect, after 2001, there are some things that we might do differently in the future, but prior to that, well, such things as moving the stairwells out so they're further apart in a building. Also providing fireproofing materials that stick to the steel better and can sustain the impact better. There's some other things like the protection around the stairwells. In this case, we have eyewitness accounts that the walls of the stairwells were knocked into the stairwells and did not hang on to the frame as well as they might have if they'd have been attached differently.
They had wallboard in some cases around part of it.
That's correct. All of the stairwells in the towers had wallboard around.
You wouldn't do that today if you were building this?
Well, the wallboard's okay. What should be done differently in the future is that it should be attached differently so that the impact doesn't knock the wallboard down and jam the stairwells.
Mr. Corley, thank you very much for joining us. Dan?
I want to note that some of the families of victims, rightly or wrongly, are convinced that we still don't know all we should know about the construction of the Twin Towers. And that'll be a developing story as time goes along. We've seen how much this place, this 16-acre site in the downtown heart of New York City, changed on 9/11. Now, after the ruins and the remembrances, comes the rebuilding. But what will rise here? Mika Brzezinski joins us with a look at how the city and its people are wrestling with that very question. Mika?
Well, Dan, I'm coming to you from St. Paul's Chapel, which, even though it's just feet from ground zero, it was virtually unscathed by the attack on America 1 year ago. But the 16-acre area where the towers once stood used to generate up to $50 billion into New York City's economy. It now brings forward mourners, memorial services, and also controversy over what to build there. The World Trade Towers had been twin exclamation points in a skyline of greatness. Now, what remains of this hallowed ground is a 16-acre hole in the heart of New York's business district. And everybody has an opinion on how to fill it.
Put those things right back up. The same silver color, the same architect, the same angle.
Since the towers were destroyed, the Lower Manhattan Development Corporation has been tasked with rebuilding the site, approving designs, and supervising construction. Last week, the LMDC held one of many public hearings.
We need a skyline that does justice to the wonderful people we lost, and once again causes our spirits to soar. Our living memorial, our new World Trade Center towers must be at least 111 stories tall.
With 6 plans for the Trade Center site already rejected flatly by victims' family members and by public officials, LMDC Chairman John Whitehead recognizes the challenge ahead.
What's the possibility that everybody will be happy once this process is over?
I suppose 0 if you talk about every single individual. I believe our job is to build something that meets their needs and still have a beautiful, inspiring place.
A leading spokesman for the families, Monica Eichen, who lost her husband in the attack, is lobbying hard to keep commercialism out of the rebuilding process.
I think that's sending a more powerful message to the world that's watching everything we're doing by saying we respect the human loss of life, that we value that more than the dollars.
An opinion reflected by former New York City Mayor Rudolph Giuliani.
And the memorial should be a living memorial. It should be a library, a museum, a grand edifice that contributes to the skyline of the city.
Larry Silverstein, the man who holds the long-term lease to the Twin Towers, agrees there should be a memorial. But he says commercial revitalization in the heart of the city is just as important.
In my judgment, it would be a tragedy of tragedies to give the terrorists that victory and not rebuild.
Final designs for the memorial are about 2 years away, and it's likely to be a decade, Dan, before New York City's skyline reflects the tribute to those who were lost. Dan.
Miko, stick with me for a second, if you will. That, you know, as a personal opinion, I loved it when they had the 2 searchlight beams going far up into the sky for a while at night. Any thought given to reinstituting that and making something permanent at night?
You know, a lot of people have asked me about that as well, and that was the question I had for some of the people behind the mission to try and rebuild Ground Zero. It's a thought. Another thought is to have some sort of structure that goes up 80, 90 stories, and then perhaps a grate that goes up all the way as high as the World Trade Towers once stood, perhaps then lit up at night from that actual grate area. So the building would not go as high as the towers once stood, but there would be some sort of structure that represented the symbol of the World Trade Towers as it stood a year ago.
Yeah, Dan, there were a lot of people in this neighborhood who liked the lights, and they were willing to live with them for a limited period of time, but said that you have to understand that as beautiful as this is, it makes it impossible for us to live here.
Good point. Well, this day is a milestone in America's recovery from the attacks of last September 11th, a single milestone on a long, dangerous road. It's the end of a year. It is not the end of our mourning and not nearly the end of the war. Many Americans would prefer to ignore this anniversary, and that's understandable. The pain is still too real for a lot of people. For those of us who lived through that day, the words 9/11 will always evoke memories of the horror. With time, the date will recede into the calendar, and the attack on America will take its place on the timeline of our history, not as 9/11, but as September 11th, 2001. Since that date, some 4 million Americans have been born. For them, for their generation, and for generations to come, it is a day they will learn about from their parents and grandparents, read about in school, and just as they choose, watch hour after hour of video recordings of what has been called the most documented event in history. They will see that America's freedom was challenged and was endangered as never before. We can only hope that they will also see that America met the challenge, that America refused to allow the threat of terror to force this land of the Pilgrim's pride, land where our fathers and mothers died, to live in terror. If so, this generation will have, in the words of our Constitution, secured the blessings of liberty for ourselves and our posterity. Now, if you will, a look back at how this morning America chose to remember for the first time the anniversary of September 11th, 2001.
I came down here to the area of Ground Zero, and I once again felt some of the tremendous anger that I feel about the attack that took place on us and the loss of a lot of my friends and a lot of people that that we're still feeling the effect of on their families.
Again today, we are a nation that mourns. Again today, we take into our hearts and minds those who perished on this site 1 year ago, and also those who came to toil in the rubble to bring order out of chaos, and those who throughout these 12 months have struggled to help us make sense of our despair. Now we join with our fellow Americans in a minute of silence, led by President George W. Bush, from the south lawn of the White House in Washington.
I don't remember the last time I told him that I loved him. I would give anything to go back to the morning of September 11th and tell him how much I appreciate everything he's done for me. You were the best father I could ever ask for. I miss you, and I hope you didn't hurt too much. Love, Marianne.
Kevin Francis Cleary.
James D. Clear.
Jeffrey W. Cloud.
Susan Marie Klein.
Stephen Coakley.
Jeffrey Allen Cole.
Patricia A. Cody.
Daniel Michael Coffey.
Jason M. Coffey.
The enemies who struck us are determined, and they're resourceful. They will not be stopped by a sense of decency or a hint of conscience, but they will be stopped.
You're watching CBS News, continuing coverage of 9/11, the day that changed America. And here now are more of our CBS News colleagues, some of the best reporters in the world, and their vivid recollections of the day that changed America.
I think I'm an optimist. I was raised to be optimistic. I was raised to believe that God is good. I believe that on September 10th. I believe that on September 12th. Many people, I'm sure, will remember 9/11 for all that went wrong, because there was plenty that did. But for me, I remember 9/11 most for what went right. The firefighter who had a wife at home who could very easily have stayed inside where it was safe, made the choice to go back outside to help someone else. I remember seeing people on the street after the tower had fallen helping the injured off the ground when they didn't have to do that. I remember later in the day when husbands and wives and children started to arrive with the pictures in their hand of their loved ones. You know, a lot of us try and define what love means, but for me that was love. When all the evidence suggested that your loved one most likely was dead, these people showed up with their pictures, believing in with all they had that their husband, their daughter, their wife had made it out alive. For me, that was powerful. That's how you define love, when you believe despite what all the evidence shows you. So for me, I remember September 11, 2001, for all those good moments, when people were decent to each other, when race didn't matter, when people chose to try and protect others and not worry about their own safety. There was evil that day, but there was tremendous good.
In the dust, all over the streets, were these images, literally images, pictures that had been on people's desks in the World Trade Center, computer printouts, appointment books, pictures of their children from Christmas and the holidays, private, personal things. I picked up some of them to get some idea. I felt I was intruding. I felt, yes, I'm a reporter and a producer, but I felt I was intruding on someone's life, and I didn't have the right to be touching these things. I put them back down in the street. Later, other news organizations did stories about this debris from people's personal lives that they had found in the streets. that day I was so overwhelmed and shocked that I didn't feel I had a right to touch them anymore, so I left them.
They eventually shut off the Capitol, but it was a scene of just panic all around. No one knew what was going on. The police ran through the building telling everybody to get out. There was just total confusion there. Senators, congressional aides were sort of wandering around the Capitol grounds, not knowing exactly what was going on, what was happening. The Senate chaplain was leading one group on the lawn in prayers. It was the most unusual scene that I've ever witnessed in Washington. Later that night, the most remarkable scene of all, the Senate and House leadership had decided that they simply had to get the Congress back into session the following day to demonstrate to whoever had done this that they could not bring the U.S. government to a halt. And so they met, they decided to bring the Congress into session after that, and that night, in sort of a show of solidarity, about 300 members of the House and Senate all gathered on the steps of the Senate to announce that they would be in session the following day. Somehow spontaneously, I've talked to so many of them, nobody knows why or how it happened, but they just spontaneously broke into singing "God Bless America." I have never, in all my years in Washington, seen a scene like that. These veteran members of Congress with tears coming down their face, singing "God Bless America" on the steps of the Capitol. It was just remarkable.
The remembrances of our CBS News reporters. Now, for some of you, your local news is next. For the rest of you, our special CBS News coverage of 9/11, the day that changed America, will continue right away.
CBS News coverage of 9/11, the day that changed America, continues. From Ground Zero in New York, here is Dan Rather.
Good afternoon from New York City. America's attention returns here to Ground Zero, where President Bush is due to arrive later this afternoon. He's on his way now to place a wreath at the spot where just over 2,800 people died 1 year ago today. Most of them, but not all of them, are fellow Americans. Top developments at this hour here in New York, in Washington, in rural Pennsylvania, and across the nation. It's been a day of solemn and emotional remembrances and the giving of honor. Here at Ground Zero, the day began with a moment of silence at 8:46 a.m., the time when the first hijacked plane struck the North Tower of the World Trade Center. A mournful tune by Bach broke the silence. Then former Mayor Rudolph Giuliani began the recitation of the names of the 2,801 people missing and dead in the World Trade Center attack. The reading took more than 2.5 hours. While it went on, a stream of relatives walked down to a circle, the circle of honor, marked off at the bottom of Ground Zero, amid clouds of dust kicked up by a swirling north wind. They left flowers and remembrances at the deepest part of the Ground Zero pit. President and Mrs. Bush observed a moment of silence at 8:46 a.m. on the south lawn of the White House. Then later in the morning, the president took a determined and even defiant tone speaking at the Pentagon, where 184 people were killed in the crash of a hijacked plane. The president said they did not die in vain.
What happened to our nation on a September day set in motion the first great struggle of a new century. The enemies who struck us are determined, and they're resourceful. They will not be stopped by a sense of decency or a hint of conscience, but they will be stopped.
From there, the President and First Lady flew to Shanksville, Pennsylvania, to honor the passengers who died aboard United Airlines Flight 93. They greeted relatives of those who fought back against the murderers and forced that plane down, probably averting another attack on Washington, possibly the crashing of the plane into the Capitol. Within the next hour, the President now will be here at Ground Zero in New York. Later this evening, he will address the nation from Ellis Island in New York Harbor, with the Statue of Liberty as a backdrop. That'll be at 9/8 Central Time. With the nation still officially on high alert for terrorist attacks, a high alert put on yesterday, a Northwest Airlines jet was diverted today after a report that 3 passengers were, quote, acting suspiciously and had locked themselves in a bathroom. Police and firefighters surrounded the plane at Fort Smith, Arkansas, and passengers were taken off the aircraft. The FBI is investigating, but so far not saying much. In Washington, federal officials did say they don't believe this was a terrorist incident. And in Houston this afternoon, an American Airlines jet returned to the airport shortly after taking off for Dallas because of what was described as a, quote, security incident on board. Federal officials later said it appeared to be a case of, quote, an unruly passenger. 2 people were taken into custody there at Houston. And the closing bell sounded just moments ago at the New York Stock Exchange in Wall Street, just a few blocks from here at Ground Zero, rung by members of stock market families who lost loved ones last 9/11. The nation's biggest exchange was only temporarily shut down by the attacks a year ago. CBS News business correspondent Anthony Mason is live at the stock exchange this afternoon. Anthony?
Dan, the markets could not muster a rally today. The Dow was off modestly by about 25 points. But in many ways, like the rest of us, Wall Street just wanted to get through this day. No one was quite sure what this anniversary would bring, except, of course, for some very painful memories. The stock exchange felt it was important for business to go on as usual, but there was a very real sense of sadness in this building as traders stopped to remember the day that Wall Street was darkened by clouds of debris and the markets were brought to a standstill. The New York Stock Exchange delayed its opening until noon today and began its session with 2 minutes of silence that stilled the usually bustling capital of capitalism. New York City police officer Daniel Rodriguez broke the silence with the national anthem. A year ago today, the opening bell never rang on the trading floor, and the markets would remain closed for 4 consecutive trading days, the longest shutdown since the Great Depression. That's why a plaque was placed outside the exchange today, and why the opening bell this September 11th was greeted with applause. Now, September 11th is going to have lasting effects on the way business is done here on Wall Street. The New York Stock Exchange has decided to build a second trading floor. Now, that will mean that half of the traders and half of the stocks on the floor behind me will be moved to a second facility, possibly outside of New York City. That way, if either site is attacked, the second site would be able to remain up and running. Now, this will take 5 years, but the New York Stock Exchange, effectively, Dan, is going to be split in 2.
Anthony Mason, thanks. Joining us again now live here in New York is the former New York City Police Commissioner, Bernard Perrick, a man who was in the eye of the storm last September 11th and in the days that followed. And with me still, of course, is our CBS News correspondent, 60 Minutes man, Ed Bradley. Commissioner, thanks for coming back.
Thank you.
As you've gone through this day, what's been running through your head and heart?
I think about last year. I think about that morning. Think about the families. I saw a number of the family members of the 23 cops that we lost this morning, what they have to go through, what they've gone through over the last year. The kids without fathers. Maura Smith, the only female police officer. She had a small daughter, about a 3 or 4 year old daughter. She no longer has a mother. I guess today that's what I've thought about the most.
Commissioner, there were reports, I mean, in the first moments and hours and in the first days, there was tremendous solidarity and teamwork between the police and firefighters. As days wore on into weeks, there began to be reports of friction between the two, and sometimes we could see it on television. They were trying to break police lines, that sort of thing. Put that in perspective for us. How serious was that?
You know what, Dan? I don't think it was that serious. It was frustration. It was fatigue. People have to remember these guys, the men and women that were down there on the recovery teams, they were working 12 hours a day. We would sign them off duty and they would stay on for another 6 to 8 hours and try to work through the night on their own time. It was, I guess it was battle fatigue. You know, there was high frustration levels. We were, the effort to get these people out of there, if they may have been stuck in voids, if they may have been stuck in areas where we could get to them, That's what we were concerned with. Was there competition between the police and fire departments? Absolutely. There has been for years. I don't think it was as much friction as it was just a competitive desire to get the job done.
The new police commissioner, your successor, Ray Kelly, a very experienced law enforcement officer, has made it very clear that he's pouring resources into intelligence and other anti-terrorist activities. Now, why am I not to believe, or not to believe, that this is a signal to second-story men, safe crackers, pickpockets, all kinds of other criminals say, I think New York might be a pretty good happy hunting ground for me, since they have their eye on terrorism and their resources pointed there.
No, I think there's a couple issues. One, we have to pour the resources that we need into the intelligence communities, into the investigative abilities. We have to make sure we do that. If we don't do that, these people are going to come back, and there'll be another attack, and we won't see it coming, just like we did not see this coming. We have to do that. But at the same time, by creating an intelligence clearinghouse, by making sure that the federal government is talking to the 660,000 police officers around the country, that will give us additional crime-fighting tools. So I'd give a word to the wise, to the criminals. This isn't going to deplete the criminal investigative ability of New York City police officers. It may just enhance it.
Commissioner, we hope you'll stick around with us for the rest of this half hour. I want to talk to you some more as time goes along. CBS News correspondent Byron Pitts was on the scene when the events of last September 11th unfolded, and he is here at Ground Zero again today, watching the events of this anniversary. Byron?
Well, Dan, for weeks now, New York's Mayor Bloomberg said he wanted a service that was, quote, simple and powerful. Today was certainly that. With the somber sound of bagpipes, police officers marching the streets of New York's 5 boroughs, 250 strong, bound for Ground Zero. Once here, the songs of ceremony and sadness replaced with silence. A moment of silence at 8:46 a.m. To mark that moment, a jet became a missile, and America went to war.
Again today, we are a nation that mourns. Again today, we take into our hearts and minds those who perished on this site 1 year ago.
New York's mayor spoke. The governor read Lincoln's Gettysburg Address.
The world will little note nor long remember what we say here, but it can never forget what they did here.
And then the names.
Richard Avery Aronoff.
The names of all 2,801 men and women, sons and daughters, killed on this day in this place 1 year ago today. At 9:03, all stood still and went silent once more, marking the moment a second plane hit the World Trade Center. At Ground Zero, there was no singing, no long speeches, just names and silence. Loved ones left roses at the bottom of the pit at a place called the Circle of Honor. On this day, a hole 7 stories deep seemed holy, and a teenage girl who had lost her stepfather spoke with a woman's wisdom that only comes through loss.
In my eyes, he's died a hero. And how much more could you ask for?
This morning, Dan, you described the scene here as biblical. Many of the relatives we spoke with said it was exactly that. They came here, they cried, they prayed, they remembered. Dan.
Thanks. When news of the attack on New York first reached Washington a year ago, it shocked the capital to its roots, of course, but it also brought people together in a way that in other circumstances might have seemed unlikely. CBS News Chief Washington correspondent Bob Schieffer joins us now with a case in point. Bob, tell us about it.
Well, Dan, when it all happened, most people up here thought at the beginning that it was an accident. I think that's what most people everywhere thought. When the second plane hit, then they knew it was not an accident, it was some sort of a terrorist act. And as that morning wore on, if I look just across my shoulder here, just back over there, we could see the smoke coming out of the Pentagon. By then, there was a report that another plane was heading here. It was complete and total bedlam. A lot of people don't know this, but the First Lady, Laura Bush, was here on Capitol Hill. In fact, she was about 50 feet from where I'm standing here in the building I'm in, just down the hall from Senator Ted Kennedy's office. She was going to appear before his committee that morning to talk about education. Yesterday, I sat down with Senator Kennedy, and he talked about those first hours.
Well, it was a very special day because Mrs. Bush was about to make her first appearance on the Hill. My wife Vicki called up and said that a plane had hit one of the World Towers, and shortly after that I heard about the second plane striking it, and then of course we immediately canceled the hearing, and I started walking down the corridor, and there she came by herself with her aides 20 or 30 feet behind her, and that scene sort of sticks with me. There was a person of strength, there was a person of perseverance. She had clearly heard the news, but she was very composed, and I think those qualities reflected themselves afterwards when 5 or 10 minutes after that she appeared before the members of the press, and she gave just a wonderful, warm statement, and it was sort of the first words that I think the country heard. They're very reassuring, they're very strong, and I think she made a very important impression and contribution to the spirit of America. And after she left, the word was out to evacuate the buildings, and we went to the park that was just outside, and here you see the senators and staff circling around, and we were really out of contact. We couldn't call anyone in our office. I remember having this sense of enormous vulnerability and sort of rage, cascading different emotions at the time. Didn't have a great deal of time to sort of think what you were going to do next, but you certainly had the string of emotions. It was sort of America at its best. It's, you know, the flag in many respects never flew higher than it did from those kinds of emotions, and I think the resonance of that is still out there.
And it was, of course, while Mrs. Bush was here on Capitol Hill that the president, who by that time was in Florida, was able to talk to her for the first time. I talked actually to the president about this sometime later. He said, after he was assured that his wife was all right, he said the first thing he asked her was, are the dogs okay? And she assured him that they were, that they'd been taken down into the bunker below the White House. Quite a day. Back to you, Ed Bradley.
Thanks, Bob Schieffer in Washington. Right next to Ground Zero is a small church that dates back to the American Revolution, St. Paul's Chapel. And ever since the attacks, it's been a refuge for emergency workers, and it's been a shrine to the victims of September 11th. CBS's Mika Brzezinski is live at St. Paul's Chapel. Mika?
Well, Ed, St. Paul's Chapel is celebrating the volunteer spirit today because it is here where hundreds of recovery workers ate and slept for 9 long months as they worked at Ground Zero. And many of them came back today to relive the strength and the spirit that they found here.
Family members and rescue workers flocked to St. Paul's this morning. Yet again, the chapel serving as a beacon for thousands. Ground Zero worker Pat Pinson put muscle into the recovery effort, but needed this place to mend his broken heart.
It was a place you can go and relax and just get away from the noise and the stink. It was, sorry.
The chapel has stood through world wars, major fires, and 1 year ago today, the attack on America. It was a miracle among the horrors of 9/11.
The fact that it survived, I was first amazed. I didn't believe that it did survive, and I came down, I had to see it for myself, and they automatically just started putting things together and setting up for us. They never gave any thought to how close they came to being destroyed.
For 9 months, St. Paul's was a haven for recovery workers. Here, they slept, prayed, and ate. Some pews are still scarred from their equipment, intentionally left as a reminder of this chapel's role in history. This canine rescue unit out of Pennsylvania remembers St. Paul's as their pillar of strength.
The dogs would read off of us. We were becoming depressed. And the dogs then became depressed because we were. So we had to leave to get psyched up again, to go back in.
We came and we rested and we became nourished, not just physically, but spiritually as well.
Now, the mementos that you see on the wall behind me will be removed, but officials at St. Paul's tell me that every single one will be archived and saved. Ed.
Commissioner, did you ever become depressed the same way that those workers did, seeing this day in and day out?
Honestly, Ed, I don't think I became depressed. There was times I thought about it and I was saddened, but I don't think I had time to be depressed. We didn't have much time off. And in one sense, the rescue workers, the people that were down there on a daily basis, the cops and firemen, and the people that came from all over this country, from around the world, the American Red Cross, the Salvation Army, these people really were an inspiration to me. So I think they did more to help me and help the city than they did to depress me or give me a sense of depression.
You had a lot of volunteers down here as well.
You had volunteers that they started coming in on that day within hours. I noticed about 2:30 in the morning, that was September 12th. When I got to Ground Zero, we had people from Washington, D.C. that had come up, people from North Carolina. They were coming from all over the country, and as the first 3 or 4 days went on, and you have to realize we didn't have airplanes at that time, we didn't have flights coming out of airports. These people were driving in from all over the country. There were volunteers from all over this nation.
May I ask you how you heard about this? Where were you, and what was the first thing that you were told? Because when I heard it, someone said a small plane had accidentally hit the North Tower.
I was in my office, and one of my staff members came in and said that a plane had hit Tower 1, and they were excited. The people in my office was excited, and I basically said, calm down, relax. It's, you know, there's tragedies in this city every day. I thought it was a small aircraft until I went to my office and my conference room and I saw the damage to the building. And then I said, who said it was a plane? And they said, well, that's what the aviation, the NYPD's pilots are saying. And I had my doubts at that time, but I responded. I was at the scene when the second plane hit Tower 2, and then I realized what was happening.
Commissioner Carrick, thank you very much. The 9/11 hijackers may have been motivated by anti-American hatred, but their terrible deeds were fueled by money. And even now, a year later, there's no guarantee that the flow of terrorist cash has been cut off. Jim Stewart in Washington has been following the al-Qaeda money trail. Jim?
Ed, there's no question that U.S. authorities have made tremendous progress in taking a bite out of al-Qaeda's wallet as well as discouraging future contributions. But the flip side to all of that is that al-Qaeda has always worked on the cheap. Less than 3 weeks after the Twin Towers came down, the FBI was stunned to discover that Osama bin Laden's terrorist organization had pulled the whole thing off for less than $500,000, or about $160 per victim. Agents could even itemize the tab. $49,500 for airline tickets, many flew first class, of course, $39,500 for flight lessons, $6,100 for rental cars, and another $6,100 for hotels, and on and on. And being the good, dutiful employees that they were, hijackers Mohammed Atta and Waleed al-Shiri had even wired $15,000 in unused funds back to al-Qaeda for future operations. Ever since that discovery, disrupting al-Qaeda's finances has been a top priority for U.S. officials who see the terrorist group as a cash-hungry corporation.
The infrastructure itself of terrorism, al-Qaeda itself, needs a lot of money to keep going. And if we can whittle away on that, they're going to be a lot less capable as an organization.
They needed cash to maintain the 5 training camps in Afghanistan. They needed cash for the weapons and explosives and cash to travel. They even had a payroll to meet, all in cash. Most of that came initially from bin Laden's personal fortune, estimated at between $30 million and $300 million. Later, Arab charities funneled hundreds of millions more in. To date, the U.S. has identified more than 10,000 accounts and individuals tied to al-Qaeda finances and frozen more than $112 million in assets worldwide.
Well, we know that we've had a good deal of success. We know from various sources, which we're not really at liberty to discuss specifically, that al-Qaeda is strapped for cash.
Strapped maybe, but not broke. Jose Padilla, the American suspected of scouting for al-Qaeda here, was given $10,000 in cash for his trip. And a suicide attack against a synagogue in Tunisia after 9/11 was also paid for in cash. More troublesome, al-Qaeda's chief financial ministers, the men who know where the money is hidden, are still missing. All that presumes, however, that al-Qaeda is dependent on cash more than anything else to stay in business. The reality, however, is that its most valuable asset may not be money at all, but rather something they seem to have an endless supply of, which is young men who are willing to die for the cause. And Ed, we should also point out that the Associated Press has just moved a story from Afghanistan, quoting U.S. officials as saying that they have captured a top financier in the al-Qaeda or Taliban networks. They don't identify the man by name. They say, however, he was a significant target, so we'll be looking for more details on that later. Ed?
Jim, do you know if people that they've picked up in the past, have they been able to get information from them? Are they talking, in other words?
Well, they are talking, but they're not answering very many questions about finances. There are a few anecdotal things that we can look at. You may remember there was a giant military operation called Anaconda in the midst of the war. After that, several Taliban groups dispersed, and it is reported that several of them were handed small amounts of money at that time. And finally, there was the recent interview on Al Jazeera. You may recall that one of the men there, Ramzi bin al-Shibh, a key figurehead in the 9/11 plot, was said to have been working on 3 laptop computers and having an array of cell phones going off around him at the time. So presumably they have at least walking around money. Where they're getting it, however, is just not clear, Ed.
So, Jim, today we don't know where the funding is coming from. How difficult is it to track it?
It's very difficult to track it because so much of it in the past came from a sum of money that bin Laden had personal control over, and also came from charitable organizations where, frankly, people thought they were giving to charities over there, and it was going to al-Qaeda, Ed.
Jim, thank you very much. You are watching continuing CBS News coverage of 9/11, the day that changed America. President Bush has arrived in New York after marking this anniversary earlier today at first the Pentagon and then in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. His motorcade is due here shortly. CBS News Chief White House correspondent John Roberts is across Ground Zero from me. John?
Good afternoon to you, Ed. For President Bush, this is going to be the last stop in what has been a long day of mourning and tributes that for him began just after first light.
President Bush first attended an early morning service at St. John's Church in Washington, beginning what Mr. Bush described would be a day of tears, prayer, and national resolve. For him, the day will culminate tonight with an address to the nation, in which the president will reflect on what we have lost, what we have learned, and what lies ahead. From St. John's, the president moved back to the White House, the flag at half-mast wearing a flag pin inscribed September 11th, 2001 to September 11th, 2002, he led hundreds of White House employees in a moment of silence to mark that place in history where the first plane hit the World Trade Center. Across the Potomac, Mr. Bush paid tribute to the 184 people who died in the attack on the Pentagon. Wearing the mantle of Commander-in-Chief, he declared, while those people died in tragedy, they did not die in vain.
What happened to our nation on a September day set in motion the first great struggle of a new century. The enemies who struck us are determined, and they're resourceful. They will not be stopped by a sense of decency or a hint of conscience, but they will be stopped.
Making his way to Ground Zero, President Bush also stopped in Shanksville to honor what the president has described as the first counterattack of the first war of the 21st century. There were no speeches, only somber reflection for the brave souls whose selfless sacrifice saved untold lives, and words of comfort for those the 40 heroes left behind.
When President Bush arrives here at Ground Zero in about 15 minutes' time, he'll do 2 things. He'll lay a wreath at the makeshift memorial in what is now known as the Pit, and he will also lay a stone which is inscribed with the presidential seal and the words, "Every life taken here, every act of valor performed here, the nation holds in honored memory." And the president is also carrying with him a memento that was given to him in the days following September the 11th when he visited the Jacob Javits Center and talked to the families of firefighters, Port Authority, and New York City police officers who were killed in the collapse of the World Trade Center towers. By the mother of one Port Authority police officer, he was given this officer's badge. You might remember that on September 20th last year, when he addressed Congress, President Bush held up that badge, and he's carrying it with him today.
John, you were watching this from afar last year at 9/11. What strikes you about being at Ground Zero today, having spent the entire day there?
Well, watching what happened in New York from afar, but certainly watching what was happening in Washington from close up. When the Pentagon was hit, and we thought that either the White House or the Capitol was going to be a target. But Ed, from where we were, even though you could see the pictures on television, it was impossible to grasp the enormity of what was happening. And I was one of few people at CBS who actually had no desire to come down and see what was then known as the pile, the ruins of the two World Trade Center towers, sitting smoking in what is now the pit behind me. I'd seen disaster the world over. I'd seen the results of earthquakes in Turkey, the results of wars, and at that point, I didn't feel a personal need to come and see it here at home. But the one thing that you could not grasp, and this is what the president has said as well, that until you got right down to Ground Zero, you just had no idea how bad it really was.
Thank you, John Roberts. Commissioner, let me ask you, what is the one memory from that day that sticks with you?
Ed, I think I guess over time there'll be 1,000 memories, but I guess in reflection, the people jumping from the buildings as I arrived at the scene, Flight 175 as it exploded over top of me and my staff, and I guess most importantly, the faces of the family members that were in the police headquarters auditorium that I had to go back to that evening and tell them that their loved ones were missing.
Briefly, do you think that this city has changed?
I think the city's changed. I think the entire country has changed. We've been transformed in a number of different ways. We have to prepare for the future, and I think that's what the city's doing.
Commissioner Carrick, thank you very much for being with us this afternoon here at Ground Zero. Thanks.
CBS News coverage of 9/11, the day that changed America, continues.
Good afternoon from Ground Zero in New York. I'm Ed Bradley. We are awaiting the arrival of President Bush for wreath laying in memory of the just over 2,800 people who died here a year ago. Earlier here in New York, there was a touching ceremony at Ground Zero where more than 2,800 people died when the World Trade Center came under attack. Let's take a look now at some highlights from this morning's solemn commemoration in downtown Manhattan. Well, we've lost our signal there. We wanted to show you some of what went on this morning. I think if I had to recall one memory from everything that happened today, it was the reading of the names. I thought it would take an hour and 15 minutes. It took well over 2 hours to read every single name of the people who were killed at that day. Let's see if we can bring up the videotape now and take a look at some of the highlights from this morning's memorial service.
Again today, we are a nation that mourns. Again today, we take into our hearts and minds those who perished on this site 1 year ago. Now we join with our fellow Americans in a minute of silence, led by President George W. Bush from the South Lawn of the White House in Washington. Governor George E. Pataki.
77 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. But in a larger sense, we cannot dedicate, we cannot consecrate, we cannot hallow this ground. The brave men, living and dead, who struggled here, have consecrated it far beyond our poor powers to add or detract. The world will little note nor long remember what we say here, but it can never forget what they did here.
They were our neighbors, our husbands, our children, our sisters, our brothers, and our wives. They were our countrymen and our friends. They were us. Mayor Rudolph W. Giuliani.
Edelmiro Abad. Maria Rose Abad. Andrew Anthony Abadi. Vincent Abadi. Lawrence Christopher Abel.
Walter Barron.
Gerard A. Barbara.
Paul Vincent Barbaro.
James William Barbella.
Ivan Kyrillos F. Barbosa.
Colleen Ann Barkow.
Davo Michael Barkway.
Matthew Barnes.
Sheila Patricia Barnes.
Evan J. Barron.
Renee Barrett Arjun.
Natalie Barrios La Cruz.
Mary Catherine Bofa.
Nicholas Andrew Bogdan.
Darren Christopher Bohan.
Lawrence Francis Boisseau.
Taro Coleman.
Liam Joseph Colhoun.
Robert D. Collin.
Robert J. Cole.
Gene Collin.
Michael F. Lynch.
Vincent S. Morello.
Takashi Ogawa.
May God bless the victims. We love you all. May God bless America.
Order! Home! We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just power from the consent of the governed. And for the support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor.
Perhaps we just want to sit here for a moment and think about particularly that last scene in the Circle of Honor in the pit here at Ground Zero. Now, the events of a year ago are burned so deeply into all of our minds. The men and women of CBS News who reported the awful news of that day and the days that follow look back now to remember the day that changed America.
Just about that time, the first tower began to collapse. And you look like the building's falling down.
There was a screaming of metal. It was the sound of steel on steel.
Your eyes are drawn up to the top of the building, and the top of the building just began to peel off and fall down.
The back of the building bowed out, it bellied out, and almost like jello. It was a liquidy, can you believe it? A concrete building actually seemed liquidy, blew out, and then started to melt its way down.
And for me, it was all happening in slow motion. I mean, I still remember the sound. I still remember the pace at which the building, parts of the building began to fall.
It seemed like slow motion standing there. You could almost see the pressure explode each floor as it went. And there was this sound of metal on metal and glass on glass, and the best way I can describe it, it was just a screaming sound.
People were jumping, and I remember hearing screams from the crowd below as this building fell on top of them. And I just stood there. I couldn't move. Everyone started running, and I just was sort of memorizing what I was seeing and trying to believe it, and I don't think my brain would let me believe it.
All of that I see in slow motion still to this day. But again, it was, what, 900 feet up? And while they looked relatively small from the ground, the pieces of this building, it was a couple of floors worth of concrete that was coming down right where we were.
And then you start hearing debris hit the ground. And it gets louder, and it gets closer. Still seems to be in slow motion. And then at some point, you realize that objects that you once stood next to, or that you could see, were now being hit.
Our correspondents remembering. Although the focus this afternoon has been on Ground Zero here in Lower Manhattan, the truth is families throughout the greater New York City area are remembering the loved ones they lost on that day. Randall Pinkston joins us now from Middletown, New Jersey, just across the river. Randall?
Dan, just a few hours ago, I looked across the street and saw what appeared to be a normal scene, children who were going to recess. And then I recall that nothing here is normal. 19 of those children lost their parents a year ago. St. Mary's Roman Catholic Church lost 26 parishioners. And this county, Monmouth County, lost 158 people, more than any other county in New Jersey. Clearly, the people here are searching for a new normal. And some of them are finding it by leaning on each other, the victims themselves. After all, no one understands better the loss of a parent or a spouse or a child than someone who shares the experience.
It's excruciatingly painful. It brings you back to that day and that time period, which was a living nightmare.
Mindy Kleinberg's husband, Alan, was one of the victims of the World Trade Center attacks. In the years since his death, she's found support from 3 other women who also lost their husbands that day.
And it isn't just September 11th, because September 12th we were looking for them, September 13th we were looking for them, September 14th, then all of the memories are going to come flooding back.
Memories of the life she shared with her husband Kenneth and their 2 children. Lori and Mindy decided to go to Ground Zero today. Kristen Breitweiser chose to stay away.
Maybe when they have a memorial park or something, I would take my daughter. But I don't really feel the need to go there.
Nor does Patricia Casaza, who is still grieving for her husband John.
There was a prayer circle on the 105th floor that day, and I know my husband was in that circle, and I know he would have been leading his coworkers through a circle of faith.
Want to have
These women found each other through the fog of despair this past year, and they found a common mission.
We're asking for an independent investigation. We want to know what happened the 24 hours that made up September 11th. We don't think the questions have been answered.
They organized rallies,
Senator Clinton from New York.
visited the White House, and lobbied Congress,
We hope that we can just spend some time with you and talk.
Absolutely. My time.
looking for answers.
Our biggest question, we spend $500 billion on national defense. Tell us one thing that, as a country, we did in a defensive posture on the morning of September 11th.
The point is, out of that day, okay, let's look at the failures, not so that we could say you did badly and you did poorly, but so we could prevent this from happening again.
Just as the women have drawn strength from each other, their children have also grown close.
I have this guy right here and that guy right there, and then my friends and my mom, of course. They tell me, like, that we're gonna make it, even though my father didn't. We're just gonna live through this.
Lori Van Auken's daughter Sarah wrote a song about losing her father.
Daddy, are you there?
While Patty Casaza's son John drew a tribute to his dad, a Superman emblem over the World Trade Center, kryptonite on the suicide jet.
When I was a little kid, I always thought my dad was like Superman, and he only had like one weakness, which was the kryptonite, and that plane was the kryptonite crashing into Superman.
Bye, guy.
Out of broken families, there are new, strong bonds and new understanding of the importance of ordinary things.
Something my son said, you know, stuck with me. He didn't get up to say goodbye to his father the morning of the 11th. So we make sure now that we always say goodbye, I love you, and, you know, give hugs and kisses before we walk out the door, because you really don't know.
Give me programming and ear.
Now, from New Jersey, here back live at Ground Zero, President Bush has just gotten out of his helicopter, and despite winds in the 35 gusting to about 45-mile-an-hour range, they flew the helicopter in. The president has entered the presidential limousine and will now be motored to have a look around Ground Zero, including this circle of honor down on the pit at the heart, in the marrow of Ground Zero. Now, the president is not expected to say anything here. That the president's, the next time he's scheduled to speak, or let us say make any formal speech, will be tonight at 9 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock Central. That's when President Bush will be speaking live to the nation from Ellis Island with the Statue of Liberty as a backdrop. Right now, he's simply being motorcaded from his helicopter to Ground Zero, where he can pay his respects. As we like to remind ourselves from time to time as Americans, the American presidency, by constitutional command, the president is both the head of state and the head of government. Whereas in Great Britain, the Queen or the King is head of state, and the Prime Minister is head of government. In our system, the two are combined with the president. So the president does things such as the ceremonial rituals, very important ceremonial rituals such as those today, and is expected in his oratory to speak to the ethos of the country as head of state. He also has to make those tough decisions as head of government, such as whether to start a new war in Iraq, for that matter. Ed Bradley, something occurred to me when Randall Pinkston was in his report talking to the widows. One, it occurs to me, it's tough. It's really tough to be widowed in the way these women, most of them young women, still young women, have been. The other was that I remember that 9/11, I knew that people were jumping from the buildings. But one, I couldn't bring myself to report it. It was a form of self-censorship, if you will. And two, like so many things that happened that day, it was just so almost incredible. Although I knew it was confirmed, double confirmed, triple confirmed, something within me said, you know, I just can't believe that's true.
I heard in the film that will be rebroadcast, the two French brothers made following that one fire company. They're tracing the route of a Proby, a rookie fireman that day. One of the firemen said, in listening, every time they turned or they heard that noise, they knew that sound, and they were inside the World Trade Center with the cameras at, that was another person who had jumped. And one of them turned to the other one and he just said, what could be so bad, just think of this, up there, that it would cause someone to jump?
Well, now we know what could be so bad. It was literally that towering inferno. And those people had the choice. I stand here, I stay here, and I die painfully, horribly burned, or I leap to my death. And some made the second decision, and frankly, who are we to question it?
It's a tough choice. It's a choice no one wants to have to face, and too many had to face it that day.
Our CBS News coverage of the day that changed America will continue in just a moment. Well, President Bush, having flown to New York from Shanksville, Pennsylvania, then gotten in a helicopter, been helicoptered to the general vicinity of Ground Zero, has now been motorcaded to the pit. What you see now is the live picture of the president arriving in this area, and what he will see is the Circle of Honor. That's a big circle where families of victims each place a single flower today, which will be made into a mosaic as a lasting memorial to the victims. And the president will see all around him how almost amazingly much of this area of Manhattan has been rebuilt, but he will also see how much there is still to do. Keep in mind that so much damage was done below ground. Remember that the falling, collapsing towers speared deep into the ground and did much destruction underground. You see here in our live picture, the honor guard formed across the walkway for the president to walk into the pit. He himself will walk into the pit, lay a wreath, his second of the day, and then he will mingle with victims' families for a good while here in Lower Manhattan. Watching with me all of this is Ed Bradley and our senior White House correspondent, John Roberts. John?
Came here to New York City to witness the World Trade Center. September 14th, I believe, was the date. The president said that he just could not have been prepared by any of his aides for what he saw here. He described it as a living nightmare. And it's also the place where it could be said that the president found his voice in the early going after September 11th. You might recall that on the day that the towers collapsed and the Pentagon was hit and Flight 93 went down, there was some concern about why the president didn't come right back to Washington, that he may have been somewhat halting in his first response, why he flew to Nebraska and then came back to Washington. But there was that scene where he was there with all of the firefighters and the rescue workers, and there was that crushed fire truck there. And the president hadn't planned to say anything that day, but he climbed up on top of that fire truck and he was handed a megaphone, and all of the chanting began, and the firefighters and the rescue workers were chanting, USA, 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 and some were saying, Mr. President, don't you forget this, don't you ever let us down. And the president was having a little bit of a problem hearing, and someone said, we can't hear you. And he picked it up and he said, I hear you, the world hears you, and pretty soon the people who did this are going to hear from us. And Dan, that is probably the most memorable moment, and here it is.
I can hear you, the rest of the world hears you, and the people
A pivotal moment in the days following September the 11th, and certainly the world and the people who perpetrated this horrible crime did hear from him. As to how this has touched the president personally, he likes to say that it really hasn't changed him, although you'll see that he sports a few more gray hairs than he did a year ago. Probably the typical wearing of the office, as so many presidents have experienced before. But First Lady Laura Bush said the other day that this has indeed changed him. It's made him into a much more serious person. This is just about all he thinks about each and every day. Since September 11th of last year, the president has given no fewer than 200 speeches. And at almost every one, Dan, this is the first topic that he discusses.
John Roberts, you may want to consider the words of an anonymous ancient Greek, 5th century BC, who said, "We have a deathless yearning for these dead, an immortal yearning in our mortal bodies for these people." And so it is today, as the president makes his way to the Circle of Honor down in the pit. Some of our stations will be cutting away for local news, others will be sticking with us. You are watching continuing CBS News coverage of 9/11, the day that changed America. Live from the cusp of the pit in Ground Zero, you're watching as President Bush makes his way to the pit to lay a wreath, as I said before, his second of the day. Watching with us all of this, CBS News correspondent Byron Pitts. Byron?
Dan, it has been an incredibly moving day here. I was struck by having been at Ground Zero on September 11th a year ago. We watched all that debris float to the ground. This morning I was struck by all the things that were floating up from the ground because of the wind. There was that moment that you talked about when a gust of wind stirred up the dust and it covered the crowd, and there was some concern about the well-being of the family members who were there. I talked to a woman named Peggy Gabarini. Her brother is a lieutenant for the New York City Fire Department, one of those who died. She said that moment when that cloud of dust covered the Ground Zero, covered the pit, that she felt great comfort that the people around her who had also lost loved ones in this place felt that same sense of comfort by that cloud of dust. It reminded them, they said, that perhaps their loved ones at that moment were with them, watching over them at this place where so many died. Dan?
CBS News senior Washington correspondent Bob Schieffer. Bob, there is that unwritten law of politics that those who control the images control the agenda. And certainly today, understandably in our system, and it would have been this way with a Republican or Democratic president, the president and the White House have controlled the agenda. When you think about it, there have been very few members of the legislative branch of Congress seen or heard this day.
Well, they've all been here. They have been in the Senate. There was a memorial service. There will be a service here at 5:30 this afternoon on the steps of the Senate. But I think this really is as it should be, Dan, because this hasn't been a day when we've been following the president around. This is a day when we've been going from Ground Zero at almost holy ground there to the Pentagon where that other plane hit, and then up into Shanksville. I think it's very appropriate that the president should have visited all of those sites today. I agree with what John Roberts said just a while ago. When the president came to Ground Zero and he picked up that bullhorn and told those workers, "I hear you and the whole world hears you," it was at that moment, I think, that the president who had been elected president actually became the leader of the country. When I interviewed the president for my forthcoming book, he told me that he took great strength from what he saw when he came to Ground Zero that day. And you'll recall in those days, it was not just a case of confusion in getting the government organized. The president had some very, very difficult decisions to make during those hours after the attack on 9/11. He told me that the most difficult decision he had to make was when he talked to the vice president and authorized the military to shoot down a civilian airliner if they determined that it was an airliner that the terrorists were trying to turn into another weapon and crash into another building. He told me, he said, you don't make that kind of a decision very lightly, and he said, I must tell you, I still think of it every single day. Thank goodness that was a decision that never had to be ordered. These were very difficult days in the hour after 9/11. I think it is very appropriate, Dan, that we go back and visit all of these sites today and see the president doing it, because as you said in the beginning, the president of the United States is not just the head of the government, he's the head of state. That means he represents us all, and so today he represents us at each of these places.
Back at New York's Ground Zero Live, we just wanted to pause for a moment and let you absorb this scene while we do the same. For some of you, your local news is next. The rest of you, our special CBS News coverage of 9/11, the day that changed America, continues.
CBS News coverage of 9/11, the day that changed America, continues. From Ground Zero in New York, here is Dan Rather.
Good afternoon. We are remembering, we are honoring, and we're looking forward. President Bush has just arrived here at Ground Zero in New York, where he's about to lay a wreath in memory of the 2,800 plus people who died here 1 year ago today. The president will also be meeting with family members gathered here, as he did earlier in the day around the Pentagon in Washington and then later around Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Tonight, the president addresses the nation from Ellis Island with that great lady, the Statue of Liberty, as his background. That'll be at 9/8 Eastern Time. Now the president, hand in hand with the First Lady, walks the long walk into the pit. You heard the present arms. Let's pause, listen closely, and see if we can hear the footsteps. Ed Bradley, it's remarkable in a city this size at this time of day. It's rare you will hear, well, rare you will have that kind of silence.
It is remarkable listening to it. Looking at those people who are lining the ramp down to the Circle of Honor. Most of them are what they call in the trade uniforms. Uniformed officers. There are a handful of civilians in there. I saw some white hats who had worked at the Ground Zero site there. Most of them are members of the NYPD, the police department, the fire department. There are state troopers there, members of the Port Authority, uniformed members of the New York Port Authority, which ran the Trade Center, which controls the bridges and the airports in this city and also in Newark. And as I said, just a handful of civilians who were wearing the white hat going down towards that Circle of Honor. You could hear a pin drop down there, it's so quiet.
Again, Ed, let's just watch for at least a few moments. The wind is up and the shadows lengthen as President and First Lady Bush come to the wreath.
I'm on a doubler on a 600mm lens. Can you just try not to bounce I'm out of bounds. Thank you. Can you not stand here, please? Hey, Bill?
Now, after laying the wreath, the President, man to man, man to woman, man to children, goes down the line of the families of victims. It still catches in the throat to say it. 2,801 known dead at this one site. They died in just a short while that morning of 9/11. You know, here as he's been doing all day and doing so, well, there's no other word, I think, magnificently well, the President is offering condolences to families. He did it in Pennsylvania, he did it earlier at the Pentagon, now he's doing it here in New York. Words of encouragement, and yes, words of resolve. And just as he has mixed those things in his public oratory, he does so in these little personal words, paragraphs, little short things that he says to these family members. And one of the things the president emphasizes, yes, he gives condolences, his sympathies, his encouragement. When I spoke, he also passes along resolve. It's, as I understand it, pretty much in the spirit of something that the late Mahatma Gandhi said, that, quote, throughout the history of mankind, there have been murderers and tyrants. And while it may seem momentarily that they have the upper hand, they have always fallen, always, quote, unquote. Now, some of you will have your local news next. For the rest of you, our CBS News coverage of 9/11, the day that changed America, will continue.
Live and on your side, this is News Channel 7 at 5.
From bells ringing across the Carolinas to bagpipes wailing at Ground Zero, America is stopping today 1 year after terrorists attacked the United States. Tonight, 9/11 remembered.
Crabtree live tonight from Spartanburg's Barnett Park.
Hi, Tom, and I'm Pamela Graham. 1 year ago today, we watched in horror as terrorists struck American soil.
Pam, this evening here at Barnett Park, hundreds of school children will be filling the stage of the Zimmerly Amphitheater here for a production that is called Reach for the Stars. It'll be highlighting positive character traits like friendship and loyalty that became even more important after last September 11th. This morning here at this same park, hundreds of people gathered before going to work or to school for an event called Always Remember, as shown by News Channel 7 photojournalist Tommy Colonis.
We believe in our Bill of Rights, and we believe together in a nation of the people, by the people, and for the people.
I was honored to MC this morning's event. As we talk, the adjustments for the PA system, the stage preparation for tonight's ceremony is taking place. There are services planned all over the upstate this evening. Amy Wood is standing by at Municipal Stadium in Greenville to tell us what will be happening there. Amy?
Tom and Pam, we have so much going on here at Greenville Municipal Stadium in just a couple of hours. We're about 2.5 hours away from the beginning of the special ceremony that's planned here, a candlelight vigil. And you'll take a look over in this section of the bleachers here. You can see that there are chairs set up and roped off that are going to be for volunteers, people that went to New York and Washington and served. Also members of the military will be seated there, and EMS workers, rescue workers locally who come to our aid each and every day. Those are our kind of dignitaries that we'll be honoring here this evening. Also, they will be doing something rather extraordinary later in the program as it continues this evening. Behind me at the pet ice cream sign, you will later on tonight see two beams of light that will shoot up into the sky, symbolizing, of course, the towers that we lost in New York with all of those precious people inside. Again, that's probably going to be one of the most moving moments as God Bless the USA is sung in this stadium. Again, it's a free event. It will be just a moving occasion, a chance for Greenvillians to certainly honor what is definitely a difficult day. News Channel 7 is live in Greenville.
All right, Amy, thank you for that. Meantime, in Anderson, the Electric City Leathernecks are holding a memorial service at the Anderson County Memorial Monument right now. The group is part of the Marine Corps League. That's a brotherhood of Marines whose purpose is to help promote patriotism. Today's event in Anderson will include music by the T.L. Hanna Brass Ensemble, and well, there will be skydivers as well. The Brotherhood of Firefighters is certainly very strong on this special day in our history, and today fire departments across the Carolinas joined with others around the country to pay tribute to the firefighters who were killed in the World Trade Center collapse. At the fire station in Inman, firefighters in full dress uniform stood at attention as the bells were chimed in sets of 3. First at 10:05, the time the first tower collapsed at the World Trade Center, and again to mark when the second tower fell at 10:28. The chimes sound when a firefighter dies, and today's ceremony is a tribute to the 343 members of the Fire Department of New York who died in the terror attacks. And children in Spartanburg were patriotic at the Liberty Garden, doing their part to honor the victims of September 11th. The Liberty Garden links Spartanburg Regional Hospital and the Wofford College campus. This walking trail and park cost $400,000, funded by private donations. Many more events going on at area churches tonight. This being Wednesday night, of course, that's always a big church night for our area. Very near where I stand right now, First Baptist Church in downtown Spartanburg is holding a special service and also a dinner for our hometown heroes, our firefighters, police, emergency personnel. Virtually every church that holds a Wednesday service, Wednesday night service, is doing something similar in nature. So many honors for our local heroes as well, and remembering those who fell on September 11th. Pam, more coming up in just a few minutes.
Thank you, Tom. Well, many of you remember what happened on September 11th down to the hour, the minute, sometimes even the second. Clemson's Pershing Rifles conducted 4 21-gun salutes, each marking critical moments of 9/11. The shots they fired went off at the exact time each plane crashed. It sent a chill and a sense of sadness through campus as some stopped afterward to listen to the sound of taps. Traffic was down at GSP today. In fact, 2 regularly scheduled flights were canceled because of low demand. A GSP spokesperson says so far all of the flights have departed and arrived without any problems. Flights to the New York area, which usually hold 40 to 50 passengers, carried less than a dozen today. However, we did find several air travelers who say they had no problems getting through security checkpoints.
It's just another day for me to fly, so I'm confident in our security and in my God, so I'm ready.
We thought it would be a less busy day and possibly like almost safer because of the coincidence. So no concerns. Okay. It's a good day to fly.
A year ago today, flights across the country were grounded by 10 o'clock in the morning. The first flight to leave GSP wasn't until Thursday afternoon on September 13th. September 11th forced all of us to question our own safety here at home, probably for the very first time. And a lot has changed in response to the terrorist attacks. Capitol reporter Robert Kittle shows us what the state has done and is doing to make us safer.
Though hundreds of miles from South Carolina, the terrorist attacks of September 11th radically changed law enforcement work in the state.
We were on a battlefield on September the 10th. We are now, and we will be for the foreseeable future.
Retired Army General Steve Siegfried is now the state's Homeland Security Director, a position that didn't exist before. Training to respond to an attack has greatly intensified, and a state law enforcement division is getting more equipment to look for and deal with bombs, chemical or biological weapons. The National Guard was already setting up a special response team, and it's now trained and certified. State lawmakers passed the South Carolina Homeland Security Act, which gives law enforcement new tools to try to catch.
It's taken 6 weeks to repair the system. The servers were all in here and they were all fine.
All fine, yes. I thought just no power.
Lee and his colleagues hauled the servers back down the 23 stories. In 3 days, they were up and running.
These are what hold the keys to the financial kingdom.
It's a more tightly guarded kingdom now. Dick Grasso says it has to be.
With 9/11 as a benchmark, you now step back and say, what happens if?
As the stock exchange imagined the most horrific scenarios, Grasso came to one critical question.
Should we build a second facility that operates each and every day in a geographic separation that if, God forbid, we were to be hit here and we were to all perish, our colleagues at the alternative site would move on?
A second trading floor. Grasso decided conditions now demanded. Half of this operation would have to move.
We would literally take half the stocks and move them to that separate location.
That's right, half the stocks and half the floor traders would be relocated, effectively splitting the exchange in two. In your view, does it matter whether the second location is in New York City or outside of it?
Well, from an emotional standpoint, and certainly from the point of view of a New Yorker, I'd rather have it in the city of New York.
But the New York Stock Exchange may soon be forced to move beyond New York.
A second trading floor could be more secure outside the city, perhaps upstate or in New Jersey. A decision on the site is expected soon, and the stock exchange plans to build the new trading floor within 5 years. Dan?
Anthony Mason live at the New York Stock Exchange. In the days after the 9/11 attacks, Congress set up a fund to compensate families of the victims and at the same time protect the airlines from a flood of lawsuits that could put them out of business. But a year later, CBS's Richard Schlesinger reports there's been no rush to apply for the money.
Monica Gabriel, a widow for 1 year today, has voluntarily turned her back on anywhere from several $100,000 to several $1 million. Money from the deep pockets of a federal government fund set up to help families of September 11th victims.
I don't need the fund. I will live in a tent before I take the fund.
She speaks softly but echoes the voices of other families who are shying away from the largest government fund of its type ever established. The money is awarded tax-free, but only after some strings are attached, including a requirement that recipients give up the right to sue anyone except the terrorists themselves.
For me, it's a shut-up fund.
It's a what?
Shut-up fund.
Shut-up fund. What does that mean?
You take the money. You don't have any recourse in the courts to get answers, and hopefully you just go away.
Congress set up the fund just after the attacks as part of a move approving loan guarantees for the airlines and protecting them from huge lawsuits. So far, the fund has received fewer than 700 applications and a pile of complaints about the size of the payouts and those restrictions on lawsuits. The man in charge is Special Master Kenneth Feinberg.
Do you think more people would participate if they did not have to give up the right to sue?
No, I don't think the right to sue really has much to do with this. This has to do with personal grief.
So who gets how much? Congress set up a complex formula that considers a victim's potential lifetime earnings plus pain and suffering minus the amount of money families receive from life insurance and other benefits.
The average that they're saying on TV that families will receive is 1.8 million, and we'll probably receive between 1/4 to 1/3 of that amount.
That's where I work, all the way up there, going up.
Michelle Nieves' father was a restaurant worker at Windows on the World on the top floor of the Trade Center. They were a happy family that just scraped by on his salary. She is angry about the amount of money her family is likely to get from the fund compared to the high-dollar, white-collar people who worked in the same building.
I feel insulted. I feel like you're devaluing my father's life as compared to another individual's life. Yeah, that's insulting my father's life.
Social Security is based on economic wherewithal. Medicare is based on differing economic circumstances. But it's a rare program where economic distinctions are not brought into play.
Despite their misgivings, the Nieves family has had to apply to the compensation fund for one very simple reason.
My mom has nothing. A lawsuit is going to take between 10 to 15 years, so we cannot maintain ourselves for 15 years.
The Nieveses have no real choice, and that sadly makes them ideal candidates for the fund, which offers money quickly to people who can't take the time or the risk or the pain of suing. Richard Schlesinger, CBS News, New York.
Just as the attack on Pearl Harbor in 1941 ushered the United States into World War II, the attacks of 2001 ignited America's war on terror, starting in Afghanistan. The U.S. military and its Afghan allies made short work of the Taliban, removing it from power, but they still pursue the elusive remnants of al-Qaeda. CBS's Lara Logan reports tonight from Kabul. Lara?
Good evening, Dan. Well, tonight, the 82nd Airborne Division are claiming a victory in the fight against terrorism. They say they've arrested a top leader who's allied with al-Qaeda and the Taliban. Now, this news comes just as American soldiers here were marking the first anniversary of September 11th. As the lone bugle sounded the retreat, a solemn hush fell over the assembled soldiers here. But this was not just a day of remembrance. The coalition forces commander asked his soldiers to work even harder.
The war is not over. Without doubt, we're winning, but we do not have it won.
Today they were working, anxious to show the terrorists they could not disrupt their mission.
It's the right thing for us to be here.
1 year ago, Air Force Reserve Captain Mark Givens watched in horror from a neighboring office building as the World Trade Centers collapsed. 4 hours later, he was back on active duty, waiting to evacuate the wounded to hospitals outside New York. But the wounded never came.
I think sadness overwhelmed us all. We had hoped that there would be more casualties because that means people would have survived. And it was a very surreal moment. I can remember thinking in my mind, is this real? Is this not real? Is this real? Is this not real? And as the days wore on and we realized there would be no survivors, it set in that this is real. And then we all had to accept the fact that over 3,000 people were killed in that tragedy.
A fact that keeps these forces going day after day. Living conditions here in Afghanistan are extremely difficult, but when you're talking to US soldiers, you don't hear them complaining. They know exactly why they're here, and they believe that what they're doing is crucial in the fight against terrorism. Dan?
Lara Logan, CBS News correspondent, reporting live tonight from Kabul, Afghanistan. Thanks. The 9/11 anniversary was marked around the world today with speeches and memorials, and with many less conventional events, like the thousands who formed a human stars and stripes on the beach in Brisbane, Australia. Twin spires of blue light shone on the River Seine in Paris, an echo of the Towers of Light memorial that shone over Lower Manhattan earlier this year. CBS News correspondent Tom Fenton has more about this.
It's not just America that remembers, the world remembers. Citizens from 91 nations lost their lives in the Twin Towers.
It's like feeling that you're not safe anywhere in the world, and that makes you very depressed.
And in the months that followed, as al-Qaeda operatives were arrested across Europe and bomb plots were uncovered as far away as Singapore, the threat of terror was felt around the world.
It was as if not just America was attacked, but it was some basic foundations of modern world were attacked.
That shared sense of outrage led to international support for a war against terror. But there's little support so far for the war President Bush is considering against Iraq.
If he decided, or the United States have decided to attack Iraq on its own, unilaterally, then he would be viewed as a cowboy.
If there's one language the world wants to hear, it's diplomacy. Any future military action against Iraq must, in the eyes of the world, be sanctioned by the UN. In the Middle East, where America's policy towards the Palestinians is widely seen as unjust, Arabs warn that a unilateral attack on Iraq would destabilize the region even further.
I think war will only just play in the hands of extremists, not Muslim extremists alone. Jewish extremists as well.
But Mideast policy isn't America's only image problem. Despite their very real sympathy for America's loss on 9/11, many foreigners believe the world's only superpower is too eager to throw its weight around.
This arrogance, this American desire to settle the majority of international conflicts through military means. American politicians are considered to be trigger happy.
So far, the only Western leader publicly willing to help pull that trigger and target Iraq is Britain's Prime Minister Tony Blair. Public opinion in Britain is strongly opposed to military action, and Blair is risking his political future by supporting President Bush.
This isn't just an issue for the United States. It is an issue for Britain. It is an issue for the wider world.
Blair is taking a stand as a matter of principle, but there are signs that leaders of other European countries may eventually follow. They will not come on board as willingly as they did after 9/11, but if asked whether they are with America or against America, the response may be more positive than it now appears. Tom Fenton, CBS News, London.
Whatever the differences with world leaders, many foreign dignitaries are at a ceremony tonight in New York's Battery Park at the southern tip of Manhattan. It's for the lighting of an eternal flame to honor the September 11th dead from some 80 countries. The centerpiece is called the Sphere, a 25-foot bronze ball, the sculpture that once stood in the plaza of the World Trade Center. The sculptor, Fritz Koenig, designed it as a monument to world peace. It was pulled from the ruins of the World Trade Center and moved to Battery Park. The crowds in Battery Park and other parts of downtown New York today may give the appearance of a busy neighborhood on the mend. And that's true to some extent, especially when you consider what the neighborhood has been through. CBS's Lee Cowan reports on the lower Manhattan we see today and what we saw just a year ago.
A year later, lower Manhattan is missing more than the shadow of two mammoth towers. It's missing its hustle and bustle, too. Its tourists, its businesses.
Many are hanging on by a shoestring. Some have disappeared. Others probably will.
New York's cleanup was unlike any other. So much so, it's hard to tell now that some 30 million square feet of real estate was either damaged or destroyed. But although the scenery may have changed, the mood hasn't. The buildings left standing that night, like the Millennium Hilton, stood more as eerie reminders than fortresses of hope. Ordinary moments became extraordinary symbols. How could a cup of coffee survive when 3,000 people didn't? And although today the Millennium looks like nothing more than a building under renovation, it, like others, is a business trying to escape the past. But then there's the Chelsea Jean Company, which embraced that past. Instead of wiping everything clean, the owner, David Cohen, sealed a portion of the damaged store behind glass, leaving it just as it was. It brings in tourists, but very few customers. Who feels like shopping, he says, when you're wiping away tears.
We are down probably about 40% as far as sales, and that's already put us too much into the red that we cannot keep the operation going.
And so he's closing, adding even more empty space to a neighborhood so empty, taken together, it would roughly equal the size of downtown Milwaukee.
It used to be hard to get business to stay in New York City because of our high costs. That is not the primary problem. Today, the primary concern of business really has to do with another attack.
Chicken soup. Billions of dollars in federal and state aid have enticed some people to stay. When Peter Tavlos saw his stage door deli after the attack, he said never again. But 6 months later, he was back, feeding a new brand of customers, construction crews.
It's okay. I mean, I'm not going to get rich, but it's okay.
And these days, okay is more than anyone expected.
Next, please.
As one business owner put it, time may not heal all wounds, but it does give us a chance to get used to the pain. Lee Cowan, CBS News, New York.
Among the fire units that responded to the attack on the Trade Center last year was Manhattan Ladder Company 6. While more than 300 New York firefighters died that day, Ladder 6 lost not a single man. Whether that was luck or a higher power, they give the credit to one of the people they saved.
God gave us the strength and the courage to intentionally put ourselves into harm's way.
Captain Jay Jonas and the men of Ladder 6 were among the first to arrive in those frantic moments after the first crash. They were getting ready to head into the North Tower when the second plane hit.
That was a very scary time, at least in my mind. I knew how serious our situation was.
The job went from extreme to impossible. But for firefighters, impossible is part of the job.
There was a lot of firemen in there doing the same things that we were doing.
Jonas and his men made it as far as the 27th floor when the other tower collapsed. At that moment, they knew they were in mortal danger. He ordered his men to evacuate, but at the 19th floor, they met Josephine Harris, a grandmother who had already climbed down 50 floors and was exhausted.
They could move, I couldn't. And I figured if they could run, they could get out. But they stayed with me.
They helped her down to the 4th floor.
I thought I was slowing them up. I knew I was slowing them up.
Josephine, at any time Did you think, even for a fleeting second, they're going to leave me?
No.
And then the tower they were in collapsed around them. What did you hear?
A loud banging noise. It's almost like you were 6 inches away from a subway car going overhead.
It was bang, 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 and it just sped up. In a matter of 10 seconds, it sounded like a jackhammer. It sounded like I was on top of a jackhammer.
And this was one floor coming down on top of the other?
On top of another, yes.
At that point, did you think you were finished?
Yeah. I sat there and I thought of my wife and the kids and my family and that. And it sounds stupid now, but I thought to myself, how am I going to explain this to them?
The men of Ladder 6 believe it was because Josephine set the right pace, not moving too fast or too slow, that they all survived. Mike Meldrum and Billy Butler, Matt Komorowski and Sal D'Agostino, Tommy Falco, Captain Jonas, now a battalion chief, and Josephine. Do you think you could have made it down below without the help of these men?
No, I wouldn't have made it.
Ladder 6 has a new truck now with its smart-looking Dragon, honoring its Chinatown home. All the men are back to work, but it's been difficult. It's been a year. Bill has a family.
I went through some tough times with loss of memory, lack of sleep. It was a pretty tough time, and my wife was truly the rock in the house for a long time. She took care of everything.
A lot of us are still experiencing anxiety reactions. All of a sudden you feel very nervous and you don't know why.
Have you gotten back to, quote, normal?
No, I don't think I ever will get back to normal. It's just a continual process of trying to get through each day. We go to work and we relive it. Normal, I don't think anything, I don't think my life will ever get back to that normal stage, but I'm going to strive for it.
Health officials are keeping an eye on them.
We are the case study as far as what we breathed in that day.
And while no one was badly hurt in the collapse, the aftershock has hit them all.
And the roughest probably is my mood swings now. I get tired. I'm tired all the time now. I get moody, you know, and I just need to be left alone.
And Josephine Harris, now an honorary member of Ladder 6 with the title of Guardian Angel, still struggles with sleepless nights, but her days are gifts.
Try to take it one day at a time. Live life to the fullest, because tomorrow is not promised to you.
And in the end, their own survival was not the issue. It was saving the Josephines of the World Trade Center, a mission they and their colleagues never questioned.
It was that spirit of helping their fellow man. It was prevalent throughout the building. I was never so proud to be a fireman.
The men of Ladder 6 and their angel. The casualties of the War on Terror include a 30-year-old soldier from Florida. In his short life, he touched many lives, and as CBS's Wyatt Andrews reports, he left behind a surprise.
7th grade math teachers generally don't become combat commandos, but Mark Anderson did. Anderson, who left his algebra classes for the Army Rangers and then for Afghanistan, was killed during Operation Anaconda trying to rescue a Navy SEAL. He sought that mission, his sergeant says, because the teacher had become the top machine gunner in his unit.
Would you describe him as a good machine gunner? No, I would describe him as the best machine gunner that I've ever seen in 12 years. The best, without a doubt.
At his funeral, the Rangers paid their tributes, but what truly stunned Mark's parents was an unexpected outpouring from Mark's former students.
When we read the letters, we cried. We did not know the side of Mark.
Scores of letters and poems came in praising Mark as a tutor, a mentor, and as a friend. The man who had been the best Ranger in his battalion had also been the best teacher some students ever had.
We didn't know the way he impacted other people's lives, how he got them to see a light that he could help guide them to.
Today we're going to talk about Egypt.
But the biggest surprise Mark left behind was a gift, a small college scholarship for one former student, Jennifer Massing. Why? Jennifer explains that way back in 7th grade, she once told Mark that girls could not be architects.
And he's just like, you can do anything you want, and it doesn't matter if you have the heart for it, you can attempt it, and you can succeed in anything you want to.
Last month, Mark's gift helped Jennifer enroll at the University of Florida. You're here now. You're in the architecture school.
Yeah.
What are you thinking?
I don't want to fail Mark. I just keep telling myself that Mark wouldn't quit, and so I can't quit.
His gift isn't the money, is it?
No, definitely not.
Mark Anderson was just one of those men who lived the Ranger creed before he became a Ranger. Mark the soldier could not leave his fallen comrade behind. Mark the teacher could not leave a faltering student behind.
That one part of the Ranger creed that he really, really, truly believed in. He really believed in you leave no one behind, period.
Of the 20 men who have died in combat, most were from elite units, the very best. And that's what's striking. The 9/11 terrorists attacked a country they saw as so corrupt and selfish it had to be brought down. Perhaps America's most eloquent response has been to answer with men like this. Wyatt Andrews, CBS News, Gainesville, Florida.
The attack on America was remembered throughout America this day. Many places, many flags, many tears, and clear-eyed determination to face the future. CBS's Bob McNamara has portraits of America.
Americans paused across the country to count the losses in many ways and become as one.
On this hallowed day, every place in America is ground zero.
With bagpipes as the soundtrack of the day, Minneapolis marched out a giant flag and unfurled another as a permanent reminder of the heroism of a year ago. From symbols of military strength over Springfield, Illinois, to symbols of sorrow in Houston, there are new symbols of sacrifice. A remnant of a scorched box beam from the World Trade Center is now a Louisville, Texas monument, while two other Trade Center steel beams stand in a Lafayette, Louisiana park.
We want, the brutality of what happened to hit everybody when they see it.
1,000 miles from the events of a year ago and deep in Dixie, Durant, Mississippi is home to one of the saddest coincidences of 9/11. This unlikely little town lost two of its brightest suns when American Airlines Flight 77 crashed into the Pentagon.
He said, I'll call you when I get to California. And I said, okay, talk to you later.
39-year-old Joe Ferguson with the National Geographic Society was a passenger on the doomed jet. And 41-year-old Lieutenant Colonel Jerry Don Dickerson, nicknamed Dee Dee, was at work in the Pentagon when the plane hit.
Those two boys from this little town of 2,900 people probably died within 100 feet of each other. Dee Dee at his desk and Joe on the plane.
I just wish they could come back for 2 minutes to see what's been done in their memory.
A monument today honors Dee Dee Dickerson and Joe Ferguson in the Liberty Park that the people of their hometown built on the resolve of Dickerson's stepmother.
This park, for me, was putting grief into action. It's been a real healing part for me.
No ceremony would mark the anniversary of the loss of the two sons.
I can come home and reflect about Joe by looking at pictures. I can go back in there in Joe's room and just sit up on his bed.
It is the bed under which Joe's dog Winston still waits for his master's return. Bob McNamara, CBS News, Durant, Mississippi.
Now, a reminder again that a special edition of 60 Minutes 2 will be coming up shortly here on CBS. Scott Pelley's exclusive interview with President Bush talks candidly about the day America was attacked. You're watching CBS News coverage of 9/11, the day that changed America. Some CBS stations will be returning now to local programming.
This is CBS.
On September the 14th, Solid Ground Christian Outreach offers you a chance to start over. It begins with your health. Get a free blood pressure, diabetes, and cholesterol screening. Enjoy great entertainment and music, a children's carnival with trick basketball, snacks, and cotton candy, and entertainment for everyone, all free. The first 2,500 families who join us get a free box of groceries. Remember, September the 14th, 1800 Anderson Road.
Think it can't touch your family? Today, while most of us are on our lunch hour, 20 women will wait in a doctor's office to be told they have breast cancer.
My late wife was afflicted with breast cancer when she was 40 years old. When you're talking about the race for the cure, yeah, I contribute. This is my #1 contribution.
On Saturday morning, September 28th, we, the News Channel 7 family, will walk side by side with thousands of you as we together race for the cure. Won't you join us?
Storm Team 7, the accuracy that's on your side. This News Channel 7 special presentation is provided commercial-free by the following: Lockheed Martin, we never forget who we're working for; The Blood Connection, your community blood donation center; and 3M, celebrating 100 years of innovation.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us as the Upstate observes the September 11th anniversary. I'm Tom Crabtree.
And I'm Amy Wood in Greenville Municipal Stadium, where there's a lot of music here at this moment, Tom. Of course, we all have thought so much about this last year. The bagpipes we just heard, they seem to echo in our memory. And tonight here at Greenville Municipal Stadium, we will be hearing more bagpipes. We were all stunned, of course, by this nightmare that we saw unfold in New York and Washington and Pennsylvania, too.
Amy, over the past year, we've certainly joined together in a show of patriotism and unity to overcome these horrible acts of terrorism that happened a year ago.
And of course, that desire to overcome it has really powered us and empowered us, and it continues tonight, Tom, as we're seeing across our region. We have these ceremonies going on, hundreds of them across the upstate at this hour, remembering and honoring the victims and the heroes of 9/11.
Amy, tonight I'm live at Barnett Park here in Spartanburg. We have about 800 school children from around 20 or so schools and area dance studios. They're involved in a production that is called Reach for the Stars. Their presentation tonight on the Zimmerly Amphitheater here at Barnett Park focuses on the positive character traits that emerged from our fellow Americans back on September 11th.
Ladies and gentlemen, we saw so many positive things, didn't we, Tom? Incredible things. And of course, we are expecting our ceremony to begin as we begin right now. We're going to be having a welcome, of course, and then they'll be following that with the presentation of colors and so much more. But the big thing, Tom, that we're looking forward to tonight here at Greenville Municipal Stadium is that later on tonight, as it gets darker, of course, this will turn into a candlelight vigil, and then, of course, we will see an incredible thing, 2 light beams that will emerge from behind the Greenville Municipal Stadium and beam up into Greenville skyline tonight to remind us all that we lost the Twin Towers and all of the people in them. And, of course, there's just so much that we expect this evening. I want you to know that there are a number of things, a procedure to this ceremony that is going to unfold here as you see the flags and hundreds of people here at Greenville Municipal Stadium. We will, of course, see the presentation of colors first, and we will see the Pledge of Allegiance and the National Anthem as well. Now, right now, they're honoring the veterans who've served in the military.
If you are a veteran tonight in this place, I want you to stand up.
They're asking the veterans to stand up and get their applause well deserved. And later on in this program this evening, they will take some special time to actually honor these folks again. There will be some special presentations. And I got to tell you, Tom, I met a man a little while ago. His name is Bill Capp, and he was at Ground Zero from September 15th to the 25th. For 10 days, he served our country by going there for the Salvation Army. And he, Tom, has an incredible story to tell because he's come back with lung damage. He's come back with aggravated MS. He already had MS, and it's been aggravated, and he can no longer do that kind of disaster relief work that he has just lived his life to do. He's there for 31 years, and on News Channel 7 at 11 tonight, we are going to tell you more about him and introduce you to him because he is moved by this ceremony. And Tom, he says he is here tonight to somehow find some sense of closure. That's what this evening is all about for him. He had tears in his eyes as he talked to me, and honestly, it was one of the most moving interviews I've done since 9/11 because he's really struggling to come to terms with all that he saw there at Ground Zero, with all that he did to try to help out and do his part. Of course, you're looking live at Ground Zero in New York City, a place that I just visited a week and a half ago where we saw some tremendous ceremonies this morning. Just to take 2 hours and 40 minutes to read the names of the victims from just the Ground Zero site alone. To listen to that this morning, it was some of the most powerful television, some of the most powerful honoring that we've seen.
veterans,
and we are
thank you.
continuing
You may be
to
seated.
watch what goes on here at Greenville Municipal Stadium. We have the welcome going on. The
We are
color
here
guard
tonight,
and honor
ladies and
guard is
gentlemen,
ready to honor the flag. And we
celebrate
are really
this
going to
great
see a
country we
tremendous
live in, but
thing, because in
also
Greenville
to
County they've
remember
never had all of the units of color guard and
those
honor
who
guard come
died
together
1 year
except
ago,
for at this time last year.
3,025.
Shortly after 9/11, you'll remember at
If you
County
have any
Square
trouble
they
getting
went
your
and
mind
had a
to-
special service there, and
to
all of
wrap
the color
around
guards,
that, think about
all
this.
of the color guards,
Think about the
they
last
worked together to bring us just a tremendous honoring last year. Well, they're doing that again tonight. It's going to be an unprecedented kind of thing in the city and the county of Greenville, because all of these guys just don't get together all at once. They usually serve their particular communities at particular events, but this is going to be a really incredible way to pay tribute. Tom, let's find out what's going on where you are now as we take a look at the flag here at Greenville Municipal Stadium.
All right, Amy, thank you. Back to you again in just a few moments. It has occurred to me that the children taking part in this production tonight here at Barnett Park in Spartanburg were probably about the same age that I was when President Kennedy was assassinated. Nearly 39 years later, I still carry very vivid memories of that time in our nation's history, and perhaps these children will carry similar memories of September 11th. Some of the children I've spoken with tonight said this is something they will never forget. Over the last few days, I've spoken with a number of people in our community, with firefighters, with veterans, with some area college students as well, about how they were affected by September 11th and how they are observing this anniversary.
Just couldn't believe it would happen here on our own homeland.
I just really stood there and thought it really wasn't happening, that somehow it was a mistake, even though it was on TV.
Having lived in New York, I felt it very close to home because I still have family up there.
I would have gone in and tried to save as many as I could. I probably wouldn't have done anything different than the firefighters that lost their lives.
It's the kind of person that volunteers even here in small town USA. It's a heart for seeing and helping people when they need help.
Thank you.
I had a flag ever since it was on my car. And I had one, somebody stole it from where I live, see, but I got another one, I got it inside.
The day that happened, I put a flag in front of my house, and it's been there ever since.
I think that it made me realize that life is too short and that we need to take pride in our country.
I mean, everybody was drawn together a little more. I mean, it just brought us closer to the country.
I think it has made us realize that we should work together as a unit and not be divided.
When you say your prayers on this September 11th, what do you think you'll pray for?
For the souls of all those who died, and for the people who did it, and for repentance, and for the good of our country.
And this evening, of course, at a program like this going on right now at Barnett Park, we'll have more on that coming up in just a moment. Right now, back to the Greenville Brave Stadium. Amy?
Back, ladies and gentlemen, and what do you think about that?
Tom, we are welcoming the colors into Greenville Municipal Stadium tonight. As you know, it's just an incredible sight to see, and they're going to be doing this right behind me here at Greenville Municipal
Please
Stadium.
remain standing for the presentation of the colors
As
led
you
by
hear
the
it.
Piedmont Pipes and Drums. followed by the
Piedmont
Pledge of
Pipe and
Allegiance
Drum
to
is
that
going to be
great
leading
banner
this down the stadium,
and
so let's
our
listen.
national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
High school choir is going to perform the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose by stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
That's the Malden High School Choir. Malden High School Choir performing the national anthem. Doing a beautiful job. They provided prelude music to the ceremony this evening. Of course, we're going to have a candlelight vigil shortly. Tom, of course, you're standing by at Barnett Park where more ceremonies are underway. Let's see what's going on there.
All right, thank you, Amy. Certainly a beautiful ceremony there in Greenville, and this day of very important commemorations of the September 11th anniversary. Just a little while ago, I spoke with a child who told me this is a day she will never forget because her own grandfather survived the terrorist bombing in New York City. That he had a little restaurant nearby and was able to escape to safety, and she was so very glad to have him still with her. Helping our children cope during this attack on America certainly has not been easy. Education reporter Chris Mao and photojournalist David Finlayson visited some upstate classrooms today to see how students and teachers have been marking this anniversary.
Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings.
This is actually the Interact Club at Wade Hampton.
That line right there isn't part of the bridge. That's part of the top of the building. I think we're going to need everything.
We're painting the flag, and I'm doing red for the stripe of the red of the flag.
Two of my student members made the design themselves. The red's finished, right? You just need people to stop. Thank you.
That looks good.
Doesn't it look good? We were just trying to think of something to do to remember the people that we lost last year.
You know what happened last year? It was a tragedy, but you know, I'm like blessed to still be here today.
I would like them to be reminded of 9/11, but in a positive way.
Classroom teachers talked a little bit about what is a hero, what does that mean to you?
Okay, so they do things that they don't necessarily have to do.
Dear listeners, thank you for being my hero.
And we feel like here every day that our children are heroes.
Saved my grandpa from dying by a brain tumor.
And so it's just been a good thing for us to be able to reflect on 9/11 in a positive way this year.
You gave me the best feeling when I found out that my grandpa was not going to die. You were great because you saved him.
I wrote about how our country is strong.
We will go on, and we are one together, and we're united, we stand, we will not fall.
And a child was blessed, if only for a moment, by the love of her shining bright star, and given the gift of believing that heaven is never too far.
Our own Pamela Graham and her children have been emceeing this event here tonight. As you can tell, this has a bit of a different tone from what we've seen in other events going on around the upstate today, whereas the earlier events we've been seeing have been of a more solemn, patriotic tone. This one involves the kids looking at positive things we can learn. As one parent told me, children have a way of helping us through difficult times, and she mentioned how much her daughter had helped her through this particularly difficult day. And so our children are showing just how important they can be in times like this, sharing the important lessons they have learned. Aren't the kids great? This event called Reach for the Stars. The children are certainly doing that tonight. Earlier today on this very same stage at Barnett Park, the city of Spartanburg's observance of the September 11th anniversary was held, as captured by our own photojournalist, Tommy Colonis.
We gather to remember, but we gather to recommit ourselves to a firm resolve to do all that we can as citizens of this country, as your people, to make this world a better place.
We believe in our Bill of Rights, and we believe together in a nation of the people, by the people, and for the people.
I was very honored to MC that event this morning in Spartanburg. There have been other observances going on around the upstate as well. In Anderson today, the Boy Scouts led the community in a flag retiring ceremony, as we're watching right now.
The blue field signifies vigilance, perseverance, and justice. We will now retire the blue fields.
Very young children on her own. She talked to
Tom, we have of course been waiting for the candlelight vigil. That's to come shortly, and they just honored Sheriff Sam Simmons, the late sheriff who passed away just so recently, with a moment of silence. Of course, this morning it was hard to miss all the bells ringing all across the upstate. You may have heard them yourself where you live. Well, we sent our crews out across our region to capture this beautiful form of remembrance.
And he said, "Daddy."
From the bells this morning to the services this evening, this is First Presbyterian Church of Greenville. One more example of the religious community stepping forward tonight to hold hundreds of special services just like this. They're sending out special prayers, of course, to all of the people personally impacted by the September 11th attack. Tom, this is a scene being repeated in churches all across our region this evening as we continue to talk to you live from Greenville Municipal Stadium tonight.
What can I do for you today? Will you please help me to welcome another leader in our
Here at Barnett Park in Spartanburg, meantime, our Reach for the Stars program continues on the stage here at the Zimmerly Amphitheater of Barnett Park. One of the many ceremonies taking place across the upstate today was the dedication of a Liberty Garden. It's one of the first in the nation. These green spaces are being established in honor of those who lost their lives on September 11th. This one here in Spartanburg will connect the campus of Spartanburg Regional Medical Center and Wofford College. Photojournalist Chris Duke captured that ceremony.
Ready? Face.
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
a tear in the eye of the lady. The tear was shed 1 year ago today.
The terrorist attacks of 9/11 pulled New York's Twin Towers to the ground in seconds. 747s were ripped from the sky. The Pentagon was besieged. And by mid-morning last September 11th, what started out as a beautiful day across most of the nation ended in a massive loss of life. And yet, through it all, it's the stories of compassion and courage and goodness that speak to who we are as a nation I'm proud to call my home.
Services.
Now we're going back to Greenville, to Municipal Stadium, where Greenville Mayor Knox White is speaking at tonight's candlelight vigil.
All over Greenville, people stepped into the street, they walked outside, and joined in a moment of prayer. Indeed, so much of what we have done has been done just like that. Actions by ordinary people that were spontaneous and utterly sincere. Let us leave here this evening dedicated to be better people and better citizens. Render service to others. Lend help to your neighbor. Be tolerant of one another. And let us dedicate our time, our talent.
We thank you for joining us tonight as we honor the victims of September 11th and the heroes of that day as well. Over 3,000 lives were lost on that horrible day, yet our nation remains strong and it remains united.
So true, Tom, and it's up to each of us, of course, to try to carry on now, to look toward the future and to really believe in that future. And knowing that they tried to bring us down, they tried to knock down the American spirit, it's up to each of us now to carry on and show them we will prevail. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, you know all those people you saw at work.
This News Channel 7 special presentation was provided commercial-free by Lockheed Martin. We never forget who we're working for. The Piedmont Blood Center, serving Spartanburg, Cherokee, and Union counties. And 3M, celebrating 100 years of innovation.
In Paris and New York, thin is out, fat is in, hair is fatter. New Rogaine from the scientists at Rogaine. Shampoos and conditioners that nourish fine thin hair with wheat amino acids and nutrients. New Rogaine, the world's most fattening hair care.
Air 7 Power Zoom, on your side covering news you care about.
America continues with a 60 Minutes 2 exclusive, The President's Story, then the presidential address, followed by an encore presentation of the critically acclaimed 9/11, and later former President Bill Clinton joins Dave on an all-new Late Show.
I can remember sitting right here in this office, thinking about the consequences of what had taken place. And I didn't need any legal briefs. I didn't need any consultations. I knew we were at war.
On Air Force One, the president told us a story he has never told before on television. His story of the week we went to war.
USA! USA! There was a lot of bloodlust. People were pointing their big old hands at me saying, "Don't you ever forget this, Mr. President. Don't let us down."
We asked the president about his controversial flight across the country in the first hours after the attack.
Air Force One got the 2 F-16s at about your 10 o'clock position.
And with extraordinary access to Air Force One, we found there is more to that story than the public ever knew.
The military operator came back to me and in a voice that to me sounded very shaken said, "Ma'am, I'm sorry, we can't reach Air Force One."
In pictures, many never seen before, we get a sense of what it was like behind the scenes while Washington was under attack. And those closest to Mr. Bush remember the moments that changed the nation.
As we watched the buildings fall, you know, it was just an unbelievable sight.
In the first few hours, I think the thing that was on everybody's mind was how many more planes are coming.
The president told us about how he decided to gamble on a new kind of war and about his heartbreak, even now, for those who were lost.
I still get emotional thinking about it because it was a tough time. You know, and it was a tough time for all of us because we were very emotional, and I was emotional at times. I felt, you know, I felt the same now as I did then, which was sad.
At the White House, we asked the president whether Americans are safe at home and about the hunt for Osama bin Laden.
After a year, we still don't have Osama bin Laden.
How do you know that?
I'm Dan Rather. I'm Bob Simon.
I'm Charlie Rose.
I'm Vicki Mabry.
I'm Scott Pelley. The President's Story, tonight on 60 Minutes 2. No president since Abraham Lincoln has seen such horrific loss of life in a war on American soil. No president since James Madison, nearly 200 years ago, has seen the nation's capital city successfully attacked. But 1 year ago, President George W. Bush was thrown into the first great crisis of the 21st century. Tonight, we have the President's Story of the week we went to war. We met with Mr. Bush on 2 occasions, on Air Force One and in the Oval Office. We learned a lot we never knew. And we found that even after a year, the President is still moved, sometimes to tears, when he remembers September 11th.
I knew the farther we got away from September 11th, the more likely it is some around the world would forget the mission, but not me. Not me. I made the pledge to myself and to people that I'm not going to forget what happened on September the 11th. So long as I'm the president, we will pursue the killers and bring them to justice. We owe that to those who've lost their lives.
The memories come back sharp and clear on Air Force One. We joined the president on board the plane on a recent trip cross-country. We wanted to talk to him here because this is where he spent the first hours after the attack.
You know, Mr. President, it occurred to me that not since Lyndon Johnson was sworn in on Air Force One has the airplane been so central to America in a crisis.
That's interesting. I hadn't thought of that, but it was certainly a focal point, and it was a place where decisions were being made and doctrine was being set.
It was a flight into war after a day that had started with the usual routine.
Just warming up. Come on, Stretch. Come on. Come on, Stretch.
Before dawn, September 11th, the president was on his routine run. It was just before 6 a.m., and at the same moment, another man was on the move. Mohammed Atta was caught by a security camera on his way to lead the attack on America. 2 hours later, as Mr. Bush drove to an elementary school, hijackers on 4 planes were murdering the flight crews and turning the airliners east. As the motorcade pulled up at 8:45, jet engines echoed in Manhattan. Atta plunged the 767 jumbo jet into World Trade Center Tower 1.
We have something that has happened here at the World Trade Center. My heavens, this has just happened within several minutes.
I thought it was an accident. I thought it was a pilot error. I thought that some foolish soul had gotten lost and made a terrible mistake.
Jamie.
Mr. Bush was told about the first plane just before sitting down with a class of second graders. He was watching a reading drill as horror unfolded above Manhattan. Just after 9, United Flight 175 exploded into the second tower.
Oh my God, another plane has just hit another building. Right into the middle of it.
There was a sudden, horrible realization that what had seemed like a terrible mistake was a coordinated attack on the nation, live on TV. Back in the Florida classroom, Press Secretary Ari Fleischer got the news on his pager. The president's chief of staff, Andy Card, stepped in.
What did you say?
A second plane hit the second tower
America is under attack.
But when you said those words and stepped back and you looked in his face, what did you see?
I saw him coming to recognition of what I had said. I think he understood that he was going to have to take command as commander-in-chief, not just as president.
What is going through your mind when that news hits you?
That we're at war, and that somebody has dared attack us, and we're going to do something about it. I was trying to, obviously, at that moment, I realized I was in a unique setting to receive a message that somebody had attacked us. And I was looking at these little children, and all of a sudden we're at war. I can remember noticing the press pool and the press corps beginning to get the calls and seeing the look on their face. And I mean, it became evident that we were, you know, that the world had changed.
Mr. President, are you aware of the reports of the plane crash in New York? Is there anything about that?
Mr. Bush walked into a classroom set up with a secure phone. He called the vice president, pulling the phone cord tight as he spun to see the attack on TV. Then he grabbed a legal pad and quickly wrote his first words to the nation.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a difficult moment for America. Today, we've had a national tragedy.
It was 9:30. As he spoke, Mr. Bush did not know that 2 more hijacked jets were streaking toward Washington. Vice President Dick Cheney was in his office at the White House when a Secret Service agent ran in.
And he said, "Sir, we have to leave immediately." And he grabbed, put a hand on the back of my belt, another hand on my shoulder, and propelled me out the door of my office. Picked you up?
It doesn't really pick you up. I'm not sure. They must train for it. I'm sure they do it, but they just sort of levitate you down the hallway. You move very fast. You don't have any choice but to go.
There wasn't a lot of time for chit-chat, you know, with the vice president.
Secret Service Director Brian Stafford was in his command center ordering the roundup of top officials and the first family.
You felt like you had minutes to work with?
Correct. We knew that there were unidentified planes tracking in our direction.
Mr. Cheney was rushed deep under the White House into a bunker called the Presidential Emergency Operations Center. It was built for war, and this was it. On her way down, National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice called Mr. Bush.
It was brief because I was being pushed to get off the phone and get out of the West Wing.
They were hurrying you off the phone with the president.
They were hurrying me off the phone with the president, and I just said, he said, "I'm coming back," and we said, "Mr. President, that may not be wise." I remember stopping briefly to call my family, my aunt and uncle in Alabama, and say, "I'm fine, you have to tell everybody that I'm fine." But then settling into trying to deal with the enormity of that moment. And in the first few hours, I think the thing that was on everybody's mind was how many more planes are coming.
The Capitol was evacuated, and for the first time ever, the Secret Service executed the emergency plan to ensure the presidential line of succession. Agents swept up the 15 officials who stood to become president if the others were killed. They wanted to move Vice President Cheney, fearing that he was in danger even in the bunker. But Mr. Cheney told us that when he heard the other officials were safe, he decided to stay at the White House no matter what.
What you're saying is that when you looked at the line of succession, you counted yourself out.
At that point, yes. It's important to emphasize it's not personal. You don't think of it in personal terms. You've got a professional job to do.
Mr. Cheney was joined by Transportation Secretary Norm Mineta, who remembers hearing the FAA counting down the hijacked jets closing in on the Capitol.
Someone came in and said, "Mr. Vice President, there's a plane 50 miles out." Then he came in and said, "It's now 10 miles out." We don't know where it is exactly, but it's coming in low and fast.
It was American Flight 77. At 9:38, it exploded into the Pentagon, the first successful attack on Washington since the War of 1812. As the Pentagon burned, Mr. Bush's limousine sped toward Air Force One in Florida. At that moment, United Flight 93, the last hijacked plane, was taking dead aim at Washington. At the White House, the staff was in the West Wing cafeteria watching on TV. Press Secretary Jennifer Miller-Wise was in the crowd when the order came to evacuate.
And I no sooner walked outside when someone from Secret Service yelled, you know,
women, drop your heels and run, drop your heels and run. And suddenly the gates that never opened except for authorized vehicles just opened and the whole White House just flooded out.
In Florida, as Mr. Bush boarded Air Force One, he was overheard telling a Secret Service agent, "Be sure to get the First Lady and my daughters protected." At 9:57, Air Force One thundered down the runway, blasting smoke and dust in a full-thrust takeoff. Communications Director Dan Bartlett was on board.
It was like a rocket. For a good 10 minutes, the plane was going almost straight up.
At the same moment, 56 minutes after it was hit, World Trade Center Tower 2 began to falter, then cascade in an incomprehensible avalanche of steel, concrete, and human lives.
Someone said to me, "Look at that." I remember that. "Look at that." I looked up and I saw I just remember a cloud of dust and smoke and the horror of that moment.
And the feeling in your gut?
That we'd lost a lot of Americans and that eventually we would get these people.
You felt the anger rising in you.
I felt the anger. Of course I felt the anger.
Down in the bunker, Mr. Cheney was trying to figure out how many planes were hijacked. At the time, they feared there could be as many as 11.
As the planes are tracking toward Washington, a discussion begins about whether we should shoot them down. How did that happen?
Well, I discussed it with the president. Are we prepared to order our aircraft to shoot down these airliners that have been hijacked? He said yes.
That was your advice to the president?
It was my advice. It was his decision.
That's a sobering moment to order your own combat aircraft to shoot down your own civilian aircraft. But it was an easy decision to make, given the fact that we had learned that commercial aircraft were being used as a weapon. Say easy decision. It was. I didn't hesitate. Let me put it to you that way. I knew what had to be done.
And the passengers on United Flight 93 also knew what had to be done. They fought for control and sacrificed themselves in a Pennsylvania meadow. The flight was 15 minutes from Washington.
There was that horrible time when we wondered if Flight 93 had indeed been shot down by an American pilot.
On the orders of the president?
Yes.
It is quite possible that those people gave their lives for you.
It's entirely possible. In fact, I think it's probable. Clearly, the terrorists were trying to take out as many symbols of government as they could. The Pentagon, perhaps the Capitol, perhaps the White House. These people saved us not only physically, but they saved us psychologically and symbolically in a very important way, too.
But there would be one more symbol to fall. World Trade Center Tower 1 was weakening. It had stood for an hour and 43 minutes, but at 10:29 a.m., it buckled in a mirror image of the collapse of its twin. The image that went round the world reached the First Lady in a secure location somewhere in Washington.
I was very worried, like everybody in America was, about what was going on in New York. We watched the buildings fall, and, you know, it was just an unbelievable sight.
This was a moment when disaster turned to catastrophe.
Yeah.
What did you think when those buildings were coming down?
I was horrified. I thought, dear God, protect as many citizens as you can. It was a nightmare.
By 10:30, America's largest city was devastated, its military headquarters burning. Air Force One turned west along the Gulf Coast.
I can remember sitting right here in this office, thinking about the consequences of what had taken place, and realizing it was a defining moment in the history of the United States. And I didn't need any legal briefs. I didn't need any consultations. I knew we were at war.
On our recent trip aboard Air Force One, the president told us about the hours after the attacks. There's a lot about that flight the public never knew. To help us tell the story, we were given access to the plane, including the rarely seen cockpit and communications deck. Mr. Bush told us the first hours were frustrating. He watched the horrifying pictures, but the TV signal was breaking up. His calls to Mr. Cheney were cutting out. The president says he pounded his desk, shouting, "This is inexcusable. Get me the vice president."
I was trying to clear the fog of war, and there is a fog of war. Information was just flying from all directions.
Chief of Staff Card brought in the reports. There was word that Camp David had been hit. A jet was thought to be targeting Mr. Bush's ranch.
I remember hearing that the State Department might have been hit, or that the White House had a fire in it. So we were hearing lots of different information.
You feared all of that was true?
At the time, I did.
They also feared that Air Force One itself was a target. Vice President Cheney told the president there was a credible threat against the plane. Using the code name for Air Force One, Mr. Bush told an aide, "Angel is next." The threat was passed to presidential pilot Colonel Mark Tillman.
It was serious before that, but now it is no longer is it the time to get the president home. We actually have to consider everything we say, everything we do could be intercepted, and we have to make sure that no one knows what our position is.
Tillman asked for an armed guard at his cockpit door while the Secret Service double-checked the identity of everyone on board. The crew reviewed the emergency evacuation plan, and then came a warning from air traffic control. A suspect airliner was dead ahead.
Coming out of Sarasota, there was one call that said there was an airliner off our nose that they did not have contact with.
Tillman took evasive action, pulling his plane high above normal traffic. They were on course for Washington, but by now no one thought that was a good idea, except the president.
I wanted to come back to Washington, but the circumstances were such that it was just impossible for the Secret Service or the National Security Team to clear the way for Air Force One to come back.
So Air Force One set course for an underground command center in Nebraska. Back in Washington, the president's closest advisor, Karen Hughes, heard about the threat to the plane and placed a call to Mr. Bush.
And the military operator came back to me and in a voice that to me sounded very shaken said, "Ma'am, I'm sorry, we can't reach Air Force One."
Hughes was out of the White House during the attacks, and when she came back, it was a place she didn't recognize.
They were either military or maybe Secret Service, dressed all in black, holding machine guns as we drove up. And I never expected to see something like that in our nation's capital.
And when you entered the White House?
There was no one in sight. And I knew it was a day that you didn't want to surprise anybody. And so I yelled, "Hello." And two, again, kind of SWAT team members came running through the hall with, again, guns drawn, and then took me to the location where I met the vice president.
Back on Air Force One, Colonel Tillman had a problem. He needed to hide the most visible plane in the world, a 747 longer than the White House itself. He didn't want to use his radio. He knew the hijackers were listening to air traffic control. So he called air traffic control on the telephone.
We actually didn't tell them our destination or what directions we were heading. We basically just talked to them and said, "Okay, fine. We have no clearance at this time. We are just going to fly across the United States."
The controllers passed Air Force One from one sector to another, warning each other to keep the route secret.
Okay, where's he going? Just watching. Don't question about where he's going. Just work him and watch him. And there's no flight plan in right now. We're not going to put anything in. Okay, sir? Copy that.
Air Force One ordered a fighter escort, and air traffic control radioed back.
Air Force One got 2 F-16s at about your 10 o'clock position.
The staff and the president and us were filed out along the outside hallway of his presidential cabin there and looking out the windows. And the president gives them a signal of salute, and the pilot kind of tips his wing and fades off and backs into formation.
The men in the F-16s were Shane Brotherton and Randy Roberts from the Texas Air National Guard. Their mission was so secret their commander wouldn't tell them where they were going.
He just said, "You'll know when you see it." And that was my first clue. I didn't have any idea what we were doing up until that point.
You knew it when you saw it?
Yes, sir.
All day long, they rode shotgun for the president.
We were trying to keep an 80-mile bubble around Air Force One, and we'd investigate anything that was within 80 miles.
Were you worried about the safety of the people on this aircraft in those moments?
No.
Your own safety?
No, I wasn't worried about it. I looked out the airplane and saw two F-16 on each wing. There's going to have to be a pretty good pilot to get us.
We now know that the threat to Air Force One was part of that fog of war, a false alarm, but it had a powerful effect at the time. Many in the public wondered, with the president out of sight, was he still running the government? He hadn't appeared after the attack on Washington. Mr. Bush was clearly worried about it. At one point, he was overheard saying, "The American people want to know where their dang president is." The staff considered an address to the nation by phone, but instead, Mr. Bush ordered Air Force One to land somewhere within 30 minutes so he could appear on TV. At 11:45, they landed at Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana.
The resolve of our great nation is being tested. But make no mistake, we will show the world that we will pass this test. God bless.
At Barksdale, they believed the situation in Washington was still unsafe. So they continued to Nebraska, to the command center where Mr. Bush would be secure and have all the communications gear he needed to run the government. Aboard Air Force One, Mr. Bush had a job for Press Secretary Fleischer.
The president asked me to make sure that I took down everything that was said. I think he wanted to make certain that a record existed.
Fleischer's notes capture Mr. Bush's language plain and unguarded. To the vice president, he said, "We're at war, Dick. We're going to find out who did this and kick their ass." Another time, Mr. Bush said, "We're not going to have any slap on the wrist crap this time."
And I can remember telling the Secretary of Defense, I said, "We're going to find out who did this. And then, Mr. Secretary, you and Dick Myers, who we had just named as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, are going to go get him."
By 3 o'clock Eastern, Air Force One touched down at Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska. Mr. Bush and his team were herded into a small brick hut that gave no hint of what they would find below. When they reached the bottom of the stairs, this is what they saw. This is the U.S. Strategic Command Underground Command Center. It was built to transmit a president's order to go to nuclear war. But when Mr. Bush walked in, the battle staff was watching the skies over the United States. Many airplanes had still not landed. After a short briefing, Mr. Bush and Chief of Staff Card were taken to a teleconference center which connected them to the White House, the Pentagon, the FBI, and the CIA. Mr. Bush had a question for his CIA director, George Tenet.
George Tenet was just asked, who do you think did this to us? He said, "Sir, I believe it's Al-Qaeda. We're doing the assessment, but it looks like, it feels like, it smells like Al-Qaeda."
The evidence would build. We talked to FBI Director Robert Mueller about an essential clue that came from one of the hijacked planes before it crashed.
There was a flight attendant, Amy Sweeney, who had the presence of mind to call her office as the plane is hijacked and give them the seat numbers of the hijackers. What did that do for you?
That was the first piece of hard evidence. We could then go to the manifest, find out who was sitting in those seats, and immediately conduct an investigation of those individuals, as opposed to taking all of the passengers on the plane and going through a process of elimination.
In Nebraska, the White House staff was preparing for an address to the nation from the Air Force bunker. But by then, the president had had enough. He decided to come back.
At one point, he said he didn't want a tin-horn terrorist keeping him out of Washington.
Come on, he really said, "I don't want a tin-horn terrorist to keep me out of Washington"?
That's verbatim.
On board, he was already thinking of issuing an ultimatum to the world.
When was it, Mr. President, that you made this decision to go after not just the terrorists, but those who harbored them?
Right here on Air Force One, I had time to think. And a couple of thoughts emerged. One was that you're guilty if you harbor a terrorist, because I knew these terrorists, like Al-Qaeda, like to prey on weak government and weak people. The other thought that came was the opportunity to fashion a vast coalition of countries that would either be with us or with the terrorists.
Even in those early hours on Air Force One, you were looking out on a world that was suddenly pretty black and white to you.
That's right. I felt that way.
As Air Force One sped east, the last casualty of the attack on America collapsed. World Trade Center number 7, 47 stories in the street.
Get out!
One of the nation's worst days wore into evening. At the World Trade Center, 2,801 were killed. At the Pentagon, 184. And in Pennsylvania, 40. Altogether, there were 3,025 dead.
Anybody who would attack America the way they did, anybody who would take innocent life the way they did, anybody who is so devious is evil.
Mr. Bush would soon see that evil face to face. After arriving in Washington, he boarded his helicopter and flew past the Pentagon on the way to the White House.
Was there a time that you were afraid there would not be a White House to return to?
I don't remember thinking about whether or not the White House would have been obliterated. I think I might have thought they took their best shot, and now it's time for to take our best shot.
Mr. Bush arrived back at the White House 9 hours after the attacks. His next step was to address the nation. Karen Hughes and her staff were already working on the speech.
He decided that the primary tone he wanted to strike that night was reassurance. We had to show resolve. We had to reassure people. We had to let them know that we would be okay.
Just off the Oval Office, Mr. Bush added the words that would become known as the Bush Doctrine. No distinction between terrorists and those who harbor them. The staff wanted to add a declaration of war, but Mr. Bush didn't think the American people wanted to hear it that night. He prepared to speak to the nation from the same desk where Franklin Roosevelt first heard the news of Pearl Harbor. Now he was commander-in-chief. 80 million Americans were watching.
Good evening. Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts.
The Oval Office speech came at the end of the bloodiest day in American history since the Civil War. Mr. Bush walked to the White House residence for the night. An hour later, a Secret Service agent rushed the President and the First Lady down to the White House bunker. They were tracking an unidentified plane. It turned out to be one of ours, now protecting Washington.
60 Minutes 2 continues in a moment with Day 2 of the President's Story.
If you own a house, mobile home, or other structure purchased after September 12, 1999 that contains polybutylene pipe with plastic or metal insert fittings, you may be entitled to free replacement of your plumbing if it has leaked or leaks in the future. The plumbing must have been installed between January 1st, 1978 and July 31st, 1995. Call 1-800-392-7591 or visit pbpipe.com for information about your legal rights.
Your hairstylist is like a magician, creating a look that fits your lifestyle. Paul Mitchell lets you keep that look. Anywhere, anytime.
Paul Mitchell is all about style, your style.
Only your salon guarantees the real Paul Mitchell.
Tonight on an all-new Late Show, join David Letterman with special guest, former President Bill Clinton. Tonight, immediately following your local news.
The key to a successful vault is psyching out your opponent. You gotta break them before you ride them.
I'm a pony. You can take away my pride, but you can't take away my sweatsuit.
You think he's chicken? We've got the real chicken. Zaxby's, the place for real chicken.
Woo! Boom, baby. Who's the man? Ow!
Winners are popping up everywhere in the South Carolina Education Lottery's numbers game, Carolina 5. On August 23rd, the Jenkins family of Darlington, along with 3 other lucky winners, took home $100,000 taxes paid.
How does it feel?
Wonderful. And on August 30th, 5 people won the top prize, like the Squires from Dillon.
Thank you.
And Janice Dozer from Greeleyville. You too could be a member of the lottery's winning Carolina 5 family. Their drawings are held every Friday at 11 p.m.
Make a difference in the fight against breast cancer. Race for the Cure. Saturday, September 28th at Greenville Tech.
Don't want to run? Try the Family Fun Walk at 8:30 a.m. Then at 9 a.m. it's the 5K race. Register online by September 20th. In person, Friday, September 27th at McAllister Square. Or on site on race day from 7 a.m. to 8:15 a.m. Join News Channel 7 and thousands who support Race for the Cure. Saturday, September 28th at Greenville Tech.
The flag is the symbol of our national unity, our national endeavor, our national aspiration. The flag tells of the struggle for independence, of union preserved, of liberty and union won and inseparable, of the sacrifices of brave men and women to whom the ideals and honor of this nation have been dearer than life.
The weather looks up as the temperatures fall down. Join me at 11.
By the day after September 11th, President Bush was demanding a war plan. No one in the White House or the Pentagon could be sure of what the president would do. He'd been president for only 8 months, and he'd never been tested as commander-in-chief.
You were new to the Pentagon. Do you think your generals at that point had any concern about the kind of strike you would order?
That's a very interesting question. I don't know. I think they're all probably taking a step back and saying, is this guy going to lead us? I never asked them what they thought because I knew what I was going to do. I knew exactly what had to be done, Scott, and that was to set a strategy to seek justice, find out who did it, hunt them down, and bring them to justice.
September 12th, in the cabinet room, the president made clear what was next.
The deliberate and deadly attacks which were carried out yesterday against our country were more than acts of terror. They were acts of war.
To the War Cabinet, al-Qaeda was no surprise. National Security Advisor Rice says the administration had been at work on a plan to strike bin Laden's organization well before September 11th.
The president said, you know, I'm tired of swatting at flies. I need a strategy to eliminate these guys.
But in one of the worst intelligence failures ever, the CIA and FBI didn't pick up clues that an attack in the United States was imminent. Without a sense of urgency, the White House strategy the president had asked for came too late.
I understand that that plan was moving along and was just about ready for presentation to the president. The president must
literally
have
headed to the president's desk, I think, on the 10th or 11th of September.
Now the War Cabinet was debating the full range of options, who to hit and how to hit them.
Well, there were some at the Pentagon who worried in the early hours that you would order up an immediate cruise missile strike of the kind that never deterred bin Laden in the past.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Well, there's a lot of nervous Nellies at the Pentagon anyway. There's a lot of people like to chatter, you know, more than they should. But no, I appreciate that very much. Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld early on discussed the idea of making sure we have what's called boots on the ground. That if you're going to go to war, that you got to go to war with all your assets.
What concerns did you have in the early going about the kinds of ideas that were being presented?
My biggest concern was that we fight and win a guerrilla war with conventional means.
It was an innovative but risky idea being proposed by CIA Director George Tenet. Tenet wanted to combine American technology and intelligence with the brute force of Afghan fighters hostile to the Taliban government. Secretary of State Colin Powell says the CIA had already developed a long relationship with the Afghan resistance.
The plan was unconventional, even in the early stage of developing it.
It was unconventional because it was an unconventional situation. As I like to describe it to my friends, we had on the ground a fourth world army riding horses and living in tents with some CIA and special forces with them. And we had a first world Air Force, the best in the world. How do you connect it all?
That's what the president wanted to know. He gave them 48 hours to figure it out.
Appreciate it.
Later that afternoon, Mr. Bush went to the battlefield himself. Just the day before, he had called the Pentagon the mightiest building in the world. Now, 1/5 of it was in ruins. The wreckage of American Flight 77 was being examined by Navy investigators. And before Mr. Bush left, he made a point of speaking personally with the team recovering the remains of the first casualties of war on his watch. The next day, September 13th, Mr. Bush was driving back to the White House when there was another warning of attack that the public never heard about. Threats were coming in constantly, but this one sounded credible. A large truck bomb headed to the White House. The Secret Service wanted the president back in the bunker.
The director of the Secret Service, Brian Stafford, was standing in the doorway of the Oval Office. And he basically said, Mr. President, you need to leave. There's been another threat against the White House.
He wasn't real receptive to that recommendation. And he ordered a hamburger and said he was going to stay in the White House that evening, and that's what he did.
That was Thursday night. The next day would be one of the longest and the most difficult for the president. Friday, September 14th. Mr. Bush started the day with a cabinet meeting, but he teared up when he walked in and was surprised by applause.
He sat down and slightly overcome for a moment, but then he recaptured it.
But the Secretary of State was worried that Mr. Bush might have trouble getting through his speech at the National Memorial Service later that morning.
And I just scribbled a little note to him, and I said, Mr. President, I've learned over the years that when you're going to give a very emotional speech, watch out for certain words that will cause you to, start to tear up. And he looked at me and he smiled. And then at the next break in the conversation, he says, Secretary of State just told me not to break down at the memorial service. And that broke the tension. Everybody started laughing. I felt embarrassed.
You were involved in planning the memorial service after September 11th. What did you feel that service needed to achieve for the country?
I wanted it to be dignified. I wanted the Psalms and everything that was read to be comforting, because I think we were a country that needed, every one of us needed comforting.
We are here in the middle hour of our grief. So many have suffered so great a loss, and today we express our nation's sorrow. This nation is peaceful, but fierce when stirred to anger.
As we stood to sing the Battle Hymn of the Republic, you could feel the entire congregation, and I could certainly feel myself, stiffen, the kind of spine. And this deep sadness was being replaced by resolve. We all felt that we still had mourning to do for our countrymen who had been lost, but that we also had a new purpose in not just avenging what had happened to them, but making certain that the world was eventually going to be safe from this kind of attack ever again.
Next came Ground Zero.
You had been briefed on Ground Zero. Were you prepared for what you saw when you walked up there?
No, you couldn't brief me. You couldn't brief anybody on Ground Zero till you saw it. It's like it was ghostly. It's like you're having a bad dream. And you're walking through the dream. There was tears, there was anger. These men and women reflected the mood of the country. And there they started to chant USA. And there was a lot of bloodlust. People were, pointing their big old hands at me saying, don't you ever forget this, Mr. President. Don't let us down. And the scene was very powerful, very powerful.
Mr. Bush tried to speak, but they kept shouting, "We can't hear you."
I
I can hear you. I can hear you. The rest of the world hears you. And the people who knock these buildings down will hear all of us soon.
Mr. Bush had been in New York just a few weeks before. He'd posed with the firemen who always stood by when the president's helicopter landed there. Now, 5 of the men who stood with the president in the picture were dead, lost at Ground Zero. When the president arrived, Manhattan was papered with the faces of the lost. Families held on to the hope that their loved ones were missing, unable to believe that so many had vanished in an instant. It was a place where a child comforted a grieving mother. These were the families Mr. Bush would meet next, several hundred in a convention hall, a meeting that the public never saw.
People said to me, he'll come out, don't worry, Mr. President. We'll see him soon. I know my loved one. He'll find a place to survive underneath the rubble, and we'll get him out. I, on the other hand, had been briefed about the realities, and my job was to hug and to cry. But I remember the whole time thinking, this is incredibly sad because the loved ones won't come out.
I'm told a story, Mr. President, of a little boy who handed you a picture of his father in his firefighter uniform.
Right.
And you signed it and handed it back, and he burst into tears. Do you remember that young man?
I do. I remember a lot of young boys. When they started to get me to sign the picture, I said, your daddy won't believe that I was here, so you show him that autograph. Just trying to provide a little hope.
It's a difficult time to be with those.
It was tough, you know. It was. I still get emotional thinking about it because we're dealing with people who loved their dads or loved their mom, loved their wives who loved their husbands. It was a tough time, you know, and it was a tough time for all of us because we were very emotional, and I was emotional at times. I felt the same now as I did then, which was sad, and I still feel sad for those who grieve for their families. But as I said, out of my tears, I see opportunity.
The president was supposed to be with the families for about 30 minutes. He stayed for 2.5 hours. It was here that he met Arlene Howard. Her son George was among the first to be found at Ground Zero.
I called the police department and they said he hadn't called in for roll call and to call back in an hour. And I said, no, I don't need to call back. If he hadn't called in, I knew where he was.
You knew where he was.
I figured he was up in heaven by then.
George Howard had once rescued children at the World Trade Center when it was bombed in 1993. He had been off duty that day, and he was off duty on September 11th, but he couldn't stay away. The police department gave his badge to his mother, and she gave it to the president.
He leaned over to talk to me and extend his sympathy to me, and that's when I asked him, I'd like to present George's shield to him in honor of all the men and women that were killed over there.
By the end of that day, Mr. Bush flew to Camp David visibly drained.
He was physically exhausted. He was mentally exhausted. He was emotionally exhausted. He was spiritually exhausted.
The next day, Saturday, September 15th, he gathered the members of his war cabinet at the presidential retreat for a last